Greetings Tankers, I'm Ikibu and today I'll be running you through the upcoming events in April in this episode of the Monthly Rundown. At the beginning of April, we're going to warm you up with this special called Ready Up. There'll be a chain of missions for personal reserves and consumables, and a piece of equipment that every light tank and lower tier player is guaranteed to make use of. Completing the different missions will put you on the right foot for the rest of the month, especially if you're feeling short on credits. The top secret message for this month is that the equipment you can earn from completing all the missions is in Twitchcon will be taking place between the 13th and the 14th, and this year we're going for the first time in Europe. We're going to be at the event with a team of German-speaking and English-speaking contributors, providing a large pool of prizes and premium tanks. But that's not all. To make sure everyone can take part in this occasion, we're going to have a road to Twitchcon from the 6th to the 13th of April, with missions for rewards ranging from consumables, personal reserves, and cosmetics to even a piece of equipment. There's a ton of additional information coming out about this event that we can't share quite yet, but we'll soon update our portal page, so make sure you keep up to date and don't miss out on all the awesome prizes and rewards you can grab from the streams and in-game missions coming to you. In honour of the Bovington Tank Museum Tiger Day on the 27th of April, we're going to have our own in-game event between the 27th and the 30th of April for all in-game Tiger-based tanks. The mission will be completable 25 times per day for all of those tanks. All you have to do, win a battle and grab yourself the double XP multiplier. We've also made sure to include the Japanese Heavy Tank No. 6 and the VK4503 Tiger 2 prototype, so make sure to grab yourself a Tiger tank and get those crews trained. Or, I'll know what I'll be doing, which is breaking out the Tiger 131 and grinding out those credits. I know I'm definitely going to need them for the 8th anniversary event. This month we're going to be celebrating the World of Tanks 8th anniversary. I want to take this time to say thank you from myself and everyone in the office. We couldn't have made this incredible journey without you, our wonderful players. But that's not all. There will be in-game missions for personal reserves and consumables that you can either sell for credits and take advantage of those awesome discounts, or use them in battle to work on that awesome third mark of excellence.
Remember 2011? These graphics. This music. These painfully familiar sounds. Remember battles with the Tier 9 Soviet IS-4 fighting the T-30, a top-tier American heavy tank, while the KV-1S was one-shotting someone in the background. And all this happening on the map Swamp. We do too, so we're bringing back the good old tanks. 3 nations, USSR, Germany, and USA. Oh, and 1 legendary Chinese vehicle. You can hang from cliffs, but you can't go down them. Artie doesn't stun, but can shoot AP shells. Nobody has 6th sense. Also, a common chat, premium shells for gold, and many other things dug up from the past. To install World of Tanks Classic, you will need to download Wargaming Game Center. There are 2 ways to do this. Either click the portal in your garage, or go to wotclassic.eu. Press the download button, then click the WOT Classic logo. The app will let you choose the installation folder and start the download. The size of the Classic client is much smaller than the current version, so you won't have to wait for long. That's it. Just launch the game and enjoy the cozy old-school atmosphere of Update 0.7.0. From March 29th to April 3rd, join the exciting journey and go back in time. Remember the good old days with World of Tanks Classic.
World of Tanks heads to the first ever Twitchcon Europe. Join us at Berlin City Cube on the 13th and 14th of April. Come by our booth to meet and greet your favourite streamers. Awesome epic guys, De Killzor, Sorkon, Orzenel, Yzne, Swedish Lady C. If you can't make it, don't worry. Tune in to the official World of Tanks Europe Twitch channel. There'll be plenty of activities on stream all weekend long. Let's celebrate together. Stay tuned and see you in Germany.
Hello everyone from Paris, welcome to the April's Fool tournament, or Cream of the Crop as it's called now, I think.
Yeah, the cream of the crop. It's not April Fool's yet, Mojo, but, closing in.
Oh man, I'm used to a name called Funkab, that's how it was called before. Well, I'm Mojo, this is Kerryberry, or Wayneberry, or Swift Motion. Where did Swift Motion come from, man?
I don't even know. I was in a dark place. I was going to re-roll at one point. And that was the name. That was going to be the name.
What made you drop to such depths? You will have to explain that once publicly.
I never went through with it, It's just bad thoughts.
Well, that's his Twitch name. Anyways, so what we are going to watch today, guys, is a Tier 1 Cup 15 on 15. A long time ago, when it was the first play, I actually won the first one. It was super fun to play it because... As I told Barry before this tournament, when you play a Tier 1 tanks like that, it's a completely different psychology. It's like dropping from a human perspective to an ant perspective. Everything is way up and above. And what you're used to in terms of speed with tanks and what you can do, it's totally different.
Yeah, everything. Again, I think you said earlier, the size of the tanks. The map almost feels so much bigger because you're also so much slower,
it feels
so much smaller.
Have you seen those movies? Hey, I Shrunk My Kids and stuff.
Yeah.
It's that kind of stuff. Like you can put those tanks on positions you can never imagine in your life that anything can fit
you can
there.
Squeeze through these tiny gaps. Everything.
Like you can leave a tank in something that doesn't even resemble a bush, and he can be a spotter, and everything is of course slower.
Especially, she said, you can knock down maybe just a tiny tree.
You don't even have to knock it.
It can give you enough camo as well because. Especially at Tier 1, pretty much everything is a light tank. There's one medium tank. Everything's a light tank other than that. So out of the, 11 options that you have, everything has better camo because it's naturally a light tank.
Yeah, we were actually doing the finger counting because we couldn't remember how many nations. It was much simpler when I played. There was like 3 nations. Man, you had the Germans, you had the Russians, and then you had what was the third one? Even the Russians, Americans, of course, T1 Cunningham. So that was the only options we had. But now you have 11. I don't even know which are they, man. I can't even remember the last time I played a Tier 1 tank. So this is going to be quite a lot of fun.
Definitely interesting. I mean, as you said, most teams won't have played this kind of tournament before. So, it's just going to be definitely unexpected. We don't know what we're
this is
see
a map you don't see usually. We are watching the Salty Old Man led by Orzanel, and they're playing against Janusze Trashe, led by New Multishow, on a map you don't see often unless you play low tiers. It's a wide park, something long time no see. We can see the guys of Salty Old Man defending, and they're a bit campy here. And you look at the attacking forward of Janusze, they're playing what is this, full Wall Tractor team? Oh, that's not something you see usually, man.
I think that is a full Wall Tractor team there from Janusz. I'm going to struggle with saying that name, but I'll just call it
You actually
Janusz.
did it right well, man.
Yeah, better than me.
What is this, the remake of MVPS or something like that? I remember most of these names here.
I mean,
it's like Polish super team.
Quite a simple strategy, Just play zero line basically is what they're trying to do here.
Why are they playing all the LOL tractors, man? When you want to rush, you usually want to play T1 Cunningham's, but never mind. LOL tractors, I guess they have huge range, and they are good single shooters, snipers, and they have all you need to shoot.
This is interesting. Trying to blind fire all the bushes up there. You've got that elevated position at the back of the map, and I guess they're trying to counter that. They're expecting people to be at, but I mean, as you can see, there's only 2 tanks around the area, and they're not in that corner.
Yeah, I can dig it, man. There is, as we said, every single bush is an easy hideout, and this hill is kind of position where you can put a lot of snipers and shoot down. So they're shooting every possible position, but the charge is coming actually in. The brave Polish team, hussars are going in, while the Salty Old Men are actually spread out all over the city. And I even see they have one British tank, Tier 1 tank there. That's the only medium of them all. Everything else is light, right? Oh, there is a first loss here.
That is the
Simon,
only
the
medium.
first victim of the match is the Simon Go.
I didn't know how he actually managed to die so quickly there, but again, everyone's got so much lower HP than before. You can almost be deleted in an instant within a second.
Man,
especially if you have
130 HP. That's 3 shots more or less of any gun.
Yeah, it's 5 seconds maybe on some of these guns. Kind of ridiculous how quickly you can be deleted.
Man, they shoot one every second or 2 max. It's ridiculous speed. Ridiculous speed of reload. Well, the Polish guys are coming up on the top of the hill. I guess they're gonna take it over soon. But what's gonna be there is a hard camp going on by Salty Old Man. They're salty as you know what. Fafas is running away. but Vlad is actually keeping his position, I guess, to proxy them here.
I think we might see a lot of teams do this as well. They're trying to take this hill in, it's almost like king the hill. Instead of playing for the base, they're playing for the hill. They're playing for the positions here, trying to take this hill area. I think that is what you're going to see a lot because, as you can see, you can shoot almost across the entire map because this map is so much smaller in general than in comparison to the other maps. I mean, I think it's only 800 meters. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, White Park was
Maybe
actually
600
deducted
even.
from the normal map pool because it was so small. Man, I actually played ESL on this. Can you imagine that? It was quite a camp fest, I can tell you that.
You played the game a lot longer than me. I don't remember ever playing this in any sort of competitive game mode, but here we are today.
Dude, I played it from 2011, I think, and this was actually a normal map for ESL back then, and it was kicked out after because like it's just too campy and too small, and it's really hard to cross the ridge. But there we go, the equal of the score. Like the Janushe managed to take out one of the Salty Old Men guys. I can't even see which one. No, these guys that were proxying the hill are still alive, so they found someone behind, I guess.
I don't really know where this, where Janusz really going to push in here, though. As you can see, the Salty Old Men there on the, all along the K line. You can see they're all behind these different buildings, so you might be able to gain an initial foothold. You might take one or two bushes, and you can see there's so many blind fires coming in.
I can just tell you one thing, man. If these guys are actually shooting gold now, the expenditure after this game is gonna count in hundreds of thousands.
You can actually see that he's shooting the AP there. You can see his ammunition type. He's got a good mix of everything, even 30 HE.
And no one wants to get broke, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't think he's going to be using too many of those HE though, because no one has any armor at this thing. I think the light tractor maybe only has 9 millimeters something. It's not a lot, I tell you that.
It's called the butt naked tank. I think the only one that has some armor was that British one and maybe one or two of other rarely used nations. There we go, T1 Cunningham. Man, that was actually back in old times like the main kind of spotter tank because he was the fastest one. If you want to do a passive spotting, you would put a LOL tractor. He has the biggest view range with the binos compared to anyone else. But if you want to do anything like a moving spotting or whatever, proxy spotting, that was like T1 Cunningham with his ratatatata gun.
Yeah, everyone used to love the T1 Cunningham. You can see there's still a decent amount of them in this game. There's only a few though, whereas in comparison, in the old competitive game modes, T1 was pretty much the only tank that you would use in that old 742 game mode. And again, as you said, just mainly for its speed, but you can see a lot of LOL tractors here. I think maybe Janusz, going full LOL tractor for the LOLs.
Ow. Piotr found them. He does. Okay, they're camping this side well also, guys. Yep, definitely. I found them.
He's actually going to get out alive. Wow, I really thought he would die there. I don't know.
There was only 2 guys shooting, or one. So you can imagine like here, more or less bouncing is almost impossible. And when you have to attack entrenched position, it's super risky. You actually blind shooting. What they did was really smart, but after that you have to have a follow-up plan, like how will you close in, what will you do, because capping also is not really viable option. You have to actually kill entire enemy team, which is much harder than in tier 10, believe it or not.
Yeah, and you need to really take some control of this map, and you can see it's just, as you said, it's just a bit of a stalemate, a bit of a standoff here, and you can't even get that control, so there's no opportunity to cap. And I mean, I'm not too sure where you can really attack from this scenario that they're in at the moment. They've moved up to a position, and then they've just realized, oh yeah, we can't really cross this railway. It's kind of like a dividing line in the map, and it's
I think they need to. I think they need to have a portion of the tanks go into the buildings on like 6-7 line, to close the proximity, create different angles, and they virtually need actually someone to spot. But as I said, when you play this, man, the perspective of a player is so different. Like all of these guys are used to playing those humongous tanks, tier 10s. And this is a whole nother story. You don't spot what you are thinking you will spot. Driving is slower. You can die in a split second because there is no armor, and 2-3 guys shoot you, and they shoot every second or two. Before you even finish your leaning somewhere, you are dead.
He is very unforgiving at these low tiers, you said, especially if you just make a mistake, you can be punished literally within 1 or 2 seconds and you're dead, especially if you have any sort of like focus fire among the teams, especially if you went into like a trap, instantly
It's
you
a
can
trap.
yeah, exactly. You can be dead as a result of that. And Piotr almost found that out earlier when he tried to take on Yellowhand here.
Oh, there we go. They actually managed to take out the third guy.
Oh,
And there is a more damage done. Oh, fourth guy now. Is there some kind of push or spot coming in? So there's, yeah, there we go. They actually went over the building slowly and they managed to find a couple of the guys from Salty Old Man. I believe they're even more salty now. They cut off the forces as expected that were proxy spotting, and they're paying the price now. You can't really win everything by camping, you know. You actually have to have some crossfire created.
Exactly as you said, though. They pushed into those buildings here and they've managed to pick up almost over half the enemy team now. I mean, Salty Old Men are really looking as if they might they have the HP advantage, but they don't have the guns. But this could be a good engagement for them. You know, you've got them all on one corner here, and if they can manage to do some good damage, which they really are, I mean, they're trading well for these two tanks here.
Oh, Mobek is down, but YOLO Warrior took a nickname now. Look at the push over that K line, man. Like, they are kind of exchanging and trying to angle. Angling also doesn't work there, you know that.
I mean, even though Salty Old Men don't have the tanks, a lot of these tanks
happen. It's really easy to decap, and there is still a crossfire between Salty Old Men. Guys, will that actually be their first victory? I think they already lost the match as far as I saw the results. I'm sorry, but there was possibly no way to transmit all the matches, so 3 were already played. I'm going to explain that a bit later.
It would be good to see if Force can actually win this now. I mean, I think, there's 3 tanks around him, maybe even 4, but 2 of them are low HP. There's 4 tanks around him, but if he can pick up those 2 one-shots there, it could be a good engagement for Salty Old Men. There's only 45 seconds left, and they are defending, so there you go. Fosh picks up 1. Can he pick up the second? Oh, he misses the shot, but there's 2 one-shots. He's really got to pick these up.
Oh, I made a mistake. This is actually, Fosh's team, not Orzenot. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm so blind.
Oh, he's a one-shot now, but again, if he can win this engagement, he can win this for his team. There's only 30 seconds left. Can he? Oh, there's just... he's surrounded now, and there's just not much left to do. There's only 1 tank left from Salty Old Men. I don't think he's going to make it. 22 seconds. I mean, he still has a chance here. Everyone's almost a one-shot, actually. Yeah, two guys in 17 HP, so he can actually hold this out, unless Multishore can pull off some miracle plays, but I don't think it's going to happen. 9 seconds left. Oh, he's managed to find a wreck as well. This is really good from Dahlia here. So it looks like Salty Old Men, looks like Salty Old Men are going to manage to take the victory there, because they were defending.
Oh yes, so Sirfosh team actually took a victory by camping it out here. Oh wonder, oh surprise. But actually I think New Multishows team had a good idea what to do. They were just a bit too late and they lost so much HP anyway. As I said, on this kind of tournaments, losing HP is a normal thing. You have to go proxy the enemies, and they have really a lot of experienced team players, so they should be able to kind of get a grasp how to play with these tanks. It takes couple of rounds. You can't just sit to tier 1 tank and say, hey, yeah, I'm a great player for World of Tanks, I'm just gonna rock on tier 1. No.
Yeah, as you said, it's a completely different battlefield, and it might just take a couple of these teams just a few games, a few rounds, just to gain a bit of confidence, because they will be playing these same maps throughout this group stage today. So we have Wide Park, as you've just seen, and I think we'll go into Cliff, not after this round, but as the next
It's best
map.
of 5, guys. Best of 5, 10 minutes each game. So one team attacks, then they defend, or vice versa, and then we go to the next map, and if needed, tiebreaker.
Yes, and that tiebreaker would be Serene Coast, but at the moment we're now in Wide Park, and I mean, you've seen the campy setups have been kind of the way that people have started to play these tournaments, and I do hope it does
evolve. Be like that, but it's a safe way. It's even safer to camp in tier 1 than in tier 10. In tier 10, you can always play aggressive spot, do this, do that. You here simply don't have speed. There is not a single fast enough tank to go and outspot something. You don't have an EDR or something like that.
You don't have anything really. You don't have speed. You don't have any armor, so you can't push in and hope that everyone's just gonna magically bounce you as if you're a mouse or something. You can't rely on that armor. You just have to rely on, I guess, the team tactics and those coordinated team pushes.
There is a lot of guesses and then feeling out the map and going around. But I have to apologize one more time because I mixed the teams. So Orzenal's team is called the Ming team, and Sir Fox is called Salty Old Man. So sorry about that. That was my confusion on the start. But still, as far as I saw the results from before, I think Derps and Ducky's team actually won 2 games 3-0 so far.
So far, Derps and Ducky's team. We're not sure who's going to be the leader. Depends who wants to turn up today.
We're just going to call them DD team.
Yeah. But Derps and Ducky's Special Forces, I'm not sure. They have been winning. They won 3-0 twice, and all the games so far have been have been 3-0. Obviously, it's best of 5, so it's not really been any close games back and forth. It's been quite decisive, and yeah, Daki is Derb's team. However,
Janusz actually also have a win 3-0. So what we have here, guys, on this tournament, there is 8 teams. They're divided in 2 groups of 4, and everyone today plays against each other within their own group. So that's how we go round robin. The second game is starting now, so they're switching the roles. Now we will have Janusz defending, and we will have Salty Old Man attacking. So let's see how will their medicine actually work when they turn the tides.
So again, you can see, I think Janusz are just going to take that full LOL tractor lineup, maybe even throughout this whole tournament. That seems to be what they like to pick here. And actually, both teams, a lot of light tractors, the most picked tank in this.
Yeah, but just
map.
he's using that derpy British. You can see the fat 140 tank.
Yeah,
but there is also a lot of T1 Cunninghams in Salty Old Man's lineup.
Yeah, I think I prefer that Salty Old Man lineup. Just that more variety. As you said, that medium, especially if you load those HE rounds, they have 95 damage. I mean, if you get just a little bit of a high roll, you can almost one-shot a tank in that medium, that big, large British tank. But again, you can see that seems to be passive play is the way to go so far. You know, you've now got Janusz defending in the same corner. So maybe the teams have already actually figured out how kind of if there's a meta on this low tier map and how to play it.
Well, you know, they realized the first thing. You need to gather up most of the tanks close to each other on these tier 1s, because you cannot effectively cover each other over a long distance. The guns are crap. They just can't snipe that well. The shells fly all over the place. Like you saw the dispersion when you're checking, it's like 0.5 and things like that, you know?
Yeah, and especially on those that, I mean, yeah, you can see that tier 1 that on those I forgot what they're called, the autoloader guns.
Autoloaders, yeah.
But they're like
magazine
pew cannon guns. Yeah, pew magazine guns. And when they fire at range, I think after about 400 meters, they don't. The shell just drops off completely, and you can't even fire it.
Yep.
So exactly as you said, at range they're completely ineffective. So you're going to see a lot of these pushes. And again, it's similar to the last game. You see in the zero line here being used because you've got that relative cover of the train tracks on either side. So if you can clear out these bushes, and you can see that both teams are playing this fairly similar. They're trying to clear out these bushes here because obviously if anything's hiding at that end on these rail tracks now, if you get spotted, you will be dead very, very quickly.
I remember when I played this tournament, we actually used a vast variety of tanks. It was not like single-minded like Janusz did. But I guess it's, it's kind of a problem to equip all those tanks and put the crews there and things like that. It's a big of an issue. So a lot of players don't like to have really a variety of them. They just like prepare one tank max. I remember some guys were even playing with Red Crew, but let's not go there. So we use like MS1s for long distance sniping because their guns were actually really good, but they were like blind and not really mobile. And I remember we used like LOL tractors for bino spotting and T1 Cunningham for charging and going close combat. So that was the strats we were using before, and then we would mix it up and make some strat and do whatever. But these guys here, they're just filling out the enemy, man.
Yeah, as you said, Forsh now is almost, he's leading the charge. The captain leading the charge here against...
In MS1.
Yeah, but that MS1 is pretty good. It has a little bit of armor, but as you said, that pen on that MS1 is almost overkill at this tier. 88 pen on that premium is, well, it's just not necessary. But as you said, it's got a good capable gun, and you can see he's leading the charge, and there's not going to be anything in this corner stopping them.
He's almost out of AP.
Yeah, doesn't carry that much ammo. That's the one bad thing about the MS1, I guess, on top of the speed. But especially if they can control this hill, as we mentioned in the last game, this hill could provide crossfire on all these Janusz tanks just down there. There's about 7 of them there. If they get on top of that hill, someone might farm a lot of damage here.
Barry, in that dark moment when you wanted to recreate your hero account, what would you do if you were starting the game in 11, 12 and things like that?
Would you have to play tier 1?
You would play a tier 1 because it was counted in VN8, and there was like a bunch of people stat padding like that, placing like thousands of games on those. Can you imagine that?
No, I wouldn't want to imagine that as myself either, Mojo. I had more integrity than that.
Sure. Quacky Babies report for sure. Like, I don't know, seriously, there was so many guys playing so many games of those, and they never saw a single game of VGL or, ESL or anything like that. And fortunately, they finally dropped it, and you could see a bunch of people dropping for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of points in one day.
you could see there actually what you were saying about some people, it's a bit of a hassle to retrain the crews and even put on the equipment and put on all these APCR. And, Piotr there didn't have any consumables. I don't know if you noticed, but I picked up on that. Piotr didn't have any consumables, so maybe maybe he's just like, meh, this is a bit of a fun game, and he didn't even bother. But a lot of people are using those APCR and the premium consumables here. But Piotr, he doesn't care. He goes his own way.
Maybe he didn't install the mod properly, so that could be an option also. I don't think, this guy has ammo, but we can't see any consumables. As you can see, we can just see his loadout. And I would call this is something like a city loadout, but in those times we would put coated optic on that Ivan Cunningham, because we were just using close combat. He would not even try to spot anything distance.
Close as you can get, so they're not going to be able to potentially like push into this K line because they're not going to have that tank advantage. And Foch is almost going down here, but he managed just to get safe.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. You can see they're using those LOL tractors. The Janoshe team, they put them in some windows and things. They turned on the binos. They're playing static. So for these guys from Salty Old Man to actually make a connection on them is super hard. But those LOL tractors are spotting for everyone else in Janoshe team, so they're doing damage when someone peaks. So it's really, as I said, like these games are really risky to play, especially on a map that has a lot of corner like this, and you cannot really surprise an enemy. It's a problem. Back then we actually had no limitations on map. We were playing like humongous maps on that tournament, like even Arctic region. I remember that was one of the trickiest ones, because you could like climb a tier 1 tank on hills and positions that no one actually knew could be used by any tank, because you couldn't even climb a tier 5 there, man. So
as you said, completely different environment at these at the lowest of tiers, not these low tiers, the lowest tier in the game. But
it's not like it's just the lowest tier. It's smallest tanks in the game also. Like they're smaller than anything you can imagine.
I wonder how many crew in these tanks. So I think there's still about 3 or 4 crew in this tank, which is quite hard to imagine.
No. They go like by 2 to 3 max usually. Oh. I think there is maybe one tank that uses 4. That could be British.
Yeah, it could be that medium.
Yeah, but LOL Tractor has 3, but I think the rest have like mostly 2.
Nice to see Foch pushing in, even on a one-shot. The commander always leads his men into battle here, and Foch is doing exactly the same thing here. But they're not going to be able to push in here. This is now just a bit of a...
Yeah, there is no RT, man.
Yeah,
in tier 1
there's no way that they can break through this. I think they don't even have the HP now. Salty Old Man, as you can see, they're now almost 200 HP down, and they're just pushing into this frontal engagement. But this is always going to favor the defending team. So I think this is kind of just a hope at nothing, because there's 2 minutes 20 left here, and they know that they need to push into this, but they're just not going to be able to. I think they understand that as well, but it's just not too much else for them to do. I mean, first kill, 7 minutes 48 into the battle. Yikes.
Well, I hope they will remember the golden rule for this kind of the games. Like if you play against more experienced opponent, and I would call Janoshe team like that, in this case, you don't rely on heavy sniping and really spotting them. You play simplicity tactics, you spot a bit, you feel around and then you prepare the tanks for the push on one point, then you just hope for the best. That's the only chance I would actually give them, and I think that's how they should have played. Like you take off one part of the map, rotate back, take another part of the map, and you just try to overpower them with numbers there. But this peeking and peekabooing is really not working for them, because in our regards, like 872 HP when it comes to tier 10 games, that's almost like a done game. That's 1/3 of a tier 10 tank. But in this regards, we have like 130 HP on
per
each tank. Like it's a ridiculous amount of HP left, and Janoshe has almost 10 full tanks. If you count like that.
They've got over half the HP. Well, yeah, just over half the HP, about 55% of their original HP pool here. And you're not going to be able to do it. As you said, it looks like a small amount of HP, but everything is so much lower. The damage, the speed of these tier 1 tanks, that it's a completely different environment, and they're just not going to be able to break it. It looks like in 45 seconds. They said they're trying to push into this corner, but they know that it's not going to work. But they have to do this. But it seems to be very difficult. That's why I think you've seen that both teams are understanding that the passive play at the start of this game is a lot more effective, especially because at tier 1 people are using a lot of binos, and that 25% view range advantage can be absolutely, well, it could change the game for you. And if you play that passive role, you have that natural advantage, especially at tier 1.
Well, we can definitely say in 10 seconds this game will be over and the campers won in both of these. So Janusze is equaling the score. It's gonna be 1-1 after the White Park, and the next map we will watch should be Cliff. That's gonna be quite a different kind of playstyle, I hope. But Cliff, I mean, the camp. Can you imagine the map? Like the cap is down there, so you can't really defend it from the cap itself. That means that they actually have to go out of the base this time and fight.
Exactly. I'd like to see, I think, maybe on Cliff. In White Park, as you said, you've got those buildings at the back of the map by the K-line. So if you're defending, you can sit almost on your cap in a window, as you said, with biners, and it's just a really good advantage.
Let's see the mighty damage done.
Oh, there was quite a decent damage spread there. Everyone doing their fair share almost.
Let's do the multiplying. Like when you do 200 HP damage, like YOLO Warrior, that's 1.5 tank. You can see the mixture of the clans there, guys. Throw, 3XR, Nomi, TDSTR. So Polish clans, guys. Polish community.
Yeah, and you can see Foch there. Again, he led the charge and he actually did the most damage for his team. So good performance there from Foch, but it wasn't enough. And as you said, we're going to go on to Cliff. So yeah, you'd like to see a bit more of an aggressive engagement from both teams, especially in the middle of the map. You know, you might see some big brawls, big brawls, and you might not see any of the. You might see a lot of T1s actually, simply because of the speed. If you can gain that early advantage in the middle, you might see that coming into play.
It's a different kind of an approach. Like, can you risk to leave the cap completely wide open? You can't split. There is no split you can do in a normal thing. There is no normal split you can do at tier 10, like send some half guys down and this guy's there and then you crossfire or whatever. It makes no sense whatsoever, man. They're so far away. If one guy has like 15 guys on one spot, he's just gonna keep driving, killing everything. If you wanna camp, there is so many different versions what you can do, because protection areas that are like a rock in the middle of the nowhere on cliff, where you can't hide a single tier 10, you can put like 3 tier 1s behind.
I mean, I think you might see passive play, but I think definitely favors more aggressive play on Cliff. I mean, if you know how to take this middle area, as you said, even if a team defends their base here, the natural topography of the map, you can just see that if you do manage to take that upper ground, you're going to have that advantage because you're not going to be able to hide from all this angle, because if you only defend your cap, it's kind of shaped as if it's a bowl. You're not able to. You're surrounded from all sides. So I don't think that's going to work. But again, we'll just have to see how the teams will play it. But I don't think I'm not a fan of that strategy.
I don't know. I'm just thinking about some ridiculous stuff. Like imagine one team rushes over the lower 1-2 line and tries to go with 15 tanks in a cap.
Yeah,
like so,
tries to get.
But
to
then I'm thinking, you know, the word rush in tier 1 means like, we are still driving, and 2 minutes later, yes, we are still driving.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I think the T1 only goes like 41 kilometers an hour.
It's actually not that slow, so you can actually get there.
But I mean, most teams haven't been using the T1, so I mean, if they're using that LoL tractor, it's even slower again. So
yeah, but it's a playstyle that you can imagine. I mean, it's a huge info. When one team sees a composition here from another, because it's not Fog of War, of course, you can pretty much guess what they're gonna. If you see 15 T1s, you know you're gonna get rushed somewhere. So
yeah,
if you have like a bunch of LoL tractors, like so far, you're gonna not go to the middle.
So you said LoL tractors again. I mean, I think both teams have actually stuck with the same setups across both maps now. I mean, you can see that one medium one there from Foch's team, and then you've got a lot of LoL tractors again. I think it's the same amount. So maybe people are only just sticking with one tank. Because again, you've got this full LoL tractor setup from Janusz, and it'd be interesting to see how they spread. Yep, actually exactly how I thought. They're going to go with one tank on that 1-2 line, and the rest are going to take the middle. But Salty Old Man are not going to do the same. They're actually doing the opposite. One tank up towards the middle, and the rest on the one line.
Let us see. Yeah, there is no split. So we are sending Salty Old Man on 1-2 line, as you said, a mighty push, followed by that medium. I guess that guy just has that tank, and he's playing it the entire time and trying to follow his team. And there is one MS1 Sir Foch, I guess. He's playing on the top side of the map alone. Everyone else is trying to play and surprise, maybe close in the distance, because I think they will go probably on the left side here, maybe on E1, trying to close the distance between themselves and LoL tractors, and maybe use that pew 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 gun from T1s.
Yeah, but Piotr spotted out almost the entirety of Saltield's men. I think he spotted 13 tanks because he spotted everyone that went up from that one line towards two line, and Janusha are unspotted up here, but I don't know if they're going to be able to use this to their advantage. They really need to. They could even just try and take this whole map, but again, Foch at the back of the map there is going to be difficult to dig out in the MS1. It actually has. It's a bit of a weird shaped tank. It's got this like big cupola on top, but it's such a small turret that it's actually quite hard to hit, especially at range, which is what Janusha would have to do unless they manage to get too close. And there's already a tank down here.
Oh la la.
Sure
there is a good
shade,
1-on-1, man. It's just like kind of spotting, and who is caught on open, he dies. And there is a flanking maneuver coming from Janusha here. Maybe they will close in and try to have a fight here with Salty Old Man.
I think they realize that they do have to try and push back Salty Old Man here, because you see Foch was just on the red line, and as we mentioned earlier, that MS1 gun is actually really good. It's a single fire tank, so it doesn't have that 400 meter drop off as opposed to those autoloaders, and it's actually got really good pen, 80, 88, 87 pen. It's quite ridiculous for tier 1.
Well, in most situations here, it's not even important because you pen with whatever you shoot, but sometimes weird things can happen. Now, to clarify to everyone, Salty Old Men are defending here, Janusha are attacking in this role, so that's why they're trying to play more proactive. And Salty Old Men decided that their defense will be keeping 13 guys on the 3 line there together. MS1 on the right side corner to see the upper side of the map, maybe have some side shots, because his high penetration actually can help him on those long distance shots, and keeping that British tank on a lower G1 corner.
Yeah, but now it's kind of a bit of a stalemate. You saw a bit of an engagement, but Janusha don't really want to push into this. All these tanks from Salty Old Men on the 1-2 line, they're a bit scared, and rightfully so, considering that almost the whole team of Salty Old Men are waiting for them. But you can see Seagans just trying to go up, and I think just trying to spot out, maybe just find a few more of those tanks, see if then Janusha can make a play on the top, and the medium one is
Houston was actually spotted here. Does he even have Sixth Sense, man? He's not really moving much. Oh, he's a sitting duck. Look, you see the problem with that big tank, man. Although he's like a bit more armored than the rest, it's really easy to spot him out because he's humongous, and I guess he doesn't have the greatest of the crews there. Also, it's really hard to move it around. The aim on a distance is ridiculous. And so on and so on. There is a lot of problems with that.
But Yellowhand keeps peeking. I'm not sure why he keeps peeking there. He got hit once, he peeked again. He got hit again, he peeked again. And now it's one shot. I'm not sure if that was really necessary. And Janusha starting to just pressure all around here. You can see that they're making flanks around on the eastern side of the map, and they're just slowly picking them off one by one. So it looks like they're getting this advantage. But again, peeking on multiple tanks, you can just get obliterated. 3 tanks hit you at once, you're dead.
I guess he's just being a good Christian soul, when someone slaps you one cheek, you turn another or something like that. Maybe he likes it. Janusha is actually winning this by splitting their forces left and right. Okay, they realize one of the principles in this tournament. Once you realize your opponent is gathered up on one position, you leave a portion of your tanks because they still can't push in effectively, and then you try to create different angles. And this was very successfully done, and look at the shootout they're doing. Now the last guys, the Salty Old Men, are actually dying here. There is only 2 or 3 of them left on this upper part of the map, and other than them it will be their leader C4 who is on 100% HP and camping on that K4 corner. It's not gonna end well for them, man.
3 one-shots just hiding behind one rock. They're all just cowering for their last for anything that they can, the last breath of life. Look at them all just behind one rock. But Janusha, I don't know, maybe they're just coordinating how they want to finish this off. You can see C3 is reversing backwards. I'm not sure how fast he's going, but he's getting into the fight very slowly indeed. But he could actually kill all 3 of these guys with one clip if he does manage to get there. But you can see he's reversing it. I don't even know if he's going to manage to pick up.
He's actually not even using the single shooter on LOL Tractor, but autoloader.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the difference is in the guns, but with that LOL Tractor, then you can almost one clip an enemy tank, and Foch could actually put up a good fight here. I don't know if he can win this, but
just 4.5 minutes they can actually go cap, and he will not see them even.
Yeah, that's going to be the biggest issue for Foch here. He's not going to be able to spot them at range because he's now being proxy spotted by Yellow Warrior, which is good play from Yellow Warrior. But the other 3 tanks are one shot, so if he did manage to managed to spot them, but the issue is now he's got such low view range, just because he's a tier 1 naturally, and because he's constantly proxy spotted, he can't sit still for 3 seconds to set up his binos, so he's effectively just blind here, and he's peeking and he's doing the right thing, but he's just not going to be able to find anything. But YOLO Warrior also can't find him in return.
I think when you have a clip, you do like 10-11 damage per shot, and when you have a single shooter, you do with a LOL tractor like 30ish or something like that, you know, and it's more snipey gun, so that's always the difference. But YOLO Warrior can keep him proxied here, he can clip out, and Foch has only single shooter, don't forget that. And I believe the other guys should be closing in on a cap and starting to do it, so they should get shots from other angle. I mean, that LOL tractor on one line definitely cannot be spotted by Sir Foch, especially since he cannot even turn on his binos. He's wiggling all the time, and that's it, man.
Yeah, I wonder... Ooh. Again, if Foch could pick off YOLO Warrior, though, this game could be turned around, because I said YOLO Warrior has... Oh, but he's getting out-traded now, and it looks like this is going to be the end for Foch. YOLO Warrior is just going to sit there, though, because he knows he's got... He's basically got Sir Foch in checkmate. He can't go forward, he can't go backwards, he can't move anywhere. As you can see,
there's always
actually,
one path to glory. George, come on, man.
I think this is going to be it. Yep. And Janusz should pick up that. So that was... They picked up their attacking round there, which is not what we've seen so far in this game. Both teams picked up their defending round to start off with. Now Janusz should pick up their attacking round. So yeah, something different on Cliff.
Well, Cliff was way more interesting here. Sir Foch tried to the last, but he lost their defensive round at the end. 2-1 for Janusz team. That means they need only one more game to actually win this match. As we said, it's best of 5. That means first to 3. So if they win the next round, which is defense on a Cliff, they will win this game for sure.
400 damage there from Foch. That was almost 4 times his own HP pool, because he only has 100.
I wonder actually on what distance was it done, because most of it, he was not with his team.
Yeah.
Here we go.
3/4 of his damage done at range. But as you said, that MS1 back there is actually a good pick, just because it's got a capable gun for its tier.
You know what's the difference only? When we would, before do something like that, we would devise tanks like... you would never put one guy on one sniping position. You would always put 2 to 3. It's like a sniping nest then, you know? Because when they shoot, a couple of them, they can actually take out multiple guys.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, at this tier, 3 tanks shooting can destroy a guy.
Easily.
Because
with one
there's
salvo.
Such a low HP pool. So yeah, it's like a battery of guns just waiting there. Yeah. And if you manage to catch one out, well... It's a fatal error instead of just a
he was more or less sniping on what he saw from his teammates, because he cannot spot really himself that well, and unless the guys are really approaching him point blank like YOLO Warrior and so on, and all of the shots, as you saw, were about 300 meters. If you can imagine that he had like at least one more guy there with him, minimum one guy, maybe even 2, all the guys that actually went to flank from other side would die.
Yeah, you did see in the middle of the game, he was Janusz just pushed over the middle, and he was literally just farming every time they pushed over. Every 2.7 seconds, he's just able to, just take away. I mean, 40%, 30% of their HP pool.
And if you wanna really get dirty with tier 1s in this, if you wanna really get dirty, you actually show most of your team somewhere, and you keep like a sniping nest like that hidden. And you don't even shoot until they want to approach and start engagement. Yeah. So they're doing flanking maneuvers, and they're thinking, okay, they're there, because they can't count you. That's like tier 1 tanks.
Exactly.
They have no idea how many tanks is actually
the low view range as well at this tier allows you to set up proper ambushes.
And you keep silent, and maybe you keep like one spotter offhand, you know, and you keep silent, and in one moment when you know they can't run away anymore, that's when you start shooting.
The perfect ambush. I mean, I wonder if we will see that, especially on Cliff. As you said, it could be a really good... There's a couple of bushes towards like the edges of the map that you could actually... At this tier, you only need the tiniest of bushes just to cover your entire tank, so you might see that happen a lot, but we haven't seen that yet.
Man, you wouldn't believe what I had to do to actually dig out some teams on those maps then.
Maybe we'll see similar things like that today, especially breaking camps. This seems to be the order of the day. And again, you've got the same lineups, that 1 medium, 1 from Salty Old Men, and the LOL tractor spam from Janusz here.
And there we go, Salty Old Men gather up their forces and going again for upper side this time, actually, not from the lower like last time, but they're splitting one LOL tractor and that British medium. I think he's playing that for memes, man. That's by far the slowest of all the tier 1s and biggest one. I think the only role I would even use on that tank was if I would play mines, as example. Maybe you can put it on some corner and things like that, but not even there. Janushe, on the other hand, one little tractor on one line, 14 guys going up, easy way confrontation on the middle.
I don't know, that medium one, it is a capable tank, as you said. Like, especially if you're loading HE, you have 95 damage. There's nothing to be snubbed at. There's definitely 80% of the one enemy tank. I mean, it is a good pick, but it depends obviously how you use it. It's a bit of a derpy cannon, but you can see there's a big engagement here now. They're all Janusha actually have one more tank in the fight here. There's two on the one line from Salty Old Man. I'm not sure why the medium one's back there, because if this engagement happens where both teams are going to just fight each other head on here, that medium one is going to be out of the battle the entire game. So it's going to come down to a lot of individual peaks here, and I think Salty Old Men want to try and push around this lower side, but they don't actually have the numbers advantage.
Oh, this is something that you could see in most of the tier 10 engagement. Is this like a revision between Fame and Korn coming in here, or Tornado? We have Janushe guys holding the one side of the cliff, Salty Men and the other. But don't forget, Salty Men are the guys who actually have to push in, and they have to try to win by peeking. They're still keeping those low tractors each on 1-2 lines, so they know there will be no side shots from that side, but none of the teams actually knows is anyone flanking from the other side. Also, they are not fast enough to actually try and climb the hill. It's an impossibility in this fashion.
Yeah, it's just going to be a head-on engagement here from both teams. You said they can't really use their mobility here. They've just got to make good individual peaks, and at the moment it seems fairly even, but Salty Old Men, now they're trying to push around, and I mean, they didn't really do that with any conviction. Only one of them tried to go around, and well, they just got absolutely slaughtered by Janusha there. There's 3-4 tanks waiting, and as you can see, it didn't work well.
Who is this ninja for Janusha? I wonder, man. There is one LT1 going around, and if he manages to get on that C8-9 position, he will see entire Salty team behind their backs. I'm really wondering, like, I think even his team will lose the radio range of him in one moment.
Oh yeah, he's managed to make a sneak around, and as you said, that could be it's Piotr actually.
Piotr. Of course, it's a guy who cannot wait, man.
Yeah, it could be a very good engagement though, because look, all of these Salty Old Men, they're all spotted here in the middle.
Okay, he is spotted also now, but someone would actually have to turn and shoot him, and he has a cooldown there, so he can start farming some damage, and you can already see it. He's targeting and killing a nickname. First, Sirfosh is on one shot. Press to Win is also on one shot now, so there is a bunch of guys really losing HP hardcore for Salty Old Man's team.
Yeah, Piotr here, a very good player. I mean, he's managed to come around, and he's basically managed to kill 3 guys. He hasn't managed to kill them all himself, but he's forced them out into just peculiar positions because they can't stay safe anywhere now, thanks to Piotr. And I don't know why he's not pushing the pressure here a bit more, but it looks like Janusha are winning the game anyway, so...
Yeah, they're just doing it slow, man. On the lower side, you could see Mumek, New Multishow, and Tsigan peeking and doing the flank maneuvers now. Piotrix and the rest of the guys are actually pushing in to the Old Man team, and they're wiping them out one by one. There is only Sirfoch and Maki remaining on upper side, and we have the guys from the lower side remaining, and that's pretty much it for them in this match, man. Fortunately for them, this is not... disqualification match, you have to still play with everyone from the group, so we will see what are the results from the rest of one after this, because this one will go to the hands of Janusha.
Yeah, it looks like Janusha are going to win it, and as you said, within about, I don't know, 15 or 20 seconds there at the end of the game, I mean, I think I saw about 6 tanks or 7 or 8 just absolutely deleted from Salty Old Men because they lost that positional advantage. They couldn't stay in the middle because Piotr had managed to get around, and completely just negated any position advantage that Salty Old Men had in the middle of the map, and then it was just, the dominoes just started to fall around them, and, well, they were definitely defeated, and Janusha will go and take that. So I think Janusha now, they have won 2 games in a row, I think. Yeah, they've won 2 games in a row.
Yeah,
so this
Salty
was
Old
a
Men
3-1.
actually lost already. This is the 2nd game they lost. Ooh, not good for them, man.
No, and especially if they... So there are 2 groups. There's Group A and Group B in this tournament. And if you do finish 4th, you won't be going through to the quarterfinal, semi-final, or finals.
We actually had no chance to talk about this, guys. So there we go. There is a damage done here from Janusha team. Actually, Demon did the most damage in his LOL tractor. He was in the front row, so I guess that's good enough. Call Me Piotr did 180 damage from the back, but that was actually a crucial battle of the but look at the number of 0 damage guys from salty team. So that's not what you want to do. That's usually the guys who peak the furthest in the start and they get shot off.
As you said, Piotr didn't manage to get the most damage, but what he did manage to do was very important. The damage that he did probably helped his team in other ways. He might have not got that damage directly, but his position forced, as you saw Foch, as soon as he got hit, he was quite confused. He had to move immediately because otherwise he would have died. So he had to move into the line of fire of other tanks.
Okay, I just wanted to explain one more thing, guys, before we go to the social media segment. This tournament is consisted of 8 teams, divided to 2 groups, A and B. So 4 teams in each group. Everyone plays against everyone today. You can see them here. And by the end of the day, 2 teams will fall off. Whoever is 4th, as Barry said, whoever is last in their group will fall off. And tomorrow we will have other guys playing in a manner like a second team from one group will play against third from another and vice versa. While the first teams will have a free round then, and they will wait for everyone else in semifinals. So that's about the team structure. We're going to talk a bit more about the prizes later, but I think Echidna is ready, so she has some stuff to tell you and give you maybe, guys.
Hey, hello everyone. As you've probably guessed from the high amount of tractors and other agricultural vehicles, this is a farm, but it's not any farm, it's the Wargaming farm. I'm farmer Rasbert, and I'm here with my chicks. Chicky right here, and of course you recognize her, Echidna. Hey, Echidna.
Oh my god, I just realized that this is going to be the most cringy stream ever.
It is the official cringy stream.
So welcome to the cream of the crop, and yes, I am Echidna, and this is Rasberet. This is my colleague. He works together with me every day, and it is super fun. He's super fun.
Every day in the farm, just, planting these vegetables, the ducks, the chickens. You've seen them, they're here.
So get ready for a lot of farming, I guess. But I think the competition, the tier 1 competition, what do you think so far? Did you enjoy it?
Well, to be honest, I didn't really know what to expect because, tier 1, how is that going to go? What is it going to be? But I thought it was interesting, especially with the shorter spotting range. It allowed for interesting and original plays. I think it's gonna be fun and interesting to watch.
Yes, I think it was very slow. Lots of camping. If we thought that the soldiers, unfortunately, some of the games were slow and the teams were camping a lot, I think we have to think twice now because this is crazy. So no armor, no speed, super horrible guns. I mean, what can you do, right? You have to really plan, have a strategy and tactic because you cannot just go YOLO and try to confront the other tanks.
But hopefully, as we go, we get to see more aggressive maneuvers and strategies, and really taking advantage of the short view range. We can see some sneaky, interesting plays.
Yes, and we see that this Janusze Trasza, I'm sorry, Polish people, forgive me. I can pronounce that. They are actually doing very well. They managed to just, get the 3 points directly. So I think the other teams are going to have a hard time maybe trying to win against them.
Yeah, we already have a strong contender going into the next stage. I'm not sure actually if they're qualified or if they're still playing in the groups. Sorry, I kind of missed this one. But I already thought they were very dominant and making decisive plays.
So during the next part, we are going to see some games of the Group B. And at the same time, some other teams of the Group A are going to continue playing, but we won't show that. So, yeah.
All right.
So tier 1, right?
So I don't know if you guys at home do play these tier 1s, maybe once in a while for fun. Maybe you have some equipped, some with trained crews. But so we would like for you to share with us if you have a favorite tier 1.
That's right. So I know that you are waiting for a bonus code today and also some giveaways. So we're going to have some giveaways, and the bonus code is going to be given in a different manner. So we create this special campaign. Is this poll that Raspberry is talking about? So you have to vote and pick your favorite tier 1 tank, and everyone that signs up there is going to receive some boosters. So this is going to be, of course, credited during the next week, but everybody who signs up there is going to get these boosters. Use server only, as always, and on top of that, we are going to give away also 4 L60, so a tier 2 Swedish tank, because...
So guys, it's L60, so I know what you're thinking. L60 isn't it too OP compared to these tier 1 tanks? Yes, definitely. It's very strong. It would be probably too strong for this competition. So, but you know, we really want to give you something powerful, something dominant that you can really make this plays. So that's why we went with such a strong vehicle as the L60.
So if you're not happy because you are getting this tier 2, don't worry. It's coming with a free slot that you can probably use for anything you want, another tank maybe, or sell it. You know. On top of that, we're also going to pick another winner for a Dreamwear bundle from our Wargaming store. Later, we are going to show all the items that come with this bundle, and the value of this bundle is around 60 euros, so that's very nice gift.
Yeah, so maybe just to be clear, this is not an in-game prize. It's going to be like, it's actual stuff, actual items. And if you're wondering what it is exactly, well, stay here and we will show you later.
Yeah. So make sure to sign up to that campaign. We're going to share the links in the chat. EU server only. And what else? I think it is time now to talk about our new mode. Everybody's super hype about it.
The WOT Classic, of course.
Yes. A lot of people is trying to queue and play the mode and, you know, revive the experience that they have in 2011.
The good old days, the good old tanks.
Good old days.
But yeah, actually, as you said, a lot of people are trying to play it. I don't know if you guys had a chance to try it out already or not. But look, if you are looking to do it, don't worry, you will have time later. And right now, you are better here. I'll tell you why.
With us.
Probably you've heard there are queue times to log into this mode. So I just wanted to say that we are working on increasing the available number of players. Really, you know, this is a Saturday, so us we are here working on this stream, having fun with you guys. But we have actually a lot of people who came in the office on a Saturday to try to fix this and get more player on this classic mode server. So believe it. Really, we are really working on making it better. It's already a bit better. But maybe a few advice. If you want to try it, I would recommend, well, first to be patient. You might have to wait, but also try to go for this out of peak hours. Maybe not, 8 to midnight. If you have the opportunity, if you have time to play in the morning, at night, you are less likely to have queue time, and maybe, then you don't have to wait.
Yeah, so probably but this is a separate server and a separate client. So if you want to play this, you have to go to this special server. Because of the issues of the queuing issues that we have right now, we have a special activity going on, so 5 times XP for the first win of the day for the weekend. So go to the main server and enjoy the 5 times XP.
Exactly. If you really want to play, you have this additional bonus.
Yeah.
So guys, we talked a lot about rewards, where there is already quite a lot of nice stuff, but that's not all. We're also giving actually higher tier tanks with the Lance NC, the tier 8 vehicle. So it's the new one, it's the new Swedish medium. It's pretty awesome. I've been playing with it and having a lot of fun. So if you don't have it, well, that might be your chance to actually get one for yourself.
Yeah, so later we will be asking some questions, like always, and we're going to pick a few winners. So, yeah, it's very cool. So, coming back to the WOT Classic, did you ever try? I mean, when did you start playing the game? A long time ago, like 3 years ago.
Yeah, I started playing around 3 years ago, slightly more. So actually, this 2011 mod, this version 0.7.0, I've never played it, but I've heard so much about it. So for me, it's not that much about the good old days and getting into this nostalgia, but it's about getting to know actually what it is all about and what is the fuzz all about.
I mean, for me, it's the same. It will be very interesting playing with no six ends, only 3 nations. I mean,
This it was before the physics, so that was completely different before the physics change. Yes, I'm hearing that we have our question. It's the license I was mentioning before. Ekina, do you want to ask this question?
actually, I think that because it's the first time that you are here with me, you should ask the
Oh,
question.
here we go. So
Yeah.
teasing the new guy, asking the questions, the hard questions, of course. All right, guys. So as I said before, I will ask the question. Answer in the chat, and we will pick one winner. And the question is, I hope you have been following, because the question is, what vehicle has been most used so far in the competition? Go to the chat, put your answer, and we will pick a winner from there. So, all right.
Yeah.
If we have some time, we can go back to
I guess that we have a little bit of time to continue talking here before we go back to the casters. Yeah.
So maybe we can go on with what classic. I didn't mean to interrupt, of course. You know how it is. So what about you guys at home? How long have you been playing? Did you play this old version? And I want to ask you, like, if you played in 2011 or back in the days, and you tried it again this weekend, like, was it up to your expectations? Was it the same as you remembered? I would like to know.
Yeah, probably. I am pretty sure that a lot of people that is watching us right now has been playing since the Vita, most likely. I mean, I think I was reading the feedback, and a lot of people is very happy about this mode.
Yes, a lot of people are very happy, but also, there is always this thing that you remember. Your memories might not be correct to reality, and it might be also a reminder of how long and how far the game has come since then. And I see, for example, these days I know artillery is quite a heavy topic. A lot of people are not happy with the current state, and by the way, we are actually working on improving it. But as I remember, a couple of years ago, it was completely different. Before this stun mechanic, you would get one-shotted just like that by one arty shot. So, maybe that's the sort of thing we tend to forget. So that's also a way to compare and see how far we've come to this point.
Yeah, especially when it comes to graphics. I think that's one of the things that will be the most shocking, just how different it looks.
Definitely.
But yeah, I think that we are ready to come back to the casters and continue with the Tier 1 competition. So see you later.
Enjoy.
Saved by the bell. I guess the farming corner is done with, well, I can tell you quite actually a lot how the game used to be, because I played it from the very start. Man, if you can imagine a hard mode compared to today, that's how it looked.
Yeah, I never managed to play the game back then. I think I only really started playing a decent amount in 2014. I started to play in 2013, but that doesn't compare to 2011. I still remember how it used to be back then, but not obviously to the extent that
There was nothing competitive in 2011, to be honest. It started a bit later. It was just fresh game. I never played the alpha or beta, but I started playing, like, I think about few weeks after it went out in April of 2011, something like that. And yeah, there were only 3 nations, guys. You had only few tier 10s. Like not every top tier was tier 10. RT was up to tier 8 or 9 max, something like that. I don't know, like the maximum Russian medium was no objects. Like the biggest one was T54, and there was no Sixth Sense. And when you drive a T54, people were driving like they drive in EBR now, man. You go straight to enemy base with it, and you drive circles, and people can't hit you. Like
that was something
actually the tactic.
That was something I didn't even actually know was they didn't have Sixth Sense, because I said I didn't play.
There was nothing. You had the 3 skills, 3 perks.
Yeah, I only
like
figured it out
repair,
recently.
camo, and fire. That's it.
Because I said I didn't play the game back then. Only recently with the classic server obviously being introduced, I didn't actually know that at the start of this game in the first patch that there was no Sixth Sense. I didn't.
You can go and try it, man.
I'll pass on that. That's
no. You should try it. Like you know how spotting in Cloud Wars looks. Like you send a guy, and like, are you spotted? And then you're watching. Is he getting shot to pieces or not?
Exactly. That's the thing. These days it's so. I guess you would take it for granted. It seems to be a fundamental part of the game these days, but. That's why I can't imagine how it
Do you
used to
know
be.
how many old school players in the start of the game actually didn't reskill their crew? When the Sixth Sense went out, I was reading the skills. I was like, seriously? They're giving this? Like this is like a divine power compared to that, because even with those 3 seconds gap, you're spotted. You can judge so many on the map. So first thing I did on everything is like reskill. There were so many people who never did it. You can't even imagine.
Times have changed. Now I can't imagine life without it. As you say, if what we just saw there on Wide Park, and we might even see it again in this upcoming match, is you're trying to clear out the bushes on that 0 line, that K0 position.
You never know if you're spotted or not. Like
exactly.
if they decide not to shoot and they don't break their camo or something, you don't know if you're spotting. So you can like march your entire force forward thinking no one sees you, like in real life. And then just like 20 guys starting.
That's what I mean. It's just a completely different game, and it would be interesting to go on the classic server if any of you did get the opportunity.
Back then, you had no restrictions in those tiers when you play Clan War or whatever. It's not like only tier 10s. So what was used for spotting back then was a dash. If you remember, they introduced it back in the game recently again, like T50-2, the Russian light.
Yeah.
But back then it was as fast as EBR now. So you can compare like original stats like of T54, mouse, i7, things like that. And can you imagine a light going like back then between like 60 and 70, like that dash? And he's like small like this, and he's going like, and it's like suicidal spotting. More or less like EVR. You just go and you try to flush out the enemy and hope for the best. That's how the game went. But whoever wants to have a taste of that, try that server. It could actually prove quite a lot.
That was the other thing I didn't realize is I know that physics has come a long way, but I didn't realize that it had come such a gigantic leap.
It's really big, man. You saw Apple Wow when he got stuck.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
things like that. You remember those times.
Obviously, physics has come a lot over the past few years, and that's what I mean. It's just completely been revamped over almost a decade now.
What most people actually don't realize, I don't think Wargaming actually ever wanted tanks to climb the mountains, because they didn't project them as mountain goats. It was just a bug, because no one actually thought that anyone will, introduce some maps like physics.
Some people made careers off it, learning how to climb.
Yeah, I can imagine a couple of guys we know who are doing it really well, but like Ducky especially. But essentially that was a bug, but it was a legal bug, because it's not like you're exploiting something that's not there.
Yeah, it was just I guess hadn't been thought of.
They didn't think of it, so they were spending numerous patches actually plugging in that hole. But people would find again another way where to climb a different way, so they had to do it all over and over. And now we have like barriers, I think, everywhere where you should climb more or less.
Or kind of rocks. They're like really jagged rocks, so you can't even gain any traction because they're so sharp. But yeah, and anyway, going into these games now, you've got
when they're ready,
Salty Old Man and Balkan Fools.
So Balkan Fools is a bunch of Balkan streamers, and Salty Old Man, we know it's Sirfo. It's basically a survival game for both of those, because both of them lost previous 2 games. And now whoever wins pretty much plays tomorrow.
So Group A is split into 2 basically you've got 2 teams out of the 4 who've got 2 wins each.
Yeah.
And you've got 2 teams that have no wins each, which is the match we'll see now. So this is basically the 3rd place playoff in this group. And
Well,
3rd is very important because, as we said, 4th means you don't play and 3rd means you get to progress.
Yeah, also, but the other match is also quite important because it means who wins that one skips the quarterfinal.
Yeah, exactly. They're both important games now because, as you said,
Like
this
they will
group
just
is,
wait in semifinals,
this
so
group
that's like
is-
one chance less to get knocked off.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you just get a free pass, don't you?
Yep.
Who wouldn't want that?
Yeah. So like both games will pretty much be essential for both of those teams, but of course this one much more because whoever loses here is just gonna be a spectator.
Yep, and they're only going to get, I think, the prize for 4th place is only 75k gold, and I think if they do manage to get 3rd, they'll guarantee
Actually-
themselves at least 100k gold.
Yeah, but that's like only for the guys for tomorrow. Who drops out tomorrow, today, like the 7th and 8th team, they get 75k. So the 4th team from each group, if they drop out today, they get 75 per team. But there you go, White Park. In here we can see Balkan Fools. We even have Vetso there playing, by the way. I just can't see the names. There we go.
Oh yeah, Vetso, yeah.
Yeah, there's Barba Urke, there is Laponak, there is Vetso, Blaud, Mr. Crow, Veljko, and so on. So there is a bunch of guys from Balkan. They're streaming there. And on other side we have Sirfosh and his salty old people. So we're gonna see who will actually prevail here. Balkan Fools are playing super aggressive,
this
going through the
is-
city. Me gusta. I hope it's gonna go well. They're brave and foolish, but it may pay off. We just don't know the disposition of salty old man team. Are they still camping on Will? They are actually now seeing the first spotters from the salty old man, and it's coming to down.
Marky's caught out there again. This aggression, we haven't seen this so far in the tournament. Balkan Fools are
Not
just
on this
pushing
map.
through. Yeah, not on this map. Cliff, we did see it, but not on this map. I think they're just picking off these fights because they know that the enemy aren't going to all be together. But
Oh, this is really nice, man. Look how he fell here. So there's the first spotters from a salty old man falling down. I think salty guys should actually try to close in the distance now because they're long range spotting. Like they lost 3 guys so far, but they did respond in pretty much same fashion. They're playing the corners. Actually, it pays off for them, man. Look
yeah,
at this HP.
salty old men are really actually, they're managing to adapt to this well because
Ow.
they were so spread out. You know, both teams had lost 3 tanks each, but salty old men had lost a lot less HP. I think at 500 less at one point because they're now playing these corners. Every time they manage to, Balkan Fools manage to push onto one person, there's 4 players from salty old men at the back just waiting, and they're managing to make effective trades. And as you can see now, this is a big engagement here because salty old men are pushing out. They realize that they've got a huge advantage, and it looks like they're going to take this round. So they decided to push out from those K-line positions and now moving up into the J-line, and looks like they're going to clear this round up.
Yeah, Balkan Fools really tried it hard, man. They went for full YOLO swag here. But as you can see in Tier 1, even if you manage to get an advantage of 1 or 2 guys that are set up as proxies in a start, it doesn't really matter because if the guys in the back do enough damage, there is no return from it, man. Like the numbers always work against you. So it's only a matter of prerogative. I guess Balkan Fools just want to have fun and everyone else maybe tries to win very hard.
Yeah, it's it. I think at this tier, passive play is probably the more competitive style, but it's good to see the Balkan Fools are pushing because that's
Actually,
what
like
we-
their opening was nice, man.
Yeah, it was, but I think they managed to pick up 2 or 3 guys, but they were only equal trades. I don't think that any point in that game that maybe other than the first initial shot, they were actually kind of ahead, if you don't understand. They managed to make some nice kills, but
kind
they
of
were
should have
traded.
They should have stopped
Yeah,
in
yeah.
one moment and maybe
that's not the tactic.
and maybe keep a couple of guys on the rail. But I think it's like super high physics for them, like compared to the guys who play there. As I said, I think they're just playing for fun here. And Justin, in his medium one, actually managed to do almost 400 damage. That's a first, man. But he was like a punching bag in all of the other games we've seen.
Yeah, I think the highest damage we've seen so far was that 397 from Fosh last game. So this is coming in close, and I wonder if anyone's going to break that 500, which would be quite a feat at this tier.
Well, this is pretty much so far. Like Justin is playing that derpy gun. Maybe he even shot some HE ammo here. It goes like almost like 90 plus in that moment if it pans, which is not really hard on LOL Tractor and T1 Cunningham, to be honest.
Oh, the first, I think that's the first time we've seen that 4 TP, if you can see that on the
It's a
Balkan
Polish
Fools.
one?
Yeah, that's the Polish tier 1.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not too sure how competitive it is, and maybe that's why we've only seen one of them so
It
far.
also has a magazine.
Well, I'm not too sure on the gun characteristics, but yeah, they said we haven't seen it so far, and that was the first time we've seen it. And I think there's probably a reason why. That might be the only time we've seen it so far.
YOLO swag. Maybe he thought like with the Polish blessing he will have a better RNG. Who knows? But salty old men here are on attack side. It's a 1-0 for them on White Park, and Balkan Fools are defending. Will they actually defend, or they're gonna YOLO swag defend? We're gonna see in a minute.
Yeah, that was the question I was thinking of as well. I mean, they're now defending, but they were so aggressive last time, something that we haven't seen so far.
It does look like a copy-paste of the tactics, and gathering on a 1-2 line with a magnificent push of these forces, man. I think they need some trumpets to play when they do this.
But I mean, this could again actually work in Balkan Fool's favor, because the majority of Salty Old Men are going towards that 0 line. Actually, no, it's only about 7. So just under the majority going to that 0 line. And if Balkan Fools do just push through, which it looks like they're going to do under that bridge there, they are going through, I think, and they just, if they can catch out four tanks here, then it would be really good for them. But
Bro,
they don't know what's on the other side.
If you knew how many insane people is in that Balkan team, you would not say it's gonna work, because you know they're just gonna go for it.
See, they've just tunneled through this bridge here, and they're getting destroyed, but they're slowly managing to bring it back. But they've lost 4 or 5 tanks now. I mean, the tanks just falling everywhere. I mean, the 6 tanks from Balkan Fools, and Salty Old Men are managing to maintain that HP advantage, and Balkan Fools are still just on that YOLO train push. They're just trying to pick up whatever they see in front of them. I think Fafas is going to go down here, but now they're all just behind this apartment block in the middle of the map, and they can't really go anywhere from here. And I think Salty Old Men are going to make that rotation and come back and clear this game up.
No, there is a comeback for sure for them, because they are pushing back in, and there is a crossfire actually from Balkan Fools, guys. There is only one LOL tractor behind them that can actually make them a problem and snipe them in the back, because I don't think anyone is watching that.
Lightning's managed to get behind here, and he's in a good position now, and it looks like he's going to actually clear them all up. Well, these are actually really nice trades from Lightning. And yeah, he might even pick up 3 or 4 kills here. He's gonna pick up the 3rd in quick succession. Oh no, he doesn't quite manage to get the kill, but you know, he's coming back for a second opportunity here. And I mean, Balkan Fools maybe need to take their foot off the gas here. They're a bit too aggressive, as you can see, and it's not working out for them. But it's nice to see. Nice to see some aggressive plays here in comparison to the other game earlier on Wide Park, where it was a camp fiesta, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is refreshing for me to watch, because you need teams like this to kind of lighten up the day, man. Also, as I said, there is a bunch of streamers there. They don't want to play boring million years games where everyone waits for 10 minutes. So even, to be honest, if you want to play this kind of game on White Park, I think this is a better way to break a defense than what people used to try in previous games. Because if you play aggressive from first moment and get to shoot off a couple of tanks, you can always stop and rotate away if you have the brains for it, of course. And then you can do wonders on the map. Otherwise, like unless you're really heavily outskilling the enemy team who is camping, there is no way to break it.
Yeah, as you said, this tier is very hard to break a camp when you have no armor at all. You pretty much don't have anything at this tier. You know, 10 or 20 millimeters isn't going to do anything when the enemy have 40 or 50, maybe
it's
even
no armor. It's hard to spot. Then at the end of the day, while you're approaching, you lose so much HP when you're trying to do it slow, that it doesn't pay off. In a late game, you actually lack the HP to finish the game. Even Janusze, who won the previous match 3-1, they lost attack on White Park because they were trying to feel out the enemy.
I think I've figured out the strategy there from Balkan Fools. You can see Vetzo's clan is Davai. I think that might lend to the tactics that were implemented here.
Yeah, we can see a bunch of guys there from Balkan community. On other hand, Sir4. Oh, he changed from MS1 to LOL Tractor.
Nice to see. Nice to see he has multiple tanks.
Yeah, everything for the win, man.
He's managed to perform well in both of them. You know, again, leading his team well. He managed to be top damage on his team by 1 damage. 1. So yeah, I mean, going into Cliff now, and I'm not really sure who. I mean, this is match point already. In this best of 5, this is already match point. But maybe Balkan Fools will just change up their tactics. Maybe they'll play just a different style because it didn't work out for them. Or maybe it was just the map. Who knows?
I think they're gonna YOLO swag in 15 all in, man.
Maybe
some birdie says me that's gonna happen.
Same.
I don't know why.
I think you might be right, and it might be a big one line, one like on the one line, 15-15. See what happens. Because that's where in the last game, that's where
you think like that charge, which I thought might happen before the tournament might have, maybe the middle. I think they're gonna go for the middle, but they're crazy. They might actually go for one line.
I mean, Salty Old Men played on the one line, and I think Balkan Fools will play on the one line as well, just because you get into the battle quicker, and I think they would just want they're bloodthirsty. They just want these engagements. They want these fights to come. And this is very important now because I said if Balkan Fools do lose this final round here, if they're on match point, Salty Old Men, and if Balkan Fools do lose this, then they're out of the tournament already. Because, they'll be 4th place in their group and they'll have to say bye-bye. But let's hope we don't lose them. Let's hope we can get a good game. We'll see if they change up their tactics. But it's 2 MS1s there from the Balkan Fools. It's a very slow tank, so if there is a push here at the start of the game, they're going to be 2 tanks out of the fight. So I don't think we're going to see that one-line engagement with 15 tanks on each side. And yeah, both teams heading towards the middle.
Hey, man, better late than never, I think they're just going to go. There will be some guys before them, some guys will come a little later, like a second wave.
You can definitely see the tactic here from Balkan Fools. 15 tanks, 1 position, go fight.
Man, it's a masterful tactic for this. I've seen it happen on Cliff multiple times, even on grand finals, to be honest. Even Vetso played that here, man, against Chinese. Seriously, there was like huge brawl here, 7-on-7 in grand finals.
True, he's bringing his competitive knowledge here to the Fun Cup, and just to see if it's going to work.
Oh, look at Mr. Croat letting Maric go in front of him. I don't like that attitude, man. When you have a first guy, you're a first guy, and then you let 5 guys bypass just so you don't eat the first shells. Come on, man. Where's the spirit?
So okay. Yeah, you can see the Balkan Fools are a lot slower up here. Those T1s are so quick in comparison to everything else. They're here about 15 seconds into the fight quicker than everybody else.
So they're gathering up at the moment, and will there be a magnificent push, or they're just going to try to play a peekaboo game? I'm hoping for a magnificent push, because if you want to go, you should go with a bang, bro. Barburki is taking a lot of damage from the lower side, but he's getting backed up with the friends. Kromaric died, but Laponak took out Lightning.
Push from both sides here.
He took out 2 guys, man.
There's a push from both sides, and Balkan Fools have pushed over the middle and over the bottom. They're actually going to win this lower engagement, but they're getting absolutely slaughtered here on the upper side. You can just see the Salty Old Men are ready to receive the push, and they've got all these autoloaders on those law tractors, and they've absolutely destroyed them. It looks like Salty Old Men.
Oh, that looked so well in one moment, but the health HP went down like an equalizer. Balkan Fools remain on 339 HP, but Salty Old Men has doubled that. They're playing pretty conservative and waiting for their slowest possible tank in Macpool, medium 1, to come back and maybe fire that one shell.
Yeah, I wonder if that medium 1 is, he was top damage in the last game or the round before, but he's not going to maybe even be able to get any damage
guys,
here.
I'll save you.
The Balkan Fools are actually making good trades here because they've got 2 tanks out. They've actually got an advantage here if they can manage to pick up these 3 tanks in front of them, and then they could do with the slow 2 tanks behind because they've managed to trade.
This is actually going really well for them. They realize that there is a split between Salty Old Men team and them, and they are actually used it and equalize the HP. Now we have Justin. It's a time to shine for Justin in his medium 1 tank, man.
That medium 1, as we said, that was really nice from Balkan Fools. They were, I think, at one point it was 900 HP to 300.
The tactics worked?
It did, yeah. I mean, unconventional, but they have managed to put it back. And, you can see that medium 1. Oh, they did manage to spot each other. I thought the medium's camo would actually let him down there and he got outspotted, but no, they did manage to spot each other. And, now they know where he is. Balkan Fools know where the only remaining tank of Salty Old Man is. And they could even potentially cap here. They have the tank numbers to lock down this medium 1, and they could even force the cap. And this medium 1 is too slow to rotate all that way back to the cap, and he won't be able to do it. So, I mean, let's hope they don't be careless here, Balkan Fools, because they've managed to recover from a dire scenario here.
Well, Justin, in all honesty, with those HE shells, actually can one-shoot all of them. Like, one at a time, of course. So if they allow themselves to come one at a time, they can actually all die. HE shell of his, I think when we checked before, it does is the only tank that can actually shoot that. It's around 90 plus damage. So he can actually take out Miloš too.
So he has
and with the regular shells, he can take out anyone because it's around 70
damage. But he's got to avoid obviously those the tracks. So he's got to try and just hit them in the front. And I mean, you can see there's kind of a they're all just running around this donut here. I don't think they know where each other is, or maybe Justin's figuring this out.
Man.
Not too sure.
I have no idea whatsoever, like, who will actually spot each other, because I don't think this is like one of those situations in the game when worst possible scenario happens. They just missed each other, not knowing, and they're looking for each other, and they have no idea. They just missed each other like in a comic book or something for a couple of seconds.
This could actually work quite well.
This is ridiculous.
Because, they've both bypassed each other, and they don't even... I mean, I don't even know if they know where the enemy are now, but from both sides, I'm not sure if they know.
It does look
what
like
they're doing,
Justin has a feeling that they're probably there. So he's going to try to turn on his binos and maybe shoot them from here, but I'm not sure he can watch there, man. That's too far away.
I think he needs to move towards like J5, K5, and he can overwatch the cap for there. And I think if he manages to push there, and he should really do it now, but obviously we know this information and he doesn't. I think he's quite confused because they've managed to miss each other by a hair, by the slimmest of margins, and it's quite confusing. But he does manage to spot, and this could be really big if he picks up one or even two of these guys.
Spot, and he didn't pen the HE. If it was normal AP, he would actually finish him off. But there is an info coming in, and he missed him.
You can see the shell velocity of this derpy gun on the medium one, and see, this is the issue now, because if they do manage to get in the cap and they set up their binos, the medium obviously doesn't have the camera, because these light tanks are going to outspot him if they manage to set up their binos in the cap.
And he's slow, so they can actually shoot him.
But he has the HP. I don't know, man. This still
he has the HP and
could
some
go
armor.
either way. Yep, he's managed to spot, but he's not managing to make the shots
Armor
count.
not working. Yet.
He's missed
not
3 in a row
connecting,
now. This is...
look at his HP disappearing, and it's a magnificent first win for Balkan Fools today, because they lost 3-0 everything else. But never mind, that one game that mattered, they just won it.
That was a really nice turnaround, though. As you said, like, I was definitely skeptical that that strategy had managed to work, but I mean, I thought I was right, and then they somehow managed to just destroy everyone without taking any damage in return.
The strategy has to be followed up by a proper mentality, and there is a lot of such mentality in 10 team. So it had to work one time at least.
So again, Foch leading his team on damage there, top damage, but Balkan Fools managed to do a bit more, and Justin, as expected. I told you, he only did 10 damage, which is that 10 damage we saw right at the end. So through that whole time, he was just driving around and unable to get into the fight. But he could have even won that game at the end. It was a close game it was a close game overall, and could have gone either way.
Bro, they were double on HP. They were losing double on HP.
I think even triple at one point. I swear I looked and it was 800 to 300, but Balkan Fools somehow managed to turn it to even. I don't understand.
Maybe they stopped clicking. Something happened there.
Yeah,
but that HP just melted down. That completely melted down, and they went like a wave through those guys remaining. And the guys that were splitting off on that 1-2 line, as I said, why did they play so careful against this team? I can understand if they left one guy somewhere in a base to see if they're coming from that side, but that's all you need to do.
2 was too many.
Yeah, you need everyone else there, and why did they even back out so much? I mean, seriously, bro, like, you're playing against guys who they're gonna
I don't think
YOLO swag even the next game.
They didn't. I mean, we can see straight through their strategy already.
They're gonna push us again.
We'll see what happens. I mean, 2-1 now, and I don't know. We could even see this go to a tiebreaker, which would bring us to Serene Coast, which would be the first time we've seen this map today. Which I don't know how that is going to plan out at Tier 1. Serene Coast at Tier 1 would be very different to the Tier 10. That's all I can say. I really don't know.
Push the railroad.
Yeah, could be. And you might not even get spotted until you're almost in the enemy base.
Dude, there is so many rocks there. Of course, like, it just depends on a playstyle, I guess. But here you go, the guys are getting ready. Balkan Fools are on defensive side, but we do know that doesn't matter at all. And Salty Old Men are attacking, and they're wearing a red color now.
Indeed. So you can see again that medium one, as we said.
You can see Justin is not giving up.
Nope.
I'm gonna derp someone, and I'm gonna derp him now.
He's gonna make it work, or at least try. We'll see. But we'll see if we go to... see if we do go to the tiebreaker, which brings us to Serene Coast, or if we manage to see Salty Old Men take this, and it's going to be a big engagement up the top. And it's nice to see the Salty Old Men this time. They're deciding, you know what, that medium one, maybe it wasn't a good idea to put him on the edge of the map. We should put him in the fight. They're making a change, and that's what I like to see.
I don't think he would arrive by the time everyone died. Even he drove all the time.
That would be unfortunate.
You know, like that song from Cyndi Lauper, I drove all night. Yeah, that would be his story. But Balkan Fools, surprisingly, making a split maneuver. Look at that, man. Is it time
Yep.
to get serious?
I don't know. I mean, you say a split though. It is only one tank, and that's what I like to see. You know, not going without but they're going without the info. They're trying to just get some at least, which is a good thing to see. But you've got both of these T1s up here, and I'd like to see that as well from Balkan Fools. But they're not going to manage to even get too many spots out. Only one there on the cross. But you know, you can pretty much guarantee the majority of the tanks are always going to go to the middle.
Well, you can see that Salty Old Man didn't split anymore. Everyone is
Mr.
up
Crow.
there, and Balkan Fools are engaging as last time. Damir should start moving, but there is already an advantage. Bloud took the first blood. Vetso and the guys are flanking from the lower side. It's gonna be Yolo Swag Pig, Deda, Lapunak, Miloš, and so on. So there is a second kill coming in. Will we actually watch the tiebreaker? Did you curse them?
You can just listen to all those auto-loading guns. You can just hear the constant rattling of shells.
You know, when you read the description of the guys and it says like 2 centimeter and so on, man. Small guns. Balkan Fools are actually not leading in HP, but we are used to it. But this time there is a flanking maneuver from Salty Maneuvers. One guy is coming from the back and 2 guys are already late in a fight. It's still not done, but is it all she's saying? No, I would not say. I think Salty Old Men are actually holding this under control because there is only Damir on 100% HP on the other side of the map. The rest of the guys are pretty much in shambles.
And Salto Men have now got the flank with that one light tractor. He's gone around, and I think this is going to be the final straw for Balkan Fools because they're now flanked and now just caught in the middle of the map. They're on one shots. They don't have the HP to fight this out. But, you know, I said that last round and they managed to turn it around. But I think this is going to be just one step too far for them because, yeah, you got Fafas going around. He's picked up 2 kills there. Maybe he can get a third if he manages. Oh, he's already reloaded.
Never gonna give up. Come on, you need to hold that hill, man. It's like King of the Hill kind of game. But there is so many of guys shooting. Look at the tin cans damage doing there, man. There is still never alive. He managed to take out the flanker, but Salty Old Men are putting their final chips into the game. The medium is finally progressing toward the fight.
I think the medium is just watching Never. He's just trading his eye on Never, but I just saw the shell fly past his. He's not got the shell velocity to punish someone when they peek, but I mean, Salty Old Men still have to attack here. Balkan Fools, they have like no HP, almost 24, but that's enough, and they can still maybe do this because, I mean, you've got 1 light tractor and 1 medium, but the medium is going to struggle to do much damage in this thing, and it could maybe be a free kill, but oh, he's missed 2 shots in a row, but he did manage to get the kill, and I think that could be it, and Salty Old Men now have a good advantage.
That's an inexperience playing a tier 1 I can see in Young Blood. He should have reloaded already and not kept them shells one by one, because when you fight in situation like this, you need to have entire clip. But never mind, Neva is still holding his hill, but that was the past tense. Damir is on last guy surviving on 6 HP. All the hopes of Balkan Fools rely on him, and I would say they were like foolish hopes in this moment.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to claw this to victory, but that was actually nice from Balkan Fools at the end, but unfortunately it's just not enough. It looks like they are going to lose it because it's a 6 versus 1 here. This is better than a Kolobanov. You know, he's going for that 6 versus 1. I don't think he's going to get it, especially here. They're going to swarm around him here. Just give it 30 seconds and they'll be swarmed around here, and he's not going to be able to do anything.
Come on, boys. Play fair, 1 by 1, and Justin last.
Yeah, I don't think
he can even kill Justin.
Oh, yep, the medium is finally getting into the battle, but I don't think he's going to do any damage. He walks into
lightning ambushed Damir and gave him a thunderous shot there. Oh well, that's all she said for Balkan Fools. They lost 1-3 this game, but they won that one, so they're not knocked out of the tournament without winning this at least one game. And what a game it was! A marvelous one to watch.
Yeah, probably was the best individual round and comeback so far. Definitely so far that we've seen, and maybe in the entire tournament.
It was actually the most entertaining one for sure.
Yeah, they put up a good fight, but they will be knocked out now.
Well, they can always spectate and have some fun doing that. Well, Vezzo and the guys and Barbaurke experienced low tier stat pattern, but I think his forte is more like KV2 and so on. Well, that's pretty much it for these guys. Tomorrow we will not watch Balkan Fools anymore, unfortunately, but Sirfosh is safe and he will be passing with his team as a third team. The next match we will watch will be between the first two placed teams, and that will decide who will
Group A.
who will have to play and who will pass first rounds for free. But our social media farm is ready, so let's hear what they have to say to us.
As Mojam call us. So yeah, so we are still here having fun with some chicks and stuff,
Is
right?
it animals? Because it's a farm, apparently. Well,
I guess.
well, I did say that.
I guess.
I did say it.
Yes. So Salty Old Man, the lucky team who is going to make it next.
Finally, Fortress team, so they qualified. Good for them. I thought it was a nice battle. I particularly liked this one. Like ended up in 3-1. It was an unexpected comeback, and it was their only loss. It was a pretty fun one, but overall they definitely earned their spot in there.
Yes. So I think this is the first time that we are actually running such a tier 1 competition. What do you guys think? Do you like this sort of tournament? Do you like watching tier 1 compete? Like, it's completely different to what we are used to, right?
Definitely. So it's not like the usual competitive format. I think we can say it's more of a fun tournament. So yeah, well, definitely we took a lot of time to put it together, and yeah, we would really like to know if that's your sort of thing, if you like to keep it serious, or if you like when we are all having fun together like this.
Yes, and the difference with this is also that we don't really know who is going to win. Like normally when you have these competitions that we have, Soldiers of Fortune, of Clan Scuffle, whatever it is, we kind of know who is going to win, or we have our predictions. You know, there are more stronger teams than others.
Yeah.
But with this one, it's like, I don't have idea like who could make it to the end.
It's not like it's rigged or anything, but I think what we mean is there is no clear favorite in this one, and like usually you can see like, wow, this team is very dominant and they really have an advantage, and probably they are very likely to win.
Exactly, but come on, we are used to so Fame again and
Right, Fame again
and Fame again, and but with this one,
so
no idea.
Should I assume that you are rooting for? Who are you rooting for? Do you have any idea?
So the last time I was actually rooting for Trust, and it didn't work out. So it's not like I am always going, for Fame. It's not like that. So.
Well, good for you. So is this tier 1 things, guys? Which ones do you like? So we have this contest running for the stream. We'll put a link in the chat, all chats, it doesn't matter. And in here you can vote on your favorite tier 1. So
Actually, Raspberry, what is your favorite tier 1 tank?
Obviously, it's going to be Renault FT.
Come on.
So we haven't seen any today, but I'm rooting for the team that will pull out the full Renault FT lineup and win the game.
I'm sorry, French.
So, of course, it's a superior machine. All right. Answer this question. If the Renault FT is not the best vehicle, why is it in the French, Japanese, and Chinese tech tree? That's right, 3 tech trees.
I don't know, maybe because it was cheaper than others?
Because it's the best. You know it. Everyone knows.
Okay. Well, but come on, you saw that most of the players are using the Light Tractor, right? So I think it means something.
It's just this tier 1 meta. I think maybe they didn't figure it out yet, but they will get there. I believe. I trust.
Okay. Let's see if we see a French tank in any of these battles. We should maybe make a bet and see if there is going to be one, because I don't think so.
if there will be one, I will go on on the caster's desk and show up on the camera. So
Okay,
I'm
okay.
counting on the teams.
That's a bit okay.
So, but what about you guys? You can vote. Go to the link in the chat and sign up. So a little bit about this. You can win rewards. What are the rewards again?
So everybody who signs up to this campaign is going to get a credit booster package or personal reserve, like you guys like to call them. Apart from that, we are going to pick 4 random winners that are going to get an L60 plus lot. And also we are going to pick a winner who is going to get a Dreamwear bundle from our Wargaming store. And now that I mentioned that, I think that we can maybe show what's that actually. What are the items that you will find in that bundle?
If you don't mind, can I take just 1 second to specify about this this where you have to sign up? Just
Of course.
to be clear with everyone. It's so in there you have to put your nickname so that we can give you the rewards, and the rewards you will not get them immediately because we cannot give them to you because we are here. So when we have time later this week, we will make sure it gets added to your account. So just so you know, it's not going to be right now, but you will get them. I promise, definitely you will get them on your account. Now, you also have to put your physical address, and that's for one good reason, is you might also win this stuff, this drinkware bundle that you mentioned. So if we have to send it to you, then we need to know your address. So it's not for using for anything else, it's just for that. And then after the stream, we send the stuff, we won't keep it. We will just delete the addresses, just so you know.
So one additional thing that I would like to mention is that this is only for EU. And also we are going to announce the winners of this campaign at the end of the stream today. So everybody's asking about it, so now you know that we are going to announce the winners later. So now I guess that we can show the items that this bundle has.
Finally, drinkware bundle.
Yeah.
What is this all about?
So let's see. So we have this glass time, very
like
nice.
like a bock, like a
For
pint.
apple juice, I guess.
I mean, you can put anything. Yes, you don't have to put any alcoholic drink.
A flask also for apple juice, I suppose.
Of course, to keep it fresh, you can carry it everywhere. So that's very good. Is there something in there? Is this
Actually, no. But I
too
can.
bad.
I am so busy right now. I cannot open it.
I wish there was something in there right now, but I guess we'll take care of that later.
So also you are going to get this very nice mug for coffee or tea.
Is it one of these magic mugs that changes color
No.
when you fill it?
No. Maybe we should talk about it with our visit team,
Yes,
right?
That would be nice actually. Maybe.
And this is a coaster set. So if you have a hot glass or mug or anything else, you can put it on top of this.
So it's like you have the book, then you can put it on the coaster. The whole set goes together.
Very nice clarification, very nice. So, so the value of this bundle is around 60 euros. So that's going to be a lucky winner.
So yeah, pretty nice value. Especially if you drink a lot of juices or whatever it is that you drink, then you will definitely get the best value out of this bundle.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So yeah. So I guess that we can talk about the competition still because there is time to cover.
This
Oh, but I forgot actually because I was chatting a little bit with the people in the Twitch chat and there were some requests that I would like to point out. So I would like to wish a Merry Christmas in advance to Patria because he wanted me to do that. So Merry Christmas, Patria.
Merry Christmas.
So yeah, a little bit too early, but I mean,
Yeah, but
why
I mean,
no? Why no?
it's if he wants to have a Merry Christmas, who are we to deny it?
Yeah.
And it was from you specifically.
Well, you can also say Merry Christmas.
Nah,
come
he
on.
doesn't care. He doesn't want to.
No. Okay, so one of you guys asked if we are going to have ranked games anytime soon, and we may have, we may not, maybe.
Yeah. Ah,
Oh,
just something in there.
yeah. I was informed that I actually have to wish happy birthday to Dakilsor. So happy birthday.
Daki, happy birthday. We're looking forward to having you back in here.
I guess, yeah.
You mentioned this question from the chat about ranked battles. So yeah, as you said, it will make a comeback at some point, but soon. I guess it depends on what you consider soon. But yeah, it's coming back at some point.
It's happening. It's happening. And a lot of things are happening, but we cannot just talk about it yet. I guess so. Yeah. So yeah, if you want to ask anything, well, maybe not anything, but if you want to,
Well, you can ask, but you might
Yeah.
not get an answer. So
exactly. So feel free to do it in the chat. We are reading the chat. We are answering the questions as much as we can, and yeah, we're just happy to be there and interact with you. So
exactly. So what's going on is while the games are happening and the teams are playing, we are reading the chat. We are watching, of course. So if there is anything you want to ask us, when we come back in here, while the teams are getting ready to play again, then we can go over what it is that you wanted to talk about, whatever question it is that you asked. That's kind of what we're here for.
that's right. So yeah, one of the events that is actually coming in April is Twitchcon, and it's the first time that such an event is going to happen in Europe. It's going to be in Berlin, and we're going to be there. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We had invited a lot of our contributors. We have German contributors, we have English-speaking contributors, and we are going to be streaming from there.
Also, I
Yes.
believe, Ekitna, you are going to be there
Yeah.
personally.
I will be there. Phelan is going to be there. Mr. Kubrick is going to be there as well. So yeah, we will be.
That's a dream team, of course.
Yeah. Also, Phil X is going to be there. He's very excited about it. He's German, of course he is.
So Phil, actually, when you're watching the games, it's behind Mojo and Annihilator. You can see him with his little bee things, this yellow stuff. It's not like a yellow Shrike thing going on. I think he's supposed to be a bee. That's what he said. So if you pay attention, you will. He's making sign that I'm absolutely correct. So pay attention, and he will be there. And if you want to meet this busy bee, well, he's gonna be at TwitchCon.
Yeah, so we're going to be there, and because we know that not everybody can make it and not everybody will be able to visit us there, so we have prepared a very special in-game activity, and we cannot talk much about it because we haven't officially announced it, but it's going to be very soon. What I can tell you is that it's going to be from April 6th to April 13th, and it's going to be very nice. You will be able to get some rewards, and then on top of that, we are going to have all these special streams during the weekend of TwitchCon.
I mean, of course, it's TwitchCon. We have to stream, so obviously we will be streaming. And actually, we've been working on it already for a while, and it's looking like it's going to be pretty fun. I think it might be one of the best streams we have produced. Me personally, I'm really looking forward to seeing it. I mean, this one obviously is amazing. I know what you're thinking, but TwitchCon might be really exceptional, spectacular.
And we're going to be streaming only on Twitch.
Obviously.
So normally we're streaming in all our social media channels, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, but this time it's going to be a very special occasion. So yeah.
Of course, it's TwitchCon. So guys, if you are watching from YouTube or Facebook, get ready. I know it's a new platform, it's difficult, but I'm sure you will get ready for this. I think we have special guest who wants to come here. Come over here. Say hi.
Felix.
This is one of our busy bees, of course, from the stream. And if you're German, you might have seen him already on the forums, on our social media, answering. That's Felix, our German community manager, saying hi. And right now, I believe he's working the camera during the plays, so you might not see him in the chat, but you can poke him anytime during the week. If you want his hat, if you want to know where he bought it, well, you can ask him directly.
Yes. Well, and talking about TwitchCon, yesterday actually we announced that we have a new care package from Twitch Prime called Charlie, and it has actually a unique decal and also free 14 days and much more. So if you want such a package, just make sure to get it because it's going to be available until April 30.
And basically it's available with Amazon Prime. You get Twitch Prime and then you get access to the package with, of course, together with all the advantages from the Twitch Prime and Amazon Prime. If you want to have more information on how you can collect your rewards in World of Tanks, we actually have a video about this on our YouTube channel, so feel free to check it out. It's 2-3 minutes, and then you will figure it out from there.
Yeah, so a lot of things coming.
Absolutely. Yeah. So maybe it's time to announce a winner from our previous questions. If you were there before the previous match, we left you with a question. So the question was, what tank had been used more so far in this first game that we saw in the tournament? So Ekidna, who won this?
So the winner of the Lance and Sea is Yoshi Aljoli from Twitch.
So
yeah.
Joshi, congrats. Enjoy your Lance and Sea. And actually, while we are talking about Lance and Sea, it reminds me of this videos that we released about it. Yes, I don't know if you've seen it, but if you haven't, I recommend it. It's like this very cool storytelling video that it's kind of a guide giving some tips and tricks on how to play it and how to best perform with it. But there is also like some very nice story about the special camo that it has that really gets into it, and it's personally one of my favorite videos that we have been releasing in a very long time. So even if you're not interested in picking up this tank, I would really watch it. It's a fun watch. So it's a very nice watch.
Yeah. So yeah, and talking about videos. So right now we are working in a lot of different series. We are trying to produce different series for you guys. One of the series that we released this week was the monthly rundown, and Ikabu is the host of this series, and I think that he's doing a great job, and I am very happy that you guys already provide the feedback, or at least some feedback, and it is very positive, and you really like Ikabu there explaining you and telling you about what's coming for the upcoming month. And yeah, so we are planning on releasing this series every month, of course, the title.
And it's monthly rundown.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that you guys know what is going to happen, which specials from the EU server side are going to be available for you. Unfortunately, we cannot talk about every special that we are going to have during that particular month, because otherwise the video is going to be super long. So we have to really make it short and try to talk about all what is very, very interesting. And we also cannot give a lot of details, like, for example, all the rewards that you are going to get, but we are trying to make it in a way that is going to be entertaining and helpful for you. So if you have more feedback, make sure to provide it under the video in YouTube. It's very nice.
And by the way, if you watch this monthly rundown video, so it's Ikibu starring in it, but I can tell you that Echidna here has put a tremendous amount of work in it. And actually, if you have some feedback about it, feel free to leave it in the comment on YouTube, and she will read it and maybe implement them.
Maybe. So if you have ideas, suggestions that we can use to improve the monthly rundown or any of our videos, feel free to comment in the comment section under the video, and we will read those comments and try to make it happen. And I know that this guy here is also working on a very special series. Top secret, I guess, and hopefully it's going to be released very soon. I know that you are going to like it.
It will, I hope so.
Yeah, so I guess that we are ready to ask the next question so that another lucky winner can get the Lancen C. So, Rasperat?
Yeah. All right, guys. So the next question before we go back to the casters is going to be, what tank was the slowest one in Foch's team? So that was the Salty Old Man. So what tank was the slowest there? As for before, put your answer in the chat and we will pick a winner from there. All right, guys, going back to the casters.
Yeah,
and
see you later.
See you later.
Welcome back, guys. If you can't guess that one, then you were really not paying attention what was going on. That's
Then I
like
don't
an
think-
easiest answer.
I don't
you
think
can
you were
imagine.
watching. I think 3 of those games he was out of the battle the entire time. So pretty much because of his speed.
But one, he was a top damage dealer. Haha.
yeah, but you know.
So when you
average.
divide with 4 games play, it's a
Yeah.
pretty decent average, you know?
yeah, debatable.
A bit there. But we are back and we are going to watch a final match of the Group A. It's going to be between the top leading contenders. It's a Ducky's team, right?
Yeah, Janus.
Ducky Special Forces or Derp Special Forces. I don't know. Did they agree still? Which one is it?
Or Daki and Derp Special Forces.
Oh,
potentially.
double D Special Forces.
Yeah,
there
exactly.
we go. And then we have Janusze team that was led by New Multishow, the Polish superstar team. So we're gonna watch that matchup. And while we are talking, unfortunately, we cannot transmit all the matches. We have Fat and Thinner team playing at the moment against Ginger Power team, which is Fat and Thinner is Papa Pavians and Camille's team, and Ginger Power is Marty Vole. I would really like to watch that, but unfortunately we can't at the moment.
I think we'll get around to those teams later, though.
Yeah, some of their matches will be shown. Like you guys effectively can only see half of the matches because there is just too many of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You've got, 8 teams, you said, and they're all facing off today, so you can't get around to every single game.
Yeah,
But we're
because
showing you the
it's
best
two
of what we
groups.
can.
It's 2 groups, so 4 in a group, and everyone plays against everyone today. So it's quite a bit. What is important about this match today, as we said, this last match, who wins it will skip the first round.
Yeah. So this is fighting for the first and second place.
Yeah, they will go
in Group
straight
A.
to semifinals. So who wins this goes straight to semifinals, and from that position he will watch the struggle between the other guys and who will come to them and play. The team that loses now, he's not out of the competition, of course. He will be ranked second in a group, and they will play against whoever turns out to be a third team in Group B. So that's what they're playing for at the moment, and after that is done, then we will watch 3 matches from the B group.
Yeah, and
that
as we
will be
saw, the
scheduled.
third place is Foch's team. As we just saw, they managed to win that last game. So Foch's team are now third in this group.
Yeah,
So we're basically just deciding first and second, as we said.
They had all their 3 games done. It was a super fun match to watch, mainly because of the Balkan Fools and their performance. They stood up to their name and they pretty much did Yola Sveg every day. Hey.
I mean, it wouldn't be disrespectful to say they played foolishly, but they did play sometimes recklessly.
It was like entertaining.
And
They went to their role, man. They're like a bunch of streamers and so on, and they just wanted to have fun. And this tournament is supposed to be fun.
So
at least in some
you can
moments.
see in Daki's Special Forces or Derp Special Forces, whoever. I guess we'll go to Daki for this one. You can see there are a lot of names you might know from his stream, from Meme, some of the Fame guys in here as well.
Yeah, there's a bunch of guys from Daki's surrounding area, I believe. And on other side, we can see Janusze, Polish team. We already said from Throw, Nomi, and so on and so on, 3XR and other strong Polish clans. At the moment, we have breaking the walls already. New tactics coming in by Drup Carrot, no less. Will here be a passive proxy spotter set up
Yeah,
by
this is
his
actually
team here.
a nice position from Derp, but I don't know if he can continue to keep firing because Piotr's already on the ridgeline here. But yeah, this is a good bush from Derp. You can even hide a big attack. You could probably fit 2 or 3 tier 1 tanks in that bush. That's how small these tanks are at the moment.
Entertaining fact is, if someone is actually watching how the wall was broken, they might actually guess quite easily where he is. I don't know how smart was this. They actually, I think, should have just sent maybe a tier 1 tank and just drive and kill all the walls. This is what we used to do before. You just send one guy, he kills everything, and you leave spotters behind. It's not like someone can kill him anyways while he's doing it.
I don't know. I don't think, because teams don't play this map too much, as we said, it's wide park. I think it's limited to even tier 6 maybe. Yeah, I think it's tier 6 limited. So I don't think they'll be able to know that exact wall. They're not that clued up on this map yet, because probably most of them haven't played it in a while, because most of these players, obviously, they're playing
there's a bunch of GX guys playing with Ducky now. I can see it, like Magma and Raich and Consume is now in Fame, right? He was previously in GX. Nevertard is there. There's like a bunch of guys, I actually reckon. And Meme Squad, of course.
Yeah, the Meme Squad coming out in full force here. But, they're playing it. I do like the adaptation. I mean, obviously, they are playing a passive style here along the K-line, but that adaptation of Derp in the middle, it should give them quite a decent amount of info. And I do like the way that they've set up, I guess. But you can see that no one wants to fight for this K0 area in the terms of actually going up to it. They kind of want to get control of it, but no one's actually going to fight here. I mean, I think it would be cool one time if you're going to camp anyway, you could maybe, as we were saying last game, you could maybe just surprise the enemy team, because you can't spot the other side of this hill. You could maybe stick a lot of guys where Ghosts were and just push over if you knew that there were a lot of guys there.
Well, as you go higher on tiers on this map, to be honest, the gameplay changes, and K0 position would be viable in some tier 4 to tier 6 tanks and so on, for some sniping and so on. But in this kind of tier, not really, because it's too easily shot off by blind shooting from distance. It's too easily cut off, so they're not using. You can see they're just like spreading out a couple of tier 1 tanks on corners, like Derp in that middle that we saw, Ghost here on this corner, and Nevertard in his lemming tractor, in a LOL tractor on G1, so he can watch below the bridge and that area on the street. So they have like those 3 guys that are doing the forest spotting. Everyone else is just like camping behind and waiting for some targets. This is the target, 3-2-1, shoot and stuff like that. Tiger lost the commander by first shell he was shot at. Like, first they're gonna work on this proxy, then they're gonna charge the building slowly and try to close in. Janoshe now should have some experience, maybe after fighting against Irfosh on a previous round, how to try to decamp this, but it's not gonna be free. It's not gonna be free.
No, and your warrior is pushing in. As you said, people are just trying to take control of these buildings, because that's obviously the only cover that you have here. You don't have any armor to rely on, so these buildings have extra importance at this tier. And
they found Reich.
Reich managed to fall down. Multi-show, I'm not sure.
Reich.
Yep. I'm not sure where he managed to fall down to. I'm not sure who killed him, because Multi-show shot him from across the map, I think. So
I have no bloody idea whatsoever where he died, to be honest. He's not any of the spotters. That's why I was surprised.
Yeah,
like, he's
exactly.
on MS1, man. Like, how did you get spotted? My best guess is that he's somewhere on that K line, and that he was shot from the hill, maybe. That one of the guys from the hill spotted him, and maybe he was in some bad position, and they just shot it on. Because it makes no sense whatsoever where else he could die, actually.
I think that is what... Yeah, I can't see his tank wreck. I think that's probably what did happen. I mean,
he was probably trying to cover Ghost.
Yeah.
We will see.
There's a lot of those trees knocked down up on that K0, and there are, again, that LOL tractor has 10 degrees of gun oppression, I think, so it's quite nice to use on those ridge lines. I think it doesn't have the most gun oppression of this tier, but it's nice to use up there.
To be honest,
and they have 15 of them.
Using expression like a gun with depression in tier 1.
But I mean, when the game is being played so slowly, and I guess somewhat tactically, then it does matter, because they're just able to, at that range, not even going to be able to shoot back at them if they have 10 degrees of gun oppression. You're going to see like these not even their turret. You're going to see the tiny tops of their like command hatches and things like that.
Actually, even with that depression here, for them to shoot, they have to go all the way out, so they see them quite clearly. You remember how Piotr tried to peek in that one game? That's what pretty much happens to anyone who peeks here. It's not like you have a T-32 or something like that.
Yeah, Ghost has been surrounded here. He tried to back up, but then he just backed up into more fire. But Mumek knows he can't go around the corner here, so I think it's up to Tiger and maybe not Tsigan, but yeah, Tiger really needs to just try and push up to the next building, and I think he can, but they don't know that yet.
And they're doing the slow approach, as I told you. Remember, Tsigan is now approaching these buildings, proxying and doing the spots for the rest of the snipers from the Janushe. This is actually important part. Like I have a feeling that everyone here is actually playing this match seriously. I have that vibe coming off, man.
Yeah, I thought originally, as you said, it was a fun cup. I thought it wouldn't be so serious, but you know, these guys want to get their hands on this gold, and they are slowly tactically playing this out. And I think, as you said, they know they can push in here now, and they've just got to group up here and make a coordinated push from Janusha. They actually have some HP advantage as well, because they bring these 15 LOL tractors, and they have, you know, each of them has 30 HP more. So overall, effectively, that's another tank of HP as well. So that's
Consume
nice.
is down now. So we have both Raich and Consume down in there. The Amazon Ghost is taken on away, and they didn't pay the price for it. They lost some HP on Mlody, but that's pretty much nothing. Look at the HP going down again. This Natsu actually, he took out Yolo Warrior, but they already are paying the price back. Drip Mekero teams is losing by 300 HP and going more.
But they're stuck behind this building. This is what we saw in the last game as well, and maybe even the game before, but we're watching on White Pack. A team manages to push up to where Janusha have, but then they can't do anything here because of the way this lane is figured out. The Derb's special forces can just sit in hold downs, but they're actually still losing on the HP, and I think they could have brought this back, but doesn't look to be that way.
Oh, nice connection coming in there. Yeah, but what I said like before, you need to in one moment just stop and start farming the damage from different angles, and they're doing it well. Like Janushe are leading now for 400 HP. These nuts are actually how would I even call this name, man? Like to pronounce it normally.
These nuts. Wait, what?
These nuts.
I think that's the meme.
I believe it is. I think I was already trolled on one cast because of him, so I don't mind if it's done again. Pretty much he's the corner spotter for his team at the moment. There is like 400 HP still advantage for Janushe team. And now Derp Mekerot and the guys retrieved some of that by killing 2 guys, and there is aggressive push coming on these. Oh man, he's tanking so much.
That was
He
actually
paid
a nice
off.
trade, yeah. It was a 1-for-1 trade, and maybe they can make it 2-for-1. There's 2 one-shots here. They managed to pick up another one, and Derp Special Forces might be able to bring this back, I think.
Yeah, they're gonna take out Ducky behind this corner now, and we are actually witnessing that on this map. If you stretch out your forces too much, if you remember on every game, whenever the teams stretched out so much, they actually pay the price. Janusz showed us a pretty good camping tactic in that one game, but we will see will they be able to repeat again. But never mind, this is still not over. This HP is nothing. We saw on that Cliff game already, even if you have a double HP, this is still a tier 1 tournament, and things can happen that you can never predict.
But this is, I mean, multi-show as well, coming in on full HP is going to be a big issue. But also you've got that LOL tractor up on KZ, who's now moved off. And yeah, you can see that Janusz are just slowly just like tightening the grip around everywhere on Dirp Special Forces here. Multi-show is pushing in. I think he's going to find Dirp behind this building on his left. Yeah, he knows he's there now. And he missed the first shot, but oh yeah, he didn't even have time to load the second shot. That's so quickly. They knew he was waiting there. They just had to get that spot up. And multi-show now is, again, he's just going to go around and he's full HP, so it's going to be difficult for Dirt Special Forces to win this, I think.
60 seconds and counting down. Like Janusz team likes to play it late game on this, but there is also a cap pressure coming in. 3 guys are in there, 20 seconds to go on, but there is only 2 guys from Derp's Special Forces team, Double D's special team, who can survive. Now Alio Ninja is the last victim to fall, and we actually have a first team we saw today to take attacking round on White Park for Janusz team. Janusz team 1 and D's team, whoever 0. So I mean, they should really decide what's the team name finally.
Well, yeah.
I saw pink hat. Should be Ducky's.
Should be Ducky's team.
Like that's his meme from Sofia onward, I believe. And wow, White Park actually broken.
Yeah,
against a decent team.
But well, a meme team, quite literally a meme team.
Hey.
But Oh wow, 589. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. That Piotr on, I think on K0,
589,
That's
5 kills.
almost 5 times
That's
as
a
HP
proper.
pool.
That's a proper stat pattern in tier 1.
Yeah.
As I told you about.
But yeah, he was. I mentioned it at the end. He was, I think, up at K0 and still shooting down on people like Sansan and QSR who were on the K line. So he was just on the red line at. I think most of it was done above 300 meters, just on the red line and just managing to pump out his damage. So. Yeah, that's the most damage we've seen in this tournament as well, 589.
Yeah, man. I'm going to say again, 589 in tier 1. That's like 4 entire tanks. If you would go to the tier 10 measurements, he did around the 10,000 damage.
Yeah.
Pretty much. It's a bit easier to get to that here, though.
Yeah, definitely a lot easier, but still, no mean feat. You know, he did, it was the most damage you said.
Hey, carry hard, man.
That was the first guy to break 500, and he did it by almost 100 damage. So
It's
nice.
by a large margin. Nice to see actually. So aggressive approach coming in from these guys, doing some spotting and then deciding how is Lucky's team camping and taking them out one by one. Significant push, exploiting every weak spot they had because they were stretched out. I was really surprised actually how those MS1 light tanks died first.
Sure how that happened, but
Because they're in sniping position and they're in a far back. I think they kind of underestimated how can they get shot because of probably vast inexperience in playing tier 1s, you know.
yeah, and once you lose that K0 position, it becomes a bit difficult for the defender because it's just if you have that high ground and you have those bushes and those trees, especially at this tier, because you can just, as you said, knock down a tree and it provides you with almost full camera range because, you know, you're a light tank anyway. So once they lost that position, I think they were a bit surprised. I don't think they realized that they lost it so quickly. And what it cost them, definitely. They lost one tank, and I think at the end of it, as you saw, Piotr at 40k did 600 damage, so a lot.
I don't know, like, did they even have to defend it like that? I mean, there is wide versions how to do it or not, but we will see on the next game when Janosze come as their defenders. So we're gonna see, maybe they will change something. I believe like more focused defense is needed, but you also need to be able to snipe, of course. So there is always a balance.
It was good though to see, as we saw at the start, derp in those bushes. There's nice adaptation on that map. We haven't seen that yet, and I thought that was a good bush because it gives you a lot of spotting around the mid ridge. So yeah, it was nice to see, but it was the rest of the team kind of fell apart around him, and he was just stuck in this bush in the middle of that, like, guys, where did you go? Like, looking around.
Yeah, it's like more a kind of a focus fight. Like this is what Janosze team did well. They sent, like, as I told you, like majority of teams on a hill, but they didn't send everyone there. They kept a couple of guys offhand. So you always create different angles because when something gets spotted, maybe you can shoot it from different position because rotations here, it's not like you, like in Clan War or in big tournament, you see, there is a majority of enemy forces here. Maybe I'll send a light like a bachat and something to rotate from other side. It doesn't happen here, man, because one tank
rotating
alone,
isn't that easy.
Yeah, one tank alone can kill 2 tanks that are trying to rotate. Like here that can happen because he can see them. As example, earlier he can just start shooting, knock out one, knock out other. Like, things can happen here that you can never imagine on other tiers. So rotations are pretty much a no-no unless you have like your 7th sense going on and you think like, they have nothing here, I'm just gonna go and see what's going on and get behind their back, which is also
we have seen.
We've seen it more than once.
If one person just believes in himself and pushes, and there's no one there.
There are prizes there. There are prizes waiting there beyond. That's for sure.
You just got to travel through the unknown to get to those prizes, which
we are waiting. You know how much it takes time to these professional teams to get ready. You know, between the rounds, it's all kind of tactics and waiting around going on, especially in this kind of engagement. I actually really had a feeling that both of these teams were taking this slightly more serious than the other guys in other matches.
Well, yeah, but again, this is for the number 1 position, so I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they are taking it more seriously because, as you said, they get to bypass that quarterfinals, which is a potential for a slip up, and then they would be knocked out of the tournament. So yeah, maybe they are, refining what they need to do just to try and win this. Because I mean, I think Derb Special Forces or Daki Special Forces only lost. I don't think they've lost one run round yet. Sorry. And
I think they won 3-0.
Yeah, 3-0 in their first 2 games, and Janusha only lost 1 round. That was in their last game. So, I mean, yeah, I said we might actually see this could be a very close game. It could even go all the way to the tiebreaker because both these teams looked evenly matched coming in statistically off like their past record in this tournament. And I mean, we'll have to see now though. That was really nice winning that attacking round, and we'll have to see if Janusha can defend this, or if Derp Special Forces can push through and win this.
Well, here we go now. This is a very important round because actually if Janusha team pick up a defense here, they will go clean away with the entire map and go to the cliff, where it shouldn't be that hard to take one round, you know, for the win. So as I said, like really important round because they're having preferential defensive side, which is really hard to break. We saw they managed to do it in last 60 seconds, but will Derp's Special Forces actually do it? It's a completely different approach. We have a majority of tanks going to 1-2 line. Maybe they will try to do something like a similar push, like, you know, those Balkan guys and get a surprise on Janusha team. But Janusha team has a completely different approach. Look at this, they're actually gathering most of the tanks for sniping on 9 and 0 line. This is something we haven't seen so far today. They just left like 1 or 2 spotters for the 1-2 line on the streets and that's it.
Yeah, I think this is still good from Janusha though, because they can. I mean, we've seen teams gravitate towards the southwest of the map, and they try and play in that like K2-ish area along the K line. But there's no reason why you can't play along the other side here, because you can still see that you can defend the cap from the 8-9 line the same way as you can along, as say maybe K3, K4. And I mean, we saw Derp Special Forces as well pushing around the 1 line, which is completely opposite to what we've seen this entire tournament. You know, both teams are playing it differently to how everyone else has played it in their previous rounds. Well, I believe there is already a surprise here because Janusha team actually surprised them, and you can see that there is now kind of communication coming in their Derp's team, like, oh, well, what are we gonna do now, man? Like, there is no enemy here actually. Yeah.
And
I don't think they expected this.
Yeah, Consume is already on 66 HP. Doesn't sound like a big loss, but he started from 130 on his LOL tractor, and pretty much Janusha team is unscratched.
Yeah,
barely anyone was even spotted so far.
I mean, they can push in here, Derp's Special Forces, but there's not actually that much to push in, and I think Janusha can get shots across at them if they do push. So this is what I said. I mean, we haven't seen teams play on the 9-0 line or to defend on the 9-0 line, but it's a perfectly viable strategy, and you can see Tiger's just going through, destroying all these walls. I mean, I guess so that he can spot a bit more, especially in the middle. But it's taking a while. But I mean, you've got the ammunition at this tier to do such things. He can destroy all the walls because I think he carries about 150 shells or something close to that. Something, you know, pretty ridiculous. But yeah, I actually think I like this though from Janusha. They have that high ground, which is what we've seen teams have been battling for a lot. Is they go down towards K0 and they battle for that hill, and it's almost like a king of the hill engagement instead of a base capture engagement. But the way that Janusha play this now, they naturally defend that because they go there with the whole team. And Derp Special Forces, you can see that one light tractor is now. He's going forward and he's spotting them out here, and he might spot 2 or 3 of the enemy team, and I think they know what's up here.
Yeah, there is cons and pros for this. This is one of the pros, like cons, because you really get easily spotted. And now Duck is actually doing the proxy spotting himself and trying to provide information. New Multishow is spotted, but he's like barely alive. They're on 4 HP, and I think that's not gonna last long. Like someone will drop him very soon.
Yeah, I think the issue that Multi has is you can see down the 0 line, down the train tracks, they're moving up a T1, and Multi is so low now that, one shot and he's going to go down. But also, I mean, you can see Phil on the 0 line. If he starts pushing up, I think he might even spot some of these tanks that are up on the hill area, that K9 area. And if that happens, then, well, this whole defense from Janusha is seriously under pressure and under threat.
Oh, New Multi, is he trying to actually shoot someone now? Why is his driver still dead? Maybe he has no medic whatsoever, man.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe he's already used it as well, and with that cooldown. I think it's only 60 seconds if he's using the
guys,
small.
Crew members on tier 1s die like crazy. You get set of fire like crazy, and
the module damage is module HP, sorry, is so much lower. So yeah.
Piotrix is getting like cornered up, and we can see that passive approach is really not paying on White Park. So Derp's team is actually doing quite well in shooting this off. Ducky is still alive, and Proxy spotted the new multi-show, so leader against the leader here.
And I think multi is gonna drop soon. You got Derp. Yep, there you go, exactly. Derp, Phil as well, moving up there, and now Daki can go and spot it, and maybe he can continue spotting from his position. But you got Piotr there on the 0 line. I think the thing that needs to happen now is that Derp Special Forces need to try and spot these 2 tanks up here. And if they can clear out this hill area, then they can push up to it and use it to their advantage. And if they can do that, then they'll definitely have the advantage here.
I think Daki should just chill there because he's on like 20 HP. That's one shot for anyone. And someone else should take over the spotting. But they're gathering all the forces. It does look like they will try to do some kind of massive push in this area. And it should actually pay off well for them because most of the tanks from Janusze are there. But there are some guys split off. And those that are split off, I don't think they can do much damage. Actually, you see what they're doing. Janusze is trying to pull back their forces and run away, man.
Yeah, but I think that's the right call from both teams now because Janusze are already predicting what's happening. And once Dib's team push in here, they're going to have the high ground. But, you know, if Janusze have already fallen back, then it doesn't really give them too much. But, yeah, you can see they're here with 2/3 of their team now. 11 guys here. And I wonder if they're going to push in or if they're going to just keep pushing down the railway and try and gain this hill area, which we've seen everyone seems to fight for. Every game, this seems to be the important part of Wide Park that everyone seems to want to take. And Piotr or Aljo gets set on fire and he's going to burn to death.
Look at the drop of the first guy. Raic and Aljo died immediately, but they did manage to take Call Me Piotr and Piotr 40k. Piotr 40k who did like 589 damage in the last game, man. Like that's the top of the tournament. But now he just dropped like a fly. So they're leading in 4-2 in kills. This is going really well for Derb's team, man.
Yeah, in the end they actually managed to pick up extra kills, which I didn't expect them to. And
Magma now falling down, man. It looks like there is a second wave of defense here. It's like a tower defense, bro. And this second wave, it looks to be a bit more hard for Derb's forces to break. They're losing HP. In one moment, they were leading, but now they're already 200 HP again behind. As you said, 200 HP on this scale is quite a lot. That's almost 2 tanks.
Yeah, Sansan there spotted. And I think Sansan really needs to try and play that position up there. And because that's the important thing, but I don't think he can do that unspotted. And now, I mean, Derb's team are just a bit behind the houses and a bit stuck. I think they're a bit out of ideas. They expected to pick up a bit more damage, and it could even be 2-0 here, which would be disastrous for them going into cliff.
2.5 minutes to go in a game. It doesn't look like there is any option to actually do kind of Kev pressure here for Derb's team, so they will have to make a fight for it in one way. But the problem is they have only 2 guys with some kind of HP here, Crusader and Ghost, as far as I can see. And there is maybe Nevertard and 1 or 2 guys that are on 90-ish HP, but everyone else is more or less on 1 shot.
Yeah, they have the more tanks, but as you said, if they don't have HP, then it doesn't really matter too much because they're going to have to push in. And once they push in, even if you're a 1-shot or a 2-shot, then well, that HP you have left doesn't matter.
There is a constant blow for blow trade coming in, so 1 guy on each side died, but Janusze team has more HP but less guns. In this kind of case, honestly, it doesn't really matter that much because one tier 1 tank can easily take out 2 other guys if he has a decent enough position or a clip, as example.
Yeah, in this moment, I think I'd rather be Janusze. You're defending and you have more HP. I mean, it's always going to be difficult for Derp Special Forces to push in.
90
but they're going to have to,
seconds.
they're going to have to. 93 seconds here, and Phil and Sultan, they are trying to find this isolation on Demon. And I think they're going to Nice. But Phil's now taken out for that. So again, these 1-for-1 trades are always going to work in favor of Janusze because they've got more HP. So, I mean, Sultan here's nice trades here. If they can take down Piotrek for free, which they managed to do, that was really nice. And now the game is even.
70 seconds to go. This was some really good trades, actually. Maybe some of them are experienced tier 1 stat padders. Who knows, man?
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, now again, they can pick up another isolation here, which is, again, he's just dropped down for 1 shot. And this game has turned around within like 2 or 3 kills there because Derp Special Forces managed to pick it up basically for free. They lost about 50 HP and they took 300 off the enemy team. So like, there was really, really good trades here. And it looks like it might turn the game in their favor, but there's 40 seconds left. Oof. And there's 3 tanks left for Janusze, and I think they are going to manage to pick it up here, but they've got to start moving quickly.
30 seconds should be more than enough. Everyone is spotted. There is only 2 guys remaining. 1 guy remaining from Janusze, and all the HP lead they had actually was worth nothing.
They managed to kill each other at the end. I don't know if you saw them. Really? Is it Mlody and Consume? They managed to kill each other at the same time, but obviously... wow. So if that didn't happen... if
I didn't see it, man.
if Yanusha managed to pick that up, like if I think it was Melody, if he managed to kill Consume without getting killed, but they managed to kill each other at the same time. So
That's quite a feat and something that I haven't seen in a while. But there we have it. Actually, Derp's team winning this second round, taking the attack side on White Park. So something really strange actually happened here. Both of the teams winning the attacking the harder side on this map. So really congratulations to both, man.
yeah, it's not what we've seen. As I said, everyone's won their defensive side on White Park because, you know, if you employ that defensive strategy as well, it just seems to work really well. But this game was played very differently, and as you saw, there's a different outcome winning their attacking rounds.
Well,
And going into Cliff, I mean, we might see again just something a bit different, but I think you're going to see some big engagements in the middle again. I think both teams like to play
these
that.
teams know how to put it in a higher gear. We can definitely see it here. Cliff will be another story. I'm just hoping, like, you saw how foolish it is to split the team too much. Like, you do small splits and you keep majority of the forces together. That's how you usually play Cliff here. But maybe they will have some different idea how to show us how the big gurus play like tier 1s, you know. Maybe we have potential future winners of the even entire tournament here. So you never know. Maybe this is a final before final. But we still haven't seen the B group, man. We still haven't seen the B group actually here.
Yeah, we might see some contenders in that B group, obviously.
Yeah, we
So-
have Burger Brigade led by Myland and his
Yeah,
German
and,
stream. Then we have
Ginger Power, I
Ginger
think,
Power
from
by
Marty.
Marty Vole. Like, it's like CSA based, like Czech based. Who are the other guys playing there, man?
I'm not too sure. So we'll get on to the Group B games.
Oh yeah, we have
after.
Ming. That's Arsenal, right?
Yeah, Ming is Orznell's team.
And then fat and thinner, bro.
Yeah.
Can't remember. I can't forget that one. So Kamil and
Polish
Papa Pavi
community
and
clan,
Polish
yep.
community team. So we have quite actually a strong big group, man.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
actually that I think the Polish team might be quite good.
Hey,
Camille and Papu.
Hey,
Papa Papu.
you're thinking in tier 10s. I told you already.
Yep, true.
You need to drop to ant measures. Ant measures. You know?
It's a completely different environment down in this tier. So yeah, I mean, I think predictions probably just not wise to go ahead and do.
Crazy stuff happen here. Stuff that you can only experience when playing small tiers can happen here. And I don't think any of these guys here has actually any of that experience. Like, they learn on the way.
Yeah, they have to recall on their T1 days, which could be multiple years ago. I mean,
Bro, like in Pro League days, those tier 1 players were actually quite wicked because they had to survive tier 8 tanks. So they had to get to spotting position, and if you were playing,
stay safe as well.
stay safe. If you're playing like a city, you had to know exactly the amount of time you have to go from some A to B so you're not caught by someone on the way. European teams were actually at that time losing a lot to Russians because they didn't know how to utilize tier 1s properly, and Russians did. And even in the funniest moments, like when you are shooting, as example, a clip by 5100, you usually will not waste it on tier 1.
Yeah, you just try and ram him if possible. That's the best.
You would shoot like something else, like IS-3 or whatever was used. But tier 1, if they play smart enough, he'll just YOLO swag by everyone and start shooting like 5100 in ES. I've seen situation when T1 Cunningham sets 5100 on fire, man, and does like 400 damage, 600. That can turn the entire game around. But it's up to player. Like a lot, like even a small mouse like that can actually play in a big game if he is like really cunning and smart enough. Here it's a different story. Everyone is a tier 1, so you know it's just like battle between the same.
Yeah, and heading into Cliff, as I said, it would be. I just really want to see some big fights here. I'm expecting them both to play.
Yeah, like Balkan Fools, YOLO swag.
Yeah, no, with a bit more strategy instead of full YOLO. But I would just. A bit more of a mix.
I'm sorry. Last time I was
Less
watching
foolish.
Fame playing Cliff, it looked pretty much the similar, or Tornado. You go to the middle, and if you are better and faster enough, you bash the enemy.
Yeah, but
Technically.
that's the thing. That's calculated risk, I think, instead of foolish pushing. But anyway, we'll see what they do here. Again, the medium one. Oof, not again, not on this map.
Hey, top damage dealer sometimes.
Sometimes one out of 4. I mean, I don't like those.
When
odds.
I see this tank, I know he's gonna get left behind somewhere, man.
Yeah, exactly. He can't get to the middle in time, and he's actually going to the one line. Yep. Seems that those special forces all are going to the one line. They're splitting only, I think, 2 tanks going to the upper side.
This is a kind of defense we already saw. Most of the players on the 2 line, and one or two, like Sirfosh did it, if you remember. They left MS1 on that K5 position, but I said, if you remember, why didn't he leave like at least one or two more guys from that side to have a better crossfire if he's doing something like that. On other side, Janusze team is sending 2 or 3 guys also on the lower side and everyone else is going up. It's actually okay, because if they trench up on 2 line, you can get some crossfire from D1 bush corners and so on. Now
so this could be different though from Janusze. They've got 3 tanks on the one line, and you could have 1 spotting, and I think they've got 2 behind. So it's
yeah, that's what I said.
Be interesting if they're actually going to do any damage. Yeah. Oh, Piotr actually gets spotted. I think he could have done that without getting spotted, and it could have been a better engagement there, because he could have just kept firing constantly. But they do pick up almost a full tank of damage. Yep. I mean,
oh man, Deez is almost dead.
He's actually did die, and QSR also, it's half HP, so that was a decent trade there. 1.5 tanks pretty much for free. So yeah, that's what I like to see. You know, they just adapted it slightly. 1 tank spotting and 2 tanks behind there, just so that they can pump out the damage, which I think is, you know, a risk worth taking. Obviously, if you need to then not push the middle with so many tanks, so that you're not going to be outnumbered. But that was nice to see.
Well, Drip's team lost some HP. They're about 300 HP behind to Janusze. But now comes the hard part. Like, Janusze now actually has to think. And as I said, they need to adjust their thinking. Where will Drip's tanks be? Where will they have spotters? What can we actually attack without getting mutilated? So all the advantage they had so far can actually be brought back. Well, Deez actually died. He lost the 10 HP he has, so he's the first victim of this map. Now Janusze team is already rotating around the lighthouse. We can see them going. They didn't hesitate. 8-9 line is already pushed. This is something I like, because already after the 2nd minute with these slow tanks, they're making it work. Now it's the question, what can they actually spot? Because they will be spotted if they advance too much, and what can actually shoot and connect them from where. So we see MS1s are always in the back, as I said, like they have really decent shooting cannon, like, and if they can shoot between AP and APCR, that's a choice they can make in any moment, but they're like horrific spotters. So that's why you see the other guys in the front doing it.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to break though. I mean, Derp's forces, they've got a good setup here. I mean, you got Consume and Derp managing to spot Multi and YOLO going around, and at the back you got the MS1, which we've seen, you know, quite a lot. We saw Fosh play it a lot, and it's a good tank at this range, because it's got a capable gun primarily. And yeah, it's going to be hard to break, because you got Janusze and they can't push on the one line, because the entire team is practically there and they'll be waiting for it. So it's a good setup here, and I don't know, I'm not sure where Janusze are going to find these openings, but they're probing for information. I think they are trying to push around the cliff, and I mean,
Ghost is down.
They
actually found him.
I think that was on the one line, but I mean, you know, he should only get shot and then be safe. So I'm not sure why he.
Yeah, I think the crucial guy actually for Drip's team is actually the T1 Cunningham on G4-5. I hope the camera will actually show him in one moment. It's the guy sitting in a bush called Crusader, but they found him, man. I think they realized where he is. They didn't spot him. It's blind shooting, because that bush is keeping them from climbing up. Because I think Janusze's team is something you would call it logical. They dominated the middle. They know it's happening, so you need to...
Oh, and he went down as well. I think Crusader managed to go down. So yeah, you said that was really nice from Janusze. They have the sixth sense. They peeked around the corner and they got spotted in the bush, and
exactly.
They can just figure it out from there. And now the MS1 on the back lines is also not sure if he was spotted either, but he's getting taken down.
Shooting.
Yeah, but they're just blind firing through all the bushes one by one, and they are managing to make a healthy lead here. This is almost 500 to 600 HP, which is massive at tier 1.
Well, it's a lesson to a couple of guys where not to sit on in the games. You know, if you're on Captain Obvious bushes, you are going to get shot. As I said, like Janusze team realized where is the proxy spotter, the Crusader, who died. That's a big
the
kill.
Second blind kill in the,
in the
last minute. Yeah, maybe even more. I mean, this is really nice from Janusze. I mean,
it's actually bottom line amazing. For this kind of, like, you're shooting tiny tanks and you're connecting, man, and they didn't give up until someone died on those positions. Like it's really good. Also, as I said, like they will try to dominate the top of the hill. Check. They send one guide. Now they're doing the flanking maneuvers, more aggressive around. Sooner or later, they're gonna find where this T1 Cunningham below the hill is, and that will leave only one guy alive on that side of the map. That's MS1 down, which they cannot counter by any means until they spot him, or he shoots someone and they realize the angle. So they're pretty much cornering the forces of Derp's team really badly now. 600 HP advantage, as Barry already said. There you go, Derp is found, and he is down. So that pretty much leaves almost the entire map under the control of Janusha team.
Janusha have not lost in this last engagement where we've seen 3, maybe even 4 of Derp's tanks just getting destroyed one by one. Janusha haven't lost any HP, or practically nothing. I think they've lost about 80 HP. And, you know, they've managed to take out 4 tanks, which is really impressive.
It looks like by far that Janusha team, New Multishows team, Polish team, works much better when they are kind of playing aggressive and attacking. Like that waiting on White Park definitely didn't work for them, but this is going much better.
I don't think they understand that Consume is still there at like J8, so that could be something that, you know, might be a factor here, but now there
should be an info coming in
got
now.
Half the HP
they're looking for him. Look,
Special Forces.
They're looking. They're like sending like 3 guys in that side to dig out whoever is left there, because all those LOL tractors are just going on that side. Sweep out, sweep operation, man. Search and destroy.
Yeah, but yeah, they're just closing in the reins around this kind of donut area on Cliff, and Demon again going backwards as we saw in earlier games, but you know, it takes forever to get into the fight, but they're just slowly again just tightening the grip in every direction here. Sigan and Piotr, they are going to make the push here. QSR now missing the shots as well.
Look at them
2
peaks.
in a row. Oh, nice. If he can pick up Sigan though, he could maybe stop. Oh, he's a 1 shot now, so it doesn't look like he's going to be able to survive, and there's only 2 or 3 tanks left. Slowly going to be 2, yep, and they're just going to push down here, and Janusha again going to pick up their 2nd attacking round in a row. So yeah, I mean, they're now on the match point as well in these best of 5s.
Oh, what do we have announcements now? Like Demon 4 kills, Piotr 3 kills, multi-kill, ultra kill.
I don't think so, but yeah,
It would be entertaining a bit.
yeah, maybe we should do it ourselves.
Yeah, it's at least for the first guy, man. So we're going to have a result of 2-1, guys, for Janusha team. It's a really actually nice victory here, no matter how Derp's team was camping and they were stretched out and they spread out and they had like passive spotters and control of the map. It didn't work out because these guys actually, a bunch of them are really long year players. Some of them play the Gold League, and they were pretty much finding all those bushes where the enemy will be and digging them out even blind. And that advantage, once it was gained, gave them quite a lot of map control, and they used it by far. I mean, come on, look at the difference in damage between these guys.
Especially towards the lower end. I mean, only, 2 of Derp Special Forces actually did their own HP and damage. I mean, obviously that's the issue as to why they lost, but you know, that's more tactical than personal.
You need to
misplays.
do damage to be in order to win. You know, when you have a bunch of guys with 0 and a bunch of guys that don't do even a quarter of their own health, it doesn't work out. I mean, if you want to be in team games, it's not the same. Like you can compare, like you can't say like who did how much damage, because your role might not be a damage one. It might be a spotting one or whatever, holding a position. But you need some kind of balance, man. If you are not a spotter, then you need to do some damage, and they were simply not in position to do any damage because they lost their spotters pretty much because this team was too smart and too good to fall for any of those traps.
Yeah, it was an impressive display, because you said they just managed to. They knew what was happening even without seeing it. Like they knew that there was, for example, Crusader in the bush. They knew that there was the MS1 at the back, because that's what we've seen a lot of people do, and yeah, it's just very good to see them just pick it apart one piece by one piece, and ultimately then
I'm just wondering now, will their team go in a same BS moment when they will try to camp on Cliff instead of maybe try to play for map control, you know, because if they wait like this team waited now, the same can happen to them. Because that's the moment, like when you start losing people like this, it's not like why didn't they counterattack or whatever. They didn't because they can't.
Yeah,
this is a tier 1 cup, and when you push somewhere with like 10 guys, you are such an easy target. It's not like you will kill 1 or 2 guys without any damage.
You need like places where you can push, where you can get behind hard cover, because you're, as you said, you don't have any armor and you don't even have any speed. You have very little going for you. You're kind of, if you're caught in the open, you're going to.
And the ridiculous thing about this is, like, as example, you're pushing one guy
Very
behind the
easy.
corner to take him out, and you will take him out with 4 or 5 guns easily, right?
Yeah.
But you don't need 10 guys behind that one guy to snipe. 2 are enough to take out at least one guy for that. Oh, hello.
Definitely.
Oh my god, the farmer had a break. Come on, go plow some stuff, man. Like, who will make our food? You're not allowed to eat here. Anyways, these guys here are pretty much good at it. They know how much to set up, how to set the traps, where to set up the spotters. And once they realized the enemy is playing too passive and they shot off their spotters, it was just a GG, man. They had crossfires all over the place. Whatever Derp's team did, they would pretty much be committing suicide by pushing. So they were just trying to play the
real
time.
question is, why are we not wearing the hats? As you can see in the background, we've got a lot of, well, you got the whole farm behind us.
I
Maybe we
wonder.
should,
I'm just
maybe
like,
we should join it.
maybe in next life. Who knows? I think it's because the headset, it cannot fit.
Yeah, we'll go with the headsets way too big. That's the issue.
Yeah, probably that's it. So we are preparing for a game that might be possibly the last. As we said, all these pros need so much time to set up their tier 1 vehicles, man, and then all these tactics.
Got to
coming
load all
in.
that gold.
Yeah, oof. Man, you remember when we were talking before, someone said like the loadout of a tier 1 tank can be up to 300k gold.
Yeah.
I mean money, credits.
Yeah.
300k, bro, for one game. If you shoot out everything, and you can. In these games, you
Yeah.
can actually shoot
But
everything.
I mean, at some point you've got to, you know, if you're just going to blind fire so many bushes with that much, then that's a lot of
Pay
credits
for it
to
if you're
waste.
rich for it.
Yeah. if you've got the money, you may as well pay for it. But
Yeah,
I'd
Richie
rather
Rich.
not.
Well, now we will see. I think Derp's team will be attacking, right? Yeah, they should be
they'll be attacking, but it's gonna be difficult for them. But obviously now they're on. Well, they have to win it, or they're not out, but they will be second, and then have to play that quarterfinal, which would obviously be, you know, if you can avoid it, you may as well. You don't. It's just a better scenario to avoid that
Yeah,
potential.
we were
of
reading
losing.
the groups in teams in a B group, and actually they looked kind of hardcore, to be honest.
Yeah.
So even a third team there might be a big problem.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, I'll go for it second, you know.
But again, at tier 1, as you said, it's just that element of the unknown because not many people have played it. And again, if you just it might actually be a good scenario if you manage to win that quarterfinal because you have a bit more practice. But you don't really want to take that risk. You know, you want to avoid that, I think.
Mhm. Well,
But,
it's a learning curve. On every tournament, it's always a learning curve. And you get your readiness up, higher you go. But the game is starting now. The team composition, can we see? Is there still that British tank? No. They gave up on
no
it.
medium 1. Lots
no
of
medium
LOL
one.
tractors and, well, 3 tier 1s on Derp's Forces and 1.
It's amazing that I played this tournament so many years ago and the tank composition barely changed, man. LOL tractors are there, T1 Cunninghams and MS1s, like those 3 are by far the most used. And then you have sometimes like occasionally exotic 1 or 2 other
I
tanks,
think
you know?
this might be the first T1 we've seen Yanusha actually use throughout all their battles we've seen on stream today because they just like that full LOL tractor setup. And Piotr decided this time that he's going to use that T1 because he wants to go on the 1 line and spot.
Yeah, maybe he just got bored, and just changed the tank. But T1 Cunningham was usually used for aggressive spotting before. Well, can you even call it aggressive, right?
Yeah. You're not going anywhere too quick at this tier.
Well, the honorary firing is going away, and they are practicing their shooting on the way to the middle. Both of the teams are kind of committing here. But we have 2 guys on 1 line compared to 1 between Janos and Derps. And we have 1 guy on budget position on D4, man. And 1 LOL tractor in the back. I don't understand really
Anderson
what's
making
Alio's
some trades
position
here.
meant to be, because these trades will be lost in the middle because they have less tanks.
I mean, if Derp's Forces can start pushing around the lower side, this could be really good here. But they've got this overmatch, and they're just cautious. I don't know why they're being cautious. They've got this overmatch, and they need to start making it count. But yeah, now Derp's team are really in a good position here. They're kind of closing on either side. Magma and Daki up the top here, and QSR again pushing around the bottom. And I don't know why they're being so cautious here. They should really just start pushing their advantage, I think, because they do have an advantage. They've got flanking on either side, but you can see multi-show now going around. We saw this in the earlier game, but it was Piotr going around. This time it's multi-show, and eventually was the end for Fosh's team here, because once Multishow gets into that position, it becomes very awkward to hold these mid locations.
Well, there is a big exchange here in the middle. Janusz is still leading on HP, but Derp's team will pretty much feel the pain from the back when new Multishow comes in there. There is a bit of hesitation here, so other guy that was following new Multi came back. Multi is now, I guess he was just an escort, you know, trying to back up new Multi on the way. And now they're just holding the middle, and Multi will try to find it in the back, but for that he needs kind of proxy spotting. And he's actually shooting on Ducky. Ducky might fall if he connects one more shell.
Yep, there's now 3 or 4 one-shots here in the middle, and this is now really bad for Derp Special Forces because they're now flanked, and they had a good opportunity at the start of the game to, you know, take control of the middle, and if they did, then this could have been a different game because Multi would have been ineffective if they could have played a little bit more aggressive in the middle, and they could have taken that lower side, pressured the upper side with Magma a bit more. And Alio's actually rotated.
I was expecting this so much. Yeah, I was expecting really they will send 1 or 2 tanks by that side because Alio was actually keeping it back. He was on D4-5 behind everyone. I was like wondering why did they leave the tank there? Because he could have been somewhere closer here to counter this. They realized new Multishow is alone and Alio is gonna try to take him out. There is already 3 guys dead from Janusz, but they're leading a magnificent 500 HP. And Alio is in no position to kill new Multishow at the moment because Multi was really kind of heavily cautious, and he just backed up on time.
Yeah, now this is...
Alio's taking a lot of damage from middle now.
This is really just not good because I said they didn't push their initial advantage, and now Alio being out here, he was full HP, but you know, this is full HP out of the main fight, and he's now kind of ineffective because he's now, as you said, they've figured out what he's doing and they've managed to punish him, and he had the advantage again. He was full HP, he's now half HP.
Look at this domino effect. So many guys on one shot from Derp's team here, and they're pretty much falling one by one on that middle game. New Multishow can snipe them in the back again because Alio cannot peek anymore. He's covered from the middle. There is so many guys on Janusz's team on the middle actually who can take the engagement. They're just being cautious so they don't get wiped out by multiple guns. But look at this. This is like a landslide.
There was 4 of Derp's team there. You got Phil and Sansan, they were all just hiding behind it. They're just going to fall in quick succession. 3 within about 1 second there, and Sui picking up that 3 kill. Magma's going to fall now, and again, it looks as if this is going to be the game here. It looks like Janusz are going to take that first position in Group A, and Derp Special Forces are going to take that second position, which means they're going to have to play in that quarterfinal tomorrow.
Yeah, Ghost is the last guy, last hope here, but look at how many guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys surviving from Janusz's team. I don't know, man. Chances 1 versus 9. How big odds would you give them if you were a bookie?
I would not be giving good odds, I could tell you that. And yeah, he's starting to lose HP now already. He's proxy spotted, and it looks like Segan is going to pick it up. Yep, he does. So 3-1. I mean...
3-1. It's a good win, man.
Performance, yeah. And
it's a good win by Janusz's team. They took this tournament quite serious. You can see it by these plays. There's like some spotting, initial engagement, flanking, all sorts of shenanigans going on there. And well-deserved win, to be honest, here.
Yeah, I'm slightly annoyed we didn't see Serene Coast because, you know, we haven't seen that map yet. That's
the day is still young, you know.
The tiebreaker map, yeah, but, you know, we're now halfway through. And I thought that game might have been the one because, you know, these teams were both fighting for that first position. I thought it was going to be quite an equal fight, but Janusz just proved to be the better team there. And, you know, they managed to take some of the rounds very convincingly.
Much closer displayed damage now by the winning team than before. There is no really big gaps. No one did that humongous damage like from the first game. But the guys from Ducky's team can still say, or Derps, or WDs, or whatever. They can just say that they will still play tomorrow. They will play quarterfinal against whoever turns out to be the third team in a B group.
And we'll find that out, you know, in the next few games because we'll now go into the Group B games after this. But I think we'll head over to the social media and see what's going on there. Yeah.
Hello guys, so welcome back to the Cream of the Crop. I was informed that now we are live on Facebook. So welcome everybody who is watching from Facebook. And
so yeah, welcome back everyone, and welcome if you just joined. So maybe we can do a quick summary for people who just arrived. So this is a Cream of the Crop tournament. It's an exclusive with only tier 1 tanks, featuring some of the best clans in the EU server. So we are well into the group phases with a few teams already qualified. and I think it has been going pretty well so far.
Actually, we are not playing with the best clans of the European server, but we just invite a few of our contributors and influencers, and they actually create their own teams. So
Clan members.
that's very.
Sorry. It's
So yeah,
because they are in clans.
some of them, I guess, yes,
Alright.
but technically, it's a little bit different. So yeah, we have Sirfosh, we have Duckelsor, we
Ducky,
have Myland, we have New
Multishow.
Multishow, we have a lot of known players that participate in our streams or the stream World Tank. So yeah, so far so good. Having a lot of fun, watching them camp, and yeah.
A bit. Some games have been campy. Yeah. And
Yeah.
so right now we are waiting for the next teams to be ready, and soon we will go back to the gameplay with them. And until then, well, you're stuck with us.
Yeah, that's right. So to let you know, we are doing some giveaways. One of the giveaways that we are doing is a special poll, and this is
So,
Raspberry specialty.
absolutely. My specialty tier ones. So, all right. What is your favorite tier one tank? There will be a link in the chat. You just have to go there, put your in-game nickname, and pick which one is your favorite tier one tank. At the end of the stream, we will present the result, find out which one is the most popular, and if you sign up, you will get personal reserves for yourself, as well as a chance to win a few prizes. So that's L60 tier 2 premium tank. I know, impressive.
Yeah.
And also some very cool physical prizes that we showed earlier that you should enjoy if you're a 30 person or if you like to drink a lot of juices, chocolate, coffee, all these kind of things.
Yeah, that's right. So make sure to sign up with your nickname, your email probably, and also your address information, because we need to send the physical prize if you are the lucky winner of that special bundle, the Dreamwear bundle from the Wargaming store that has a value of almost 60 euros. So yeah, very nice.
It's a bunch, like it's a book, some coffee mug, coasters, and a flask also. Actually, that's my favorite thing. Maybe we
Yeah.
can show it. Maybe we can show the flask.
Maybe.
Right.
If we have time. Yeah.
All right, guys. So this is the flask. It's empty. We have not used it. This is the one you will get. Actually, we will send this to you. But right now, it has not had anything in it.
So yeah. So well, I guess that we can announce the winner of the previous question on top of the tier 2 and the bundle that we are giving away. We are also giving away a Lancel C, the new premium tier A
Swedish.
Yeah. And yeah,
Absol-
so I think that you have the name of the
Absolutely.
lucky winner.
So the winner is Ugne Colapticus. So congratulations. I'm very sorry if I mispronounced your name. It's hard for us French people, but I'm trying. And maybe we can ask the next question. see
But
if we can
not
have-
right now.
Not right
Let's
now.
wait a little bit more before we ask that, because I know that the chat gets crazy. Before that, I would like to make reference to some of the requests that I saw in the Twitch chat, and one of those was from Opposum, and he's asking if we are going to have a 50% discount on 360 days of premium anytime soon. I don't know this. They don't share this information with me. So I guess
Top
you have
secret.
to, you have to stay tuned, and maybe, it is probably possible, but we don't know. So, yeah. And also, Justus Toxicasium, happy birthday tomorrow. Yeah.
And we will be back tomorrow, by the way, so you can spend your birthday with us.
That's right. So now we are ready for the question of the Lancen C and see who is the lucky winner. And after that, we are coming back to the casters. So The question of the day is what is the biggest damage done in the tournament so far? So
This is a hard question. So if you know the answer, you have a good chance. So guys, go to the chat, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, it doesn't matter. You can win. Put the answer there and maybe you get lucky.
yeah. So I guess it is time to come back to the casters.
See you.
Hey guys, welcome back. I guess we're going a bit ahead of schedule, so I'm not actually even sure which match will we see because the B group so far had only 2 matches. Burger Brigade, led by Myland, won 3-2-1 over Ming team, led by Arsenal, Ming Lee, and we had a tight victory. What you didn't know, I just got an info. Fat and thinner team actually won in a tiebreaker, so they did play a Syrian Coast, and they won it against the ginger team of Marty Wole. So there was a close one, and we do know that Syrian was played while we were having a bit of a break here. But I think we will watch a next game between Ming team and Fat and Thinner.
Yeah. So Fat and Thinner is obviously the Polish team, as you can see here. You can see Papa Parvian and I believe Kamelita, and even Milos there actually. So again, another...
Yeah, Polka.
Yeah, 3 ex-WGL Fame players there, and Ming, which is Marty's team, right?
Ming?
Oh, no, sorry, Oznel's team. My apologies, yeah. As you can see, Ozzy's there. So, a different setup from Ming. They're bringing in lots of T1s, which we haven't actually seen. We've seen, again, a lot of teams like the LOL Tractors, 15 of them come in from Fat and Thinner, but Ming actually bringing in almost 50-50 LOL Tractors.
But look at that aggressive play by both teams. They're actually going for the middle, man, and they actually maybe even clash in a cooldown, maybe. Now we can finally test your theory about -10 gun depression by LOL Tractors.
I think it would definitely be good here. And this is, we haven't seen this. If you can use these kind of broken train cars across the middle to your advantage, you can shoot under them and in lots of locations. So, you can get really good cross shots in. And that's what it's going to come down to, these mid-trades. It's just going to be who gets those better positions to shoot across. And those LOL Tractors have the extra gun depression. So it could definitely be the factor that... will allow them to win this engagement.
The Ming team is a blue line you are watching defending on White Park. The red line attacking is Fat and Thinner. We have a lot of guys on that 0 line actually trying to do some flanking maneuvers from Fat in. If they manage to take out the K0 position, the Ming team will drop like dominoes. But if they start losing tanks there, it might be different. But so far it's working, man. Kamil is doing the flanking shots from D1 position, and I don't see anyone challenging him there much.
No, I think that Fat and Thinner are starting to take the advantage. Look at this, they're completely spread out all across this railroad in the middle of the game. And there's nowhere that Ming can hide at the moment, and everyone in the middle. I mean, Camille, he's unspotted on the red line. He's actually joined by another tank here, so this is going to be double the firepower on that side. And they've got this big push of, 6, maybe even
just dropping them, the flies,
7
man.
tanks on the 0 line. Yep, and they're just going to all push in. And the 0 line should really start pushing the advantage, because I don't know if they realize, but... Yep, now Powell here as well. They've got just advantages all over the map.
There's aggressive approach coming in there from Fat Team is actually paying off. Also some lack of knowledge by Ming Team. But this RNG Kamil, how many shells did he spend?
Too many, that's all I know. Definitely too many.
I hope he was not shooting gold all the time, man.
Wow, I mean, he doesn't really need to at this...
he doesn't need it at all, to be honest, man. He's shooting like this. I mean, AP is more than enough.
I mean, if you shoot like that, it doesn't matter what ammo you fire.
Yeah, APCR is just like kind of faster. But Ming Team is kind of crashing, guys. Like, there is 2.5 minutes. This is the fastest White Park game I've seen so far today. It might even end below the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, but as you said, most people do camp this out, and I mean, Sniper there, Elite Sniper was full HP up right up until the end, so it's he's left all alone. Maybe he should have used HP a bit.
Convincing victory, 963 HP in leftovers.
That's why we haven't seen people go to the mid, I guess, because it's just a bit... Well, I mean, obviously it worked for one team, but it really didn't work for Ming.
Well, if you go to the mid, you usually cover your flanks also, to be honest.
Yeah, that probably would...
That will kind of help, you know?
Help strategically.
Letting Camille, like, I'm actually wondering how much his shot fires and what the damage he did. He's not even... Yeah, he is a top damage dealer for his team. So that's good. 472, that's quite a lot. But I would actually like to see how many shots he missed. That's what I want to see.
About 50-50. 50-50 on penetrations and shots fired.
That's
but,
actually more than I expected.
390 from 300 meters. 3 times his HP from more than 300 meters. As you can see, just on the red line there. Just
Yeah, classic red liner, man.
Yeah, well, you know, he is in fame, and you can see that Soldiers of Fortune badge, which obviously he got recently. So yeah, you know, it's a nice badge, and a lot of the players, a lot of the fame players do seem to use that at the moment.
Look at how many 0-0 damage tanks for in Orzi's team, man.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If they're just caught in the middle and they're flanked not just from one side where Camille was, but they were also then flanked from the other side, I mean, what can you really expect from them?
I'm wondering what kind of orders we're giving. We are getting shot from left, right, and center. What do damage?
Yeah,
What do you want from me?
Exactly. I mean, you can't expect anything from them once they've lost the middle. But you know, maybe these Polish teams seem to be taking this quite. Well, maybe they're just very good, or they're taking it a lot more seriously.
I would say they're taking it a lot serious, and I would say they're actually good too.
Yeah, probably a mixture of both. But yeah, I mean, they're obviously guided by Camille and Papa. I think Papa has tried to FC some of the Fame games as well. So
Well, how did it go? Was it during the campaign?
It was
or
actually using the last campaign. It was usually just a bit of go push. That was kind of his strategy. But I mean, it's a bit more strategic here, as we saw.
As far as I heard Niall brag around a million times, you won more than 90% of games. Something like that.
I thought it was like 85%.
So
but
he lied.
Yeah, I think he lied. I think he's a bit biased.
A bit biased. I never heard that one
And a bit
before.
boastful, maybe.
Never heard that one before. But still, 85, 90, potato, whatever, man. Like, seriously. Anyways, these guys now have quite a lot of experience accumulated between each other, fine. But as you said, like, this is tier 1s. They might win one game or two like this. But they will meet maybe some better team who is kind of better coordinated in camping/rotating like new multi shows, you know.
And did you say that Fat and Thinner actually won against Ginger Power in the game before?
Yeah,
So they did. So if they do manage to win this round, which we'll be heading into now, they'll be obviously on the match point, and then they'll be top of the group as well.
Hey, totally. This
So
is just the
it'd
first
be-
game.
Yeah, but you know,
Come on, don't underestimate Orzi, man.
I just well, we'll see now. They're obviously that was the Ming were defending there, so now Ming are attacking, and we've seen usually obviously the defending team winning, other than the last match, which was an anomaly. So I mean, Ming have to now pull it out the bag, I guess, and win the attacking round, which obviously is not impossible, but the odds are against them.
Well, watching the composition of all four teams in his group, it does look like Orzi's team will be shot out quite early, you know. But Hope dies last, man.
With that 4 TP again, the Polish tier 1 coming in. It's nice to see just a bit of variety in these tier 1s, because we haven't even seen half of the available tanks. We haven't seen any of the Italian, the Fiat 3000, I think it is. And many of the Renault varieties that are in this game. I think there's 3 of them.
We've
across
seen
the nation.
practically none of them, man.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen too much variety. But again, people picking... and again, Ming playing a bit
Mingly pushing
Balkan
1-2
Falls
line.
earlier.
This is like a Balkan Falls exactly kind of push. But they do look a bit more coordinated. They're just not pushing down the street. They're actually spraying out. And Royan here might feel their force first here, but he's actually trenched up well, as far as I can see, behind some obstacles.
This is a better push from Ming in comparison to what Balkan Falls did, but now this was the issue earlier, that once Ming pushed down this area, we saw Balkan
let's go,
Falls, they
Dawai.
got absolutely annihilated, and it looks like the same thing's going to happen again. Look at the HP just dropping away from Ming as they push in. They've lost 4 tanks, I think, in this push, and they're going to continue to lose more.
It doesn't take many tanks to actually do damage and kill tanks in tier 1, because if you push like 10 to 5, 6 in tier 10, you know what's going to happen. But here, actually, these guys can hold them off while the rest of the team is flanking back. And now some of them will maybe fall, but one by one, it's not enough. The reloads are fast enough there, and HP, you can see already 500 and counting for Fat and Thinner. They only lost 4 guys, and there is a couple of guys remaining only for Ming team, and they already stopped in this corner.
Yeah, that's the thing. Ming now are just stuck in the corner, and Fat and Thinner are starting to flex around them, and they are just going to be they're even pushing in Ming here. There's no way out for them. They can't go forward, they can't go back. They're just, look at 5 tanks almost dead. There's 4, and I think Mighty is also going to die in the similar position. They're all just dead in the same line because they can't push through this area. I think that's what we saw with Balkan Falls, is once you push through that bridge, you're just kind of funneled in a straight line, and it's just kind of a shooting gallery.
Yeah, you need to spread out and kind of leave couple of tanks on a rail or other positions, who can actually cover you against enemy rotation and so on. But all in all, it's a high risk, high reward kind of play, or we just don't want to be messed up with long games, and if we catch you, we caught you. That's also
exactly.
one way to see it.
And I think that was good from the Polish team, Fan Thin here, is that they actually managed to retreat enough so that, for example, you saw, I think it was Ruin at the start, he did get taken down, but they only lost 1 tank. And they, in the meantime, then they were rotating all the guys around just to bring in that support and fill the gaps, and then they started to make the good trades. And after that
more amazing fact for me is like you saw 4 or 5 guys from Papa Pavian's team and holding that entire street against like 10 or 11 or 12 guys, and they actually managed to take 2 or 3 of them before they even started doing damage.
Yeah, and Camille there, top damage again. I believe he was top damage last game as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, Camille's obviously a very skilled player, and he's showing it even at tier 1. And you can see as well that that's exactly what happened in the similar game with Balkan Falls. When they're all pushing in the shooting, they're not doing any damage, and you can see the same happens with Ming, that a lot of the guys aren't putting out any damage, and some of them are putting out very little damage because they're obviously always on the move. They're always pushing in, so they don't even have time to shoot, really.
That was actually quite amazing by them, but not so much luck for Ming team to take them off guard and take the victory. So we have a 2-0 clear win for Thin and Thinner team. I wonder who is Stanley and who is Ollie there. What do you think?
Fat and Thinner, not Thin and Thinner.
Lowell and Hardy. And we have next map coming in soon. It's gonna be Cliff, as we've seen so far. Cliff was far more interesting for me so far to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We started to see the Wide Park initially at the start. We've seen that it's very passive play seemed to be the play, but now you're starting to see. I mean,
we've seen interesting ways how to break the passive.
Yeah.
We've seen in a previous match both teams actually take attacking round by really good play. So there is nothing to say about it.
That's what I mean. You can definitely see that so far from what we've seen today, there's an evolution in the styles that are like implemented on Wide Park, and it's becoming a bit more of an interesting map. But yeah, Cliff is. I like to see Cliff. I've always liked Cliff in any of the formats.
Who doesn't, man? It's a brawl map.
Yeah, exactly. And what have we got here? We've got a lot of LOL tractors again from Fat and Thinner, and 2 T1s.
Yeah, Fat and Thinner guys in attacking side and the Ming team on defense. Now we shall see massive splitting. Like, did they even decide which side of the map they want to play, or this is like every girl for herself?
I mean, is that 4 tanks from Ming on the one line and 3 from Fat and Thinner. But again, we've seen that 3 on the one line, or maybe even 4 is not actually a bad idea, because you can use 1 to spot and the rest can all just shoot. And if they double push well, then you can just see he pushed that barrel out the way. It didn't even break because he's such a small tank. He just started rolling the barrel.
Okay, they are actually holding on a corner, but there is a couple of guys going around it. So will they take any damage by Fat and Thinner? I don't know, because
don't shoot your
blocking
teammate.
Naras'
Don't shoot
shots.
your teammate.
Shoot him, he's in your way.
Oh, nice.
There is a damage coming on Mighty. Okay, so he did something. But while we are watching this, there is both of the teams are actually closing into the middle. Ming is having 2 guys in the back. You can see those 2 LOL tractors, one on K0 position, one on the right side, to proxy if there is any rotation so they don't get shot in the butt. But that means they have a less number of tanks here on the middle.
Yeah, and actually Fat and Thinner aren't pushing around. They've just got 1 guy out on C8, just sat behind the rock, and in the middle it looks like Fat and Thinner are starting to win these trades as well. They already get this first kill, and yeah, it looks like they're slowly just taking map controller across almost everywhere. Actually, they throw a tank back there for no reason. That was not really good from Reverse. He just kind of got caught out in the open and punished by that 40p primarily, with that autoloader. And Ming, though, is slowly now, they're just losing the HP across the board and don't really know how they're going to be able to turn this around. They've obviously got this one-line advantage, but it looks like Fat and Thinner are now starting to take that away from them. They're pushing in. And again, in the middle, I think this is where the big fights is going to occur. Ming needs to start trying to make some positive trades here if they want to try and win this game and obviously the match in general, because this is 2-0 now, and if they lose this, then they will lose the game entirely.
Well, Fat and Thinner are going toward their second victory in this group, but it's still not over. We've seen already a comeback by Balkan Fools in this kind of game. Like, will these guys be able to come back to it? I don't know, man. Like, their tanks are too spread out, and there is a little of YOLO swag missing here.
Yeah, this was a bit of a confusing fight. I mean, no one really pushed anywhere, and then suddenly everyone just started to break out into a fight across the entire map, on the 1 line, on the 9 line, in the middle, and all at the same time. There's just big engagement just happened, and Ming obviously have lost out here, and the 2 tanks at the back are now alive, but it's going to be hard. Well, they can actually put out some good damage, I don't know, Elite Sniper got taken down there. If he could have survived, maybe they could have actually found a way back into this game, because they would have had double the damage potential here. And Ozzy might be able to pick up Pavel there, which would be nice.
Well, Orzi is the last guy that can actually do some damage, but Stevie Ray Vaughan is trying to do his best from this side. Last survivor for his team. Between them and complete defeat. It does look it's gonna be like 3-0 in a couple of seconds. So where will that put Orzi's Ming team? I'm not quite sure. I think this
Milos
is
with the multi-kill.
So I think this is like a second defeat for Ming team, unless these guys just performs a miracle.
Yeah, because it's not actually 1-1, it is 2-0 to Fat and Thinner, and as you can see, actually, Stevie Ray will go down. Yep, there you go. So it's now 3-0 to Fat and Thinner. And that is, that's them winning that best of 5. And so they're now top of the group, I think, with 2 wins out of 2.
At the moment,
Yeah.
but we still have a match that they will have to play. I believe they need to play against
Milan's team, so the
Milan's
Burger Brigade.
The Burger Brigade, who also have a victory against Orzi's Ming team, 3-1 though. And we need to see a clash between Burger Brigade and Ming team also. So that's also awaiting for us.
I mean, he lives up to his name. The last time I met Milan, I did have a burger with him. So, he's definitely the leader of the Burger Brigade.
Yeah, man, there is a lot of burger places around here, so I can tell you that. That's why. I mean, but Milan is not a fat guy.
No,
but maybe his brigade is like
likes
really
his
burgerish.
Milos actually took damage this time, not Camille. Camille is a bit lower in the order in this
but
round.
Camille was the top damage in first 2 games
Yeah.
by far, and those games were even above this Miller. So in overall, I would say he's there.
Yeah, I mean, again, so then after this we'll be going into Ginger Power versus Ming again. I think if Ming lose that game, so that'll be 2 in a row, and then they've actually lost their 3 in a row. They need to win this game if they want to stay in this group, because I think they lost to Burger Brigade 3-1 earlier. That was before the stream began.
No. It was like while some games were going on, so they were parallel, so we couldn't just see them all. Anyways, like their next match will be against Marty Wallace Ginger Brigade, Ginger Power, Ginger Brigades. Come on, man! So many special forces brigades and whatever.
Yeah, I know. Can't we just say team? I mean, just keep it simple.
Too simple, I guess. I don't know. We'll have to give them the pure respect. Ginger Power. So Marty Wallace team is gonna play them next. Of course, they will need a victory there themselves, so they can maybe position them higher. On other hand, Orzi's team, if they lose
Fighting
that,
for survival.
that's it, man. So our farming media social segment is ready. I hope they're not eating this time, so take it away, guys.
Hi guys, welcome to the
Hi again.
social media farming part.
Almost completely ready.
Yeah, Respira, what happened? Where is your hat?
I don't know. I just didn't have time. It all went so fast. Same as in battle. I'm ready to shoot, aiming, and then blown up. Well, it's the same here.
I heard that the people, like our viewers, watched you eating some time ago.
So did I. So did I here.
Really?
So big thanks to our technical team for showing that to everyone. I guess they are having some fun. But yes, if you are at home, I hope you are enjoying some good snacks as well, same as we are doing here.
Yeah. So so we had fun. Another team won. So we are coming closer to the end. So so I guess that you guys are still asking yourself if we are doing some giveaways, if we have a bonus code. So we actually have a kind of bonus code, but this time we are giving this to everybody in a different way. So the only thing you have to do is to sign up to our campaign. You just need to vote for your favorite tier 1 tank. And that's it. You only have to provide your nickname. And
check the link in the chat. It will be there. If it's not there yet, it's going to be there soon.
yeah, so you just have to provide your nickname and also the country where you live. And that's basically all information that you need to participate. Once you sign up, you will get a package of different personal reserve 100%. So this is going to be yours. Like everybody's going to receive
and
that.
also, by the way, there is no need to check your account right now because it's not instantaneous. We will credit it later. So it will take a few days. So don't be surprised if you don't have it immediately. It's just going to come a bit later.
Yeah, but make sure to sign up. That's the only thing you need to do. So on top of that, we're going to pick 4 random winners for a L60 tier 2 tank, and also a winner for the Dreamwear bundle from the Wargaming store.
And actually, talking about the Wargaming store, I was checking the chat earlier, and I spotted an easy question. It was Agelos asking where you can get my T-shirt. This one that says that's how I roll. He asked other kind of questions that I cannot answer, but this one is easy. So it's on the Wargaming store. Look it up on Google, and you can get this T-shirt among other things, like all the stuff we showed earlier from this drinkware bundle.
Yeah. So we are going to announce the winners of this campaign at the end of the stream. So make sure to sign up. In the meantime, maybe we can talk about What Classic, the new mode that started yesterday, actually. It is a separate client and also a separate server. You just need to download this and make sure to play and maybe revive what it was to play in 2011. If you didn't have the chance to do that, maybe you can take a look and experiment and see how that was. That's something that I really need to do.
Definitely. And actually, it has been a very big success. I think even better than we expected. A lot of people were interested in playing this classic mode. So that's really great. And it's cool that people are excited about it. And so that means also if you want to play, let's say, at peak hours, you might experience some queue time before you can log in. So just have to be a little patient and you will be able to play. Yeah.
So the interest was so incredible that a lot of people tried to play, and that's why the waiting time is kind of long. We are working on it to try to improve the capacity of the server. Because we didn't expect the number of players that we actually got. So that's something that the team is working on it right now, and is going to increase little by little. Otherwise, we have a special 5 times XP for the first victory of the day running this weekend in the main server. So make sure to enjoy that as well.
And that was not announced. Is a little something. If you don't want to wait to play What Classic, then you can just enjoy the 5 times XP.
Yeah, so it was actually announced today via portal article. I think it is already live, so everybody has access to this. We've been doing translations as crazy today. So I hope that you will enjoy that extra something that we prepare.
And actually, if you are taking advantage from it and playing World of Tanks on the on the live server, there's also some impact of what classic in there, because we have this like a time gate, like this Stargate gate thingy going on in the garage. So from there you can get the instructions to play what classic. And also you might have noticed these dogs. Well, actually dog. It's one dog going around in the garage. It's very fun. I've seen a lot of comments of people saying like they want to retain the dog like forever, that it will stay in the garage. I support this 100%. I will pass it on. I will pass the feedback. I also want to keep the dog.
Yeah, and it is interactive. Like if you click on it, it's going to move, and if you click the water ball, it's going to go there and drink the water. So I don't know. Maybe we discover some additional thingies, right?
And actually, it freaked me out a little bit yesterday. I was playing and I was, I don't know, like messing around in the garage, working with some equipment or research or whatever. And this dog, like, I think it barked, like it made noises or something. And I was focused on what I was doing. It kind of like startled me, like, what is going on? Where is this dog? It was actually the dog from the garage, just randomly barking. I know maybe you had some fun like this also.
Yeah. So I really need to try and play this. I haven't yet. But I am looking forward to see how the game was with only 3 nations. So we have the Soviet tanks, also German and American tanks, and there is no sixth sense, no physics, like zero.
No physics whatsoever.
The graphics are totally different, so I don't know about that.
It's not the graphics from before 1.0. It's the graphics from even before that.
Yes. So from 2011.
Exactly.
So.
And even before that, because even before 1.0, we had like some HD tanks. So that was even before that. So these tanks look kind of funny. We had a skin recently with, I think it was T50-2, that had this old school kind of feel to it. I think it was a bit fun.
So yeah.
Maybe
I hope that you're going to try it, and I think that now we are ready to go back, but before that we are going to announce the winner of the previous question. So this is going to be the winner of the Lanson C, and please show the Lorther because I don't have the name, unfortunately. And the winner is Mirror
or Meme
from Twitch. Perfect. And now we can ask that new question for the next lucky winner of the Lanson C. And the question is, please show it there with a Lothar, because we also don't have the question right now. So who was the best dealer in this match?
I assume it's damage dealer. We are finding out same time as you. This is live. But so I assume it's going to be damage dealer, or at least I hope so.
I hope so too. Well, guys, so I think the teams are ready. So it is time to go back to Mojo and Carryberry. See you later.
Yeah, I think he was just dealing cards there, you know.
Yeah. This isn't the poker stream, so I don't think he's going to be the best dealer. Yeah, the best damage dealer, I would imagine.
Dirty imagination by various people. God knows what. Well, we are ready to go in a next match very soon. I think we will be watching Ginger Power versus Ming team fighting for survival.
Yeah.
So Mighty Orzenel can stream maybe one more day.
And coming back after that loss there, that 3-0 loss. I mean,
must
straight
have been
away.
a huge blow to their morale, man.
Yeah.
Like, what are they gonna do now? They will not
Totally
have bread on their
devastated.
tables anymore.
They are probably absolutely just lost. They don't know what to do with themselves now. Such a devastating loss there.
Need to have a break, need to have a long break. I'm not going to play ever again. I lost.
Yeah, but unfortunately they don't get that because we're already heading back into the game, and this is, as you said, Ginger Power versus Ming, and 2 medium ones. We haven't actually seen more than one being used by one team in this tournament. So
well, Ginger Power defending from the lower side of White Park, and from upper blue side we can see Ming team here led by Orzi.
So let's see where these teams will end up going, because, you know, actually Ginger Power doing maybe an aggressive play here, which would be nice to see. We haven't seen this too much from the defensive side.
Well, we haven't seen them at all, to be honest, because they played matches. They played one match against Papa Pavian when it was not streamed, and they lost in a tiebreaker on Syrian Coast. But they have Nalo and Ondra, both of them who played Pro League, by the way, playing those
And
British
Froley as well.
monstrosities.
Yeah, Froley as well, Sakalita. Couple of names, Rudko as well. You can notice a couple of names that you might recognize from a lot of the streams.
Well, CSA at their best are playing there. They are controlling the rail part, but there is a huge push coming in by Ginger Power. So Ming team is trying to play a stretch line like in a previous game. You know how it went already. Pretty much Camille farmed them all the time. But Ginger Power gathering up and they are crossing the rail, creating a massive crossfire here on this part. And Takai and the rest of the guys there are pretty much going to fall in a matter of seconds.
Yes, Feetman, Vola, and Sakalita, they're all going in on that 1t1 in the corner. It looks like they're actually going to clear this out. This is fairly even trades either way, but it looks like Ginger Power have got the advantage here. They've now got a massive tank advantage. They've just managed to take them out so quickly that I didn't even manage to catch what was going on, because all these autoloaders are just unloading within 5 and 10 seconds, and half the enemy team from Ming are dead, and there's 5 of these guys left, 4 now in the middle of the map, 3 now in the middle of the map, and it looks like Ginger Power have managed to take it in one clean swoop. Actually a team kill from Sakalito there.
Sakalito, the burrito doing the team kill. I'm going to tell you what happened there. A lot of balls happened there, man. They took up the challenge from the Ming team, who were saying like, yeah, we're the middleman, where are you guys? And they pushed them over in a flanking maneuver from the top of the hill and below that bridge, and pretty much killed the entire side. Now we have only Sorino's kill and Sir Spooky left for Ming team, and that's gonna be it for their attacking side.
Yeah, Ginger Power, that was the quickest round I think we've seen throughout probably this entire tournament so far on
2
stream.
minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah.
That's how long it took. 2 minutes and 10 seconds. That's how long to. Yeah, this is by far the fastest round we've seen so far today.
The last one may have been closer towards 3 minutes-ish around. So yeah, this a lot quicker. They said there was this. It was one just push, but it wasn't even just a full team push.
I think
it was
even the
actually well coordinated.
even the Balkan full team didn't suicide on White Park so fast.
Yeah,
as they actually killed them here. I think even they took like 3 minutes or something like that. But it's really cool game, and like this is what you want to see from a tier 1 cup, like people charging in each other and shooting. Of course, with these tactics, it's really hard to take a tournament, but we may hope that one of the teams that play like this
was he trying to lead his team there, top damage, but being out damaged by Marty. You know, both of the streamers going head to head here.
Hardcore, man. Hardcore.
Nice.
So both of the leading streamers from both of the teams doing the top damage here. Nice.
That's what we like to see, but you know, obviously doesn't count for much from Aussie's side, as they were well and truly beaten in this round. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the defensive round as well from Marty's team. So from Ginger Power, that was their defensive round, but they did play, you know, they very aggressively, and looks like...
Wait, this 3v1 guy is actually in the Ming clan?
Oh, I didn't realize there was a Ming clan.
Seriously?
The more you know.
I wonder how many members that has. Sounds like a good place to be. Well, anyways, in this kind of game, Orzi's team has nothing to lose, man. So now they are actually going to play a defense on White Park. I mean,
well, you say they have nothing to lose.
Yeah.
They have their place in this tournament to lose if they start keeping this losing streak.
Yeah, but they're already on a losing streak, bro. Like,
yeah,
what's to lose?
If
they sit around to get shot, they're gonna get shot for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they've got to start changing something, I guess, is what you're trying to say.
They lost their attack side by getting attacked.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not like they were even camping. They went to the middle to look for the enemy, you know, but the enemy found them better, I would say.
Yeah, I guess they just got pushed they just got absolutely pushed over there, and they couldn't really do anything, couldn't fight back. And actually, whoa, there's not one guy loaded in. That's gonna not help Ming here.
Really?
Not even loaded in, didn't ready up, I think. Looks like
Low
we're gonna
morale.
continue
Low morale,
anyway.
man. Low morale. What
he-
happens here?
He gave up before the fight even started. That's not a good sign.
We have one British monstrosity left. I guess he was pretty much annoyed he couldn't shoot anyone and get on time. Did I see a Polish tank there?
Yeah, we did see 4 TP from Ming.
Yeah, there we go. There is a variety of a day, man.
Oh, look at that.
I think
How
we've se-
small the gun is as well. Absolutely tiny.
Do you know actually like the one of the first tanks used was that French tier 1?
The Renault FT?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know how did they shoot the gun?
No.
Like you had like a commander and the driver would give a shell by hand to commander, and commander was standing, and he would put
Oh,
it inside the
Aussie.
gun and fire. That's how it looked.
A two-man crew. Anyway, Aussie picking up the first kill there, and that's really actually good because Ming obviously started this game with 14 players, but they basically pick up a guy for free. They pick up Exit for free, so now it's kind of evened it out. But Ginger Power is starting to push, and I wonder how Ming are going to be able to absorb this with that one less player, unfortunately.
So far, so good. I
Make
mean,
that
Ming
two.
is clinging to their HP, man, and they managed to drop the first of the Ginger Power team. Ginger Power is plunging in deep in the valley of the death on the 1-2 line. We've never seen a team succeed a push here, there, but they're doing exactly what we said before. You remember, leave a couple of guys on the rail to snipe from different angles and press step by step here, like not a suicidal street push, but check the corners and so on. So they're actually doing it well. They shot off 2 guys, lost 1. It's a good trade, I would say, for attacker.
Yeah, Ginger Power don't actually know this, but I mean, they did have, well, they have the mass of their forces here, and they could actually just push this one line because there are 2 guys behind the church, which they have spotted 1 now, but there's no one actually able to create a crossfire because the guys from K4 would need to rotate, so they could have actually pushed here, but they're starting to rotate, starting to just, I guess, play a bit slower and take the majority of the map control because they now have, you know, they still have that 1 tank advantage here, so they're just going to use that, play it a bit slower, and we'll see what they start to do on the other side. If they can take up, if they can take that 0 line, that K0 position, obviously that important hill position, then, I mean, I don't know what Ming are going to do. They'll be surrounded left and right.
Well, they're controlling exactly 1/10 of a map. The entire K line is a Ming line.
Yeah. That's all they control, and that's what I mean. That's an issue because if they start giving up K0, well, now they only have 9% and then 8%. And then there's, I mean, even though these tier 1 tanks are very small, you still need some space to work in.
Okay, we have some solo play coming in on their J0 line. There is 1 red dot from Ginger Power proxying the LOL tractor from Ming team. The brave McCraft.
Yeah, I didn't want to read that
Creeping
either. I'll leave
King.
that for you.
I'm just gonna kill him, call him Creeping King, man.
Or PT_1, that works well. Or PT.
No,
you
Creeping
just
King,
take-
come on, man. Like, look at this. It's the best part of the name.
Yeah, I guess Creeper King. So here he is. Or Muck Creeper
Did you just
King.
call him Creepy?
No, I say Creeper.
Okay, man. A long name by far. Stevie Ray Vaughan is a guitar player, but this is not his field of work here, man. He's on
He's getting
one shot.
blind fired as well.
Oh, he is creepy, man. He's actually doing a lot of damage from the red
No,
line
this is
here.
Stevie, not Creepy. God.
Stevie Ray Vaughan is blue guy. The Creeping King is here doing the damage.
Well, he actually spots out Creeper King up there, but no one's going to be able to... Oh, and he gets taken down for it. That was really not worth it because it looks like Ming aren't even able to do any damage because they're all on one line. They can only shoot the enemy in one direction here because they're all in the same positions. So this is really looks like it's not going to work out for them. And Ginger Power now, you know, as we said, they've started to take this 0 line, which they now have Ming completely surrounded. And it looks like it's only going to be a matter of time. That was a really nice kill there from Creeper King on the move. Managed to pick up that tank on 4 HP. That was nice to see.
Well, Ming team is trying to hold on to the tournament and this map here. 800 HP and counting remaining, but Ginger Power is slowly closing in by using pretty much some skillful plays here. You can see they're not playing a kind of orthodox, really gathered up play. They have here and there a couple of tanks keeping crossfires, some guys proxying, other guys just cover sniping. And as I said before, you remember on a tournament, you don't need a huge force to cover snipe somewhere. Like 2 or 3 guys are more than enough because they can delete 1, 2, even 3 tanks because it's so fast reload and no armor whatsoever. There is a push by T1 coming and Dookie taking out 2 targets here.
Yeah, Rudko's Feetman now. They're just going to push into these remaining tanks of Ming, and it looks like it's all going to be cleared up here, and it's going to be 2-0 for Ginger Power. 1 HP makes it. Finally got the kill for Olive.
What a drive-by shot, man, by this LOL tractor. I have a feeling like these T1 Cunninghams are significantly changed, man, because back when they were played before, that clip magazine of theirs hit like 10 shots, something like that. It doesn't feel like that now at the moment. It doesn't look like, because with those 10 shots you could easily kill 1 entire tank and maybe even damage 1 more.
Yeah, that's why it was. I think it did get nerfed.
It was a bit too much.
Yeah, I think it did get nerfed because it used to be the outright #1 tier 10, but now it's kind of the LOL tractor has that same kind of firepower, but you you have less mobility, but you know it's a bit more balanced, I guess. With the T1, you had the best mobility and the best gun, and I think maybe even the best camo. I'm not too sure though, because the MS1 is a lot smaller.
I don't know. MS1 is like really small, and he has more, I would say, accurate gun than LT. But LT has like huge view range, so I don't know if people would still have like tier 1 ZXV and crap like that. Like they would still be stat padding with binos and full crew and camonet, and that would be disaster, man. Like, can you imagine you come as a new player in a game, you play your first game, and then there is some guys with like 16 skills on his lol tractor sniping you from half a map away, and you don't even know what the red guys are.
I mean, that's what it might be like the next week. Maybe this tournament might ruin Tier 1 MF, because some of these people now have got their good crews and everything, and they might go and play them.
Man, you can always reskill anything. Like these are, you can see the most used tanks like a German, Russian, pretty much. What did they even use? An American, yeah. Everyone has some of those crews you can reskill for this.
Yeah, true.
So you can reskill them even for credits, and then you can just play a couple of games and whatever. But you can see the scoreboard at the moment here, what you've seen on the tournament so far. A couple of the games I think you didn't. And it's 2-0.
The fat and thinner logo. Camion and Papa.
It's brilliant, man.
I didn't realize that logo. That is a brilliant logo indeed.
And you can see it's a 2-0 for Ginger Power here. This logo or fist of theirs looks like some game I played before long ago. Whatever. Well, 2-0 for them. Next map we will watch Cliff. Like, unless Orzi teams pulls some really hard mojo with them, I don't see them coming out of this one alive.
Yeah, I don't either. And we're heading.
They
to
even
Cliff
tried
now.
to camp now, man.
Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, well,
I mean, they tried now to camp. It didn't work out. They tried to push.
I think they only really camped because they went into the game with 14, because I think someone didn't ready up. I think that's why they camped, because I think we haven't seen that from Ming. They do like to. Well, they don't really camp. They haven't been camping at least. So I don't think they wanted to, but then they realized that they wouldn't be able to play aggressive because, one, it hasn't been working out, and if it's not going to work out with 15, probably not going to work with 14 either.
To be honest, one tank here doesn't really matter that much. Like in tier 10 games, it's really a big game breaker, but in tier 1, not so much. It's nice to have it, but you can do without. That's how it goes. Well, Ginger Power already has 110 more HP. Do they still have one more player, or are they playing those silly guys again? No, it's 15 on 15, so it's just the difference between T1s and LOL tractors in HP, I guess.
Yeah, the combined. Obviously, the LOL tractor has 15 more HP, but if you combine that across the team, actually, it works out as a lot more HP. 100 or 150, which can be a big difference.
Okay, Ming team gathering up, pushing 1-2 line, full YOLO swag. Will they climb up or actually gonna go down? There is so much firepower from Ginger team coming in down there. It's like rainy bullets over there, man.
I'm not sure. I guess Ming or just all on the
I think they should just go.
Yep, they're here with their whole team. They should just go. They're actually losing this engagement. And I think this is the thing now. Sakalito, you can just see from the back lines, he's just been able to dish out damage the whole time. Every 2 seconds, putting out damage. And it only takes him, 3 shots, and he's going to pick up a kill here. So
even
this
if he
push from Ming didn't really work.
Even if he doesn't know he's hitting, he just needs to shoot the corner. Eventually he will hit someone, and there is the remainder of the force of Ginger Power. They're closing in, taking over the top, and now pretty much Ming will be between the hammer and an anvil, man, and you can just choose which part of them will do which part.
Yeah, I'd like to see Ginger Power now on the bottom side, on the tanks on the H line, start moving in, because what could actually happen here is Ming might even start pushing out on the top side, and if they do that, then this game could be very close in the late game, because now Ginger Power have 4 tanks out of the fight here, and it looks like Ming are trying to push up, but they're just not able to. Yeah, look, it's just getting slaughtered by Ginger Power.
These sounds you hear, that's like the sounds of Ming tanks dying all over the place. You can't really push really uphill when someone is in a crossfire, and as I said, this is like tier 1, man. Like, tanks die here much easier, and everyone always has a reload to shoot next shell.
Yeah, exactly. And Ginger Power very quickly. This might even be quicker than the first round. Yeah, it looks like. Oh no, it's just slightly slower by a few seconds.
The first round was 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
2 minutes and 20 now.
10. First one was like 2:10.
This was 2:20. So 10 seconds slower, but and even 2 team kills at the end of that game just to assert their dominance. So that's now 3-0 Ginger Power. So obviously Ginger Power picked that up, and I mean that was quite a nice performance by them, but Yeah, they lost earlier against Fat and Thinner 3-2. So it looks like Ginger Power are a good team. You can just see behind the chicken.
Chicken and cow.
Anyway, Sakalito, as we saw, we actually saw him do multiple shots of damage there, and he actually came out top on damage and top on kills.
Yeah, Saka farming here some serious damage, man. And we can see him in almost 450. On other hand, like, I mean, what can we say? Like, Ming team lost clear 3-0.
Yeah. And, well, that is Ming out of the tournament now, I believe, because they lost, they lost to Fan Thinner, they lost to Ginger Power, and they lost to Burger Brigade off stream. So that's
Yeah,
three
this is
losses
like
in a row.
a third loss for them, so it's a bye-bye time for Orzi and the guys. Same as from the Group A, we lost Balkan Fools, where like Barba Urke, Veco, and the rest of the company. So unfortunately, we will not see any of those guys tomorrow. I like their playstyle, but what
didn't
can you
work
do,
out.
man?
Yeah, as you said, that a bit more of the strategic knowledge seems to go a long way here, and those teams who just put a bit more cushion to the
Man,
wind.
these teams were assembled for one purpose and one purpose only, to have some fun and not to go into some dubious preparations for a tournament. They left that for guys like Kamil Papapavian and so on, you know.
And they do leave with 75k gold each, these teams, so they leave with something for their teams. I mean, that's about
they can
5K
spread some
each.
gold, man, and have some fun. I mean, we didn't talk much about prizes, but as example, the prize pool for the first plane, whoever wins this, is a 300k gold. Plus, you get some like headsets, mouses, and so on. And on second place, you get a bit less,
Similarly,
like 200k and so on and so on. But there are prizes to be won here,
Yeah.
actually. Quite a bit of them.
And I said, even the Balkan Fools and Ming, I mean,
Mhm.
they still take 75k gold each.
It's like 5k
5k
gold each, man.
I mean,
For having some fun. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Any day of the week, man.
yeah.
But anyways, guys, this is so far from us. We will make a small break and we will be right back watching Burger Brigade versus Thin and Thinner. Hello guys and welcome back to the tournament. We are here after a small break. We will watch Fat and Thinner match, or Thinner as I like to call them, and next team will be Burger Brigade led by Myland, a German powerhouse.
Yeah, that'll be the first time we'll actually see Burger Brigade here, so I mean it'd be good to see what they can bring. I mean Fat and Thinner we've seen quite a lot and they have played well, so yeah, Burger Brigade, let's see what they can do in Wide Park.
Well, like Kamil and Papa Pavian and the guys are like a Polish powerhouse, but they only met so far Ming team, and Ming team didn't really put much of resistance.
Because I'm not actually sure who is playing on Myland's team either. So we haven't seen him yet. So
A dark horse.
I mean, probably quite a few Germans, considering obviously he's a German streamer, but I'm not sure who exactly is going to be playing.
There's a lot of animals here behind us, man. I mean, like Myland's team can be literally a dark horse of the tournament, but here we will see what can actually they do.
Exactly. And are you sure? I mean, do you know who is attacking to start with? I think
I have no bloody
I think
idea.
Fat and Thinner are defending. I'm not too sure though, but
Well, in all, it will not matter much, because it's just like best of 5.
I can't get over that Fat and Thinner logo. That is such a good logo. Every time I look at it, it's just it's just so good.
They should stream together with that, man.
Yeah,
Like, for real. Like, it's one of the best
but
logos I've seen.
they should become like the Polish stream squad.
But that would require them to play a lot of stuff together. I don't know, man. Papa Pavian is always playing his scouts alone.
I mean, but Cameo used to play a lot of lights as well. I mean, they both should. Yeah, maybe
lights hunting squad.
Maybe you've highlighted the partnership here. They've got the logo already. They play the same kind of tanks.
Maybe this is like getting ready for it. I don't know. We will see in a bit. The teams are getting ready, guys. Like the first map as so far, we will see Wide Park, but I need to stand corrected again today after something. When I said like the prizes, as example, like 300k and so on, it's that is that gold, but there is a deal that minimum 50% will go to subscribers and audience of those streamers. Most of them will just give everything out, so they will give I guess gold or tanks or whatever what's in that value.
Yeah, so like the teams will play and they'll get a specific amount of gold, but that will be distributed among their stream communities. So this is why you should really be rooting for your favorite streamers, because you might even get some gold along the way, or some tanks actually, down the way if you get lucky in the giveaway.
Yep, just like follow your guys and hope they win, because you can get more.
Yeah, exactly. You'll be part of a winning stream. You get that pride, that honor, and you'll also potentially get some tanks or anything like that.
Unicorn rainbow badge, whatever comes after that. I want to do this. This is really nice.
You want to pet the horse?
Yeah, a bit.
I mean, the ears need to be more pronounced. There we go.
It looks like your natural haircut, man. Like, seriously.
I mean, that's a nice nice mullet at the back there.
A bit of a redneck,
Yeah.
It was always sitting there right inside you.
You can actually just see it. Oh no, it's not that side actually. It just looks like I forgot to cut my hair.
You're almost like a doctor with disrespect, man. You just need like some sunglasses, a bit of a mustache, and there you go. You're there with the hairstyle. But anyways, like we already said, like professional teams will need a lot of time to assemble and to play the map. So we are waiting for them to get ready for this Wide Park, because we have hey Papa Pavi and Kamil in one side leading their Polish squad, on other side Mylan, and we actually have no idea who's playing there, but we do have a list, so we can take a peek. Haha.
I don't recognize many of the players that are playing in Mylan's team, though. I think again they're all from his stream community, maybe some of his subscribers. I think that's how most of the teams have come to be.
No idea whatsoever who are these guys. I never played anything with them, and I can't remember seeing them, so I guess they're from German community, and the guys just assembled for this to have some fun. On other hand, we know that Kamil and Papa have some really old school players there, so it's not gonna be an easy fight for Germans here, man.
Some of the teams
took it more serious.
Fair to say. Took it a bit more serious, and some of them have just centered it around their stream community and and the subscribers, because I guess that's what this tournament is all for. Is about just giving back to kind of the stream communities that
Yeah,
this
man,
game
it's
supports.
a proper fun cup.
Yeah.
Like that's how it should be. But we've seen that actually some teams utilize serious tactics here, and it was actually fun mix of YOLO swag pushes, no really big ideas behind it, just go and find the enemy. And we've seen some tactical plays, like when even teams play, like when you have two good teams meeting each other's, and there were quite some clashes.
Yeah, I mean, and we
Next
will.
Gold League format, right?
I wouldn't go that far. I don't think I like that either.
I think Niall just got a heart attack when I said it.
Yeah.
That's it.
And almost every other WGR player that I can think of. We'll stick to tier 10.
Yeah, tier 10 should stay, I guess. I mean, there was a lot of changes in those formats before, but in old times, when the tournament started, before the league actually existed, I told you there were like 4 major tournaments. It was like Fun Cup, which would change all the time. It was like, first one was tier 1, and then there were like various different ones. There was like Super 6, which had...
Easy 8.
I even can't remember, I think it was even 10 on 10. It's Super 6, Easy 8 with tier 8s. It was more or less like ESL format, and you had a Mangled Metal, which was 15 on 15 tier 10. But I can't even remember, was it 15 or 15 or like 14 plus 1 observer back in that time? I think that was like some rubbish like that.
Could have been, yeah. I don't know. I'm not even sure. I really only got into like the competitive kind of formats for maybe like even 2016. So you probably remember a lot more than me about what it used to be like.
Yeah, I remember like I played the Airfield on the first time they streamed us, and I remember I was like I don't know what I did, man, but I lost like 600 HP from drop, like first moment I got on camera. Professional skills, bro.
Professional player. But yeah, looks like we will be heading into the game now. So it's Burger Brigade versus Fat and Thinner. So you've got the German community versus the Polish community here. And this will be the first time we've seen Burger Brigade today. So let's see what they bring out.
Burger Brigade. The Germans are defending the white part here. And
Chess in Mailand as well, actually. Both of them are there. So
so you know him?
Yeah, I didn't see Chess in the lineups that we were given, but he's here in the game, and that's all that matters. So yeah, you've got a good mix of light tractors and the T1s.
Just call them LOL tractors as they are, man.
Yeah, it's easier. But again, Fat and Thinner. What is it with the Polish teams? You had a new Maltese team as well, full LOL tractor, and again
they trust in German engineering is the best engineering, So Polish people believe that, and they're just driving German tanks. They're going for the middle immediately with half of the force, while the rest is pushing the 0 line. This is something of the opening we already seen them do. Actually, same against Orzi's team, if you remember.
Yeah, exactly. This looks very similar to actually, I think, the first game of the day that we saw. Again, you're going to see a lot of movement down the 0 line, but actually, Burger Brigade are defending it, which most teams haven't been doing. And I'm not sure how Toxic has lost almost all his HP. He's only on 5 HP left. He's lost 110 HP, which is, the vast majority of his HP, and he's
spotted, and he cannot be safe from both the 0 line and the middle. So he's getting shot from 2 angles, and Burger Brigade is split all over the place, looking for the burgers there, man, but they cannot actually shoot together like this. It would be nice if Fat and Thinner team would peek over the middle carelessly, but they're not doing so. They're closing the distance. And the first guys on a chopping board will be here on 9 and 0 line. But instead, actually, they take out Ordovik, who was doing the sniping there. It's very interesting because they don't see anything.
Yeah, they trying to clear out these guys. Oh, finally, you can see one of the guys at K0 did get spotted because they've been firing this whole time. That's how they got the first kill. But now it gets traded back, and Chess is also on fairly low HP here. But he can double bush here. He's just got to do it efficiently, and he can be really effective from here. He needs to just not get spotted, and he can start dealing damage on everyone that's pushing on the 0 line. I said he can do it unspotted if he does it effectively, unlike his teammate.
Well, they need to rely on proxy spotting by that tier 1. There is a lot of blind exchange going left and right here. Mailand even taking some damage there. I wonder on which side of the map, because he's on the other side, I think, probably trying to probe and see where is the rest of the Fat and Thinner team. But they didn't leave anything unspotted. Even on D1, we can see again a LOL tractor that was position played by Camille last time. And there is even one guy covering him. So if even he's pushed, he will not fall for free. That's that's 100%. But majority of forces of Fat and Thinner are on this side. There is a slight lead of HP on their side, like 100. That's pretty much nothing. We've seen that rotate left and right here easily.
Yeah, it's still a fairly even game here, and I said it. You can just see that Fat and Thinner and a lot of the teams have been. How did he?
Multi-culti just emptied the entire clip, but he paid it up with his price. And there is a team kill coming in here. So like there is one LT tractor less. So now we will see who will take on the spotter here, because I don't think Kamil he still has the HP, but it does look like he's calling for other guys to take some initiative.
Yeah, Milos now, we saw this earlier where Daki was in this position. You can proxy spot the guys in front of you, but you can't move, and Kartfan needs to go down here so that Milos can actually get unspotted, and then he can start to continue spotting these guys that are in the corner, like Chess, for example. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Now we're just kind of in a bit of a stalemate. The teams have pushed up so far, but they can't continue pushing without. It looks like they're going to have to die if they want to make more of a commitment. So they've got to wait for the right time, and they've got a bit of information here. They know where Burger Brigade are, but they've got to find the right way to pierce through this defense.
Well, we can see pretty much a decent split here by Fat and Thinner team, but the other problem with this kind of lineup is because they cannot actually push the zero line. So the real zero line is a problem for them. They don't have enough forces to go and just kill these tanks. So this is another way you can see how this map can be defended if you ever want to play it in tier 1s ever in your life again. There is some...
Oh, that was a nice shot there.
It was a pretty much bad trade, because you are trying to peek with your tank and shoot a guy who is just doing a split shots in a second. Now Burger Brigade still about 100 plus HP below Fat and Thinner, but they are defending, so in a moment of a final push by Fat and Thinner they can actually compensate for that more than easy.
And as we said, Milos now can continue to move because Kartfan has gone down. So Milos will now be unspotted on the other side of the map, and it looks like Fat and Thinner are just slowly, taking control across the entire map. They're slowly taking control there, as we just saw. It looks like, oh wow, yeah, Myland actually managed to get the kill, so that changed the game.
He wrecked him, man. There was one loss on each side now, and there is a big exchange and push coming in, because remember when I said they don't have enough tanks there, but yeah, they rotated couple so they can actually do this and press this side, and now they're getting an advantage because we have only one LOL tractor defending the entire line. So the K line is only him covered by a couple of snipers in the back.
Yeah, the zero line is completely taken by Fat and Thinner now because, as we said, Kartfan died and Milos was allowed to continue spotting, and they've realized that the Burger Brigade, they couldn't hold this side, and they've actually got the less tanks now, so they've got to start becoming a more compact defensive unit here if they want to survive here. Actually managing to side scrape in the LOL tractor. We haven't even seen that today. He's bouncing quite a lot of shells, but he can't see the guy who's shooting him, so this is kind of a futile exercise. Oh, he gets shot finally, and he managed to bounce about 3 shells, but not before, it seems.
These guys are getting up for the final punch here. As far as I can see, they will need to take over the houses as the previous teams and create a crossfire if they want to take out the Burger Brigade, bro. But these guys are steadying still. They're like dug in like really deep.
I wonder if this is going to work. I can understand what Papa Parian's trying to do. Basically, he's trying to fire HE at the tree, but because he's a tier 1, I don't think... Oh, finally he did it after about 10 shots. I didn't think he would have had the module damage to destroy the tree, because obviously now he's knocked down the tree. It gives him the extra camo, so it's smart from Papa. He might even do it with the next tree on his left, so that he can get better shots on the K-line. So it was smart from Papa, but I actually thought because of his tank, he wouldn't have maybe allowed him, and he's knocked down the next tree now, which allows him to... just shoot this K-line even more. He's getting high, he's getting better angles on all these guys in front of him.
Oh, peeking with your front engine there, not good eyes. You need to take out the guys on the left side, like there is still that LOL tractor hugging that building with his very life. And I think they will climb up one LOL tractor. If you remember, there is a position he can use as a hold down and just shoot the guys in distance. I don't know, and there you go, Papa Pavian is doing exactly that. So he should have shells on the enemies while everyone else is keeping the eye on them. And Myland and Living Man are dead. Wilmore is dead now. Boweringer is gonna fall next, and this is gonna be a decisive push for Fat and Thinner team.
Yeah, they've completely taken the side of the map now, and there's just this one little massive Burger Brigade tanks here on the one line, and I think they know it's over, but you can just see the swarm of Fat and Thinner tanks on the eastern side of the map now going to push into the cap and probably just clean up the last remaining tanks of Burger Brigade. And we are going to make another peek. He already has 4 kills. He wants to maybe even try and get a top gun this game if he can.
These guys are not giving up. Easy, last 4 guys standing in that little
5 now.
trench.
I wonder if
3
he's
now.
gonna get that top gun. I think that would be the first of the day. I'm not sure. Doesn't look like he might just get to it in time. He's in a 1v1, but they're both a one-shot, so he needs to play this well. If you he's a one-shot. Actually, 1 HP now.
Easy victory, man.
So here we go for the top gun.
1
Can he do
HP
it?
for a heroism.
Oh, he missed the shot. He actually 7 kills. Wow, that was impressive from Weir. That's a good game from him.
We are the big farmer, man.
I mean, 450 damage, but 7 kills. So, I mean, we haven't seen that many kills today. I think I don't even think we've seen 6. We've seen 5.
I've seen 5. I haven't seen anyone with 7 so far.
Definitely the MVP, at least kill-wise so far.
Wow, it's not everything kills. Let's see how much damage actually he did.
Yeah, I say he did 450. That was 448. He actually had 8 kills. Wow. Are you impressed now? I mean, I couldn't impress you with 6.
Seriously?
Then I couldn't impress you with 7. How about 8?
It's like 4 full tanks killed and 8 kills, man. Nice work. Oh my god, so many shots. 42. That's a lot, man. Like, that's hard carry. That's why a lot of players in his team actually have no damage whatsoever. Check this out.
Yeah. 2 with 0 damage and only 1 from the other side of Chess and Myland, again. Nice to see them trying to carry their community, but weren't able to do it on this time.
Well, what can we do here? Like, we are here doing a really magnificent job in this game, but his team generally played well, and they took a lead on this 1-0, taking an attack on White Park. We know that should be a hard part on this map, but we've seen numerous teams actually taking it now. Will Burger Brigade be able to come back in the game and do the same? That's another question. We're going to have to see when the game gets on. So far, this team is playing rather well. I mean, Papa Pavian's team.
Yeah, and if they do win this game, they'll have won all 3 of their games in Group B, so they would take that top spot. So I mean, that's what they're fighting for. And Burger Brigade, I think, they obviously lost 1 game earlier, and they won 1 game earlier. Oh no, they won their first game. They've only played 1. My apologies. So yeah, so if Burger Brigade can win this, then this is kind of actually fighting for first place potentially, because if Burger Brigade win this, then they'll be tied for second place. But they'll have a game in hand, so they could potentially leapfrog Thinner up. Sorry, Fat and Thinner. You've had an effect on me there.
Yeah, Papa and Kamil are doing well so far, and this fight for them means if they win, they will be first in a B group, and that means, as we said before, they will not have to play the quarterfinals tomorrow, so they will be waiting for their opponent in semis directly. But for Myland and Burger Brigade, it means they need to fight here. Maybe if they win them, they need to still win CSA to be first. But all in all, you do not want to be really the third team in here, because then you fight a higher ranked one and so on.
You have to
no
fight
choices.
a higher ranked opponent, and you also have to play that extra game, which, I mean, it just gives more. I mean, if the teams are looking at what the other teams are doing, that they will be fighting, it just gives them more opportunity to understand what they're doing on certain maps. But, I mean, that's a story for tomorrow, because we will be going into a new set of maps tomorrow. Obviously, we have Wide Park here, and then Cliff and Serene Coast for the tiebreaker, but that will all change tomorrow. But anyway, let's get into today's games. Wow, 3 Reno Otsus. We haven't seen one of them, and now we see 3 of them.
Seriously?
We haven't seen one of them this entire tournament, but, 3 of them come along. But you can see that the LOL Tractor is still the most played tank here, and Fat and Thinner are not.
What's the thinking behind this, man?
I'm not too sure, because I think the Otsu is very slow, and I mean, as you said, armor at this tier doesn't really count for much, but I think the Otsu does have some armor, but it still doesn't count as effective armor at this tier.
Could it be like an Oho behind the Japanese line?
I don't think it's going to be as effective as an Oho or anything.
Nippon power. Well, we will see how will it work for them, man, because I actually have no idea about any characteristics of that tank. I wish I knew, because I didn't see this coming. This is something new and fresh coming from Burger Brigade, using tanks that no one saw it coming before.
Yeah, I mean, but that's also the first Renault tank that we've seen in this game as well. Like I said, there are so many different varieties. I think there's 3, but that's the first one that we see, and it does have a bit more. Its mobility is very limited, but it does have much more armor than the rest of the tanks. It has 30 armor, which is actually against these auto-loading cannons, like so if
Yeah,
the
they have
Lol
like
Tractor has it,
with gold like 40 penetrations.
yeah,
things
40 to 50-ish, maybe 55 on some of the high ones. But obviously the MS1 has 88, so the Otsu isn't going to withstand against that. But against some of the auto-loading cannons, the Otsu does actually have some armor, but I still don't think it's a worthwhile trade. I'd rather have the greater mobility than, a potentially effective armor, but it's still
I
limited.
can't remember well, but I think there was like one tier 2 tank before that was a beast to penetrate. It was pretty much like a mouse in tier 2. It was a premium even.
Yeah,
Can't remember the name,
there's-
man, but I know
might
it
be
existed.
the H35, I think.
No,
it is.
no.
There's a lot of them.
Damn it, I remember how it looked because I saw it, but I can't remember what was the name. Oh, whatever. It was long gone time. Fat and thinner guys are camping successfully so far, leading 200 HP here in a row, while Burger Brigade is not finding any possible solutions in the moment how to deal with them. They've sent a proxy spotter on F1 position, so that's all the success they've done so far. They've crossed a couple of tanks there. They have a lot of guys in back, but they have no real function at the moment. And they're not finding their targets because they barely damaged one guy so far.
I think the one thing about these Otsus that they're using them is because of its insane gun depression. You can actually see how they're being used. They're used on the ridgeline, and the Renault Otsu has 22 degrees of gun depression. That might be the highest in the game, I think, actually. I'm not too sure, but it's definitely among the top 3. And I think that's why they're using them, not for the armor or anything, but because they want to just put them in the mid-ridge because of the gun depression advantages that they have. As I mentioned earlier, the Lol Tractor has 10 degrees, but this has 22. So I think that's why they've chosen to use them here. They know that Fat and Thinner are most likely going to play defensive because obviously they're on the defending side, and that's the way that most people have been playing Wide Park. They like to where you just play a passive kind of campy style. So these Otsus, they don't need to be too quick because they're not going to need to rotate too much. They can just control the mid-ridge.
Well, a slow play on Wide Park as we've seen so far. No one is really anxious to take a beating, like Fat and Thinner don't have to do anything, and they are gradually increasing their lead. 300 now, so up for 100, that's almost one entire tank. There are no scored kills so far, but Myland is already on 25 HP. Maybe if he dies, he will be able to, micromanage his team or something like that. I even don't know who's leading this.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd imagine it would be Chess or Myland, but I don't really know, and I'm not too sure about most of the members in Burger Brigade. So there might be a hidden FC there that I haven't heard of before, but I'm not too sure.
We have no inside knowledge of the teams. How disgraceful, man. We have no people to tell us what are they doing in the moment.
But actually, I think Burger Brigade have managed to push up here unspotted, but again, as we've seen, this isn't the issue. You can get up to this position fairly safely. It's once you push past this position, and you can see as well that Fat and Thinner, look, you've got Matthew and Ruin and Pavel all waiting there, and that is going to be a deadly crossfire.
The problem is even if you kill off those guys in a corner, if you lose equal amount of tanks, you still didn't achieve that much because you have to take care of the rest of them. The time is slowly ticking away, but it is 5 minutes, and this is a fairly small map, so they can find each other. It's just a matter if they waste too much time, this is not gonna work out.
Yeah, but that's the thing as well. You can't actually push towards this or past this point and make positive trades, and you need to be making making positive trades to make it work out for you, because just gaining this area of the map doesn't really give you any advantage. You need to be pushing effectively. That's the only advantage you'll gain there. So, and it looks like Burger Brigade are all lining up here. I mean, there's 8 tanks there? Yeah, about 8, all ready to push. 9 tanks actually.
Well, it's going to be a final push for them, which is actually a decent choice, I would say.
And here it is.
Here we go, the march of the Lol Tractors and some T1 Cunninghams, and they're coming in a group. Let's see, we've seen this tried twice already. How will they deal with this first corner fight? They are spotted. There is a counter push from the other enemy force. They're gathering up on corners. There we go. First guy falling down, 1-for-1 in scores. There is go, the second guy from the red team. I won't even try to pronounce the names now. And there is a massive damage done to Burger Brigade. They're like just going down one by one. Man, they lost like almost 1,000 HP.
That HP bar hazard is still ticking down. That's so much damage. It just doesn't work. This is the third time we've seen this, and I wasn't very hopeful that it would work that time, I have to admit. Fat and Thinner set up pretty well, and as you can see, 1,500 HP versus 250. That was not a good trade for Burger Brigade. They lost their entire team, and they only managed to do about 100 or 200 damage. It really didn't suit them well. But I think that's to be expected, and I would like to say that I don't think any other team is going to try that in the future, because that, as you said, that's the third time we've seen that, and it just doesn't work. And maybe they finally realize that that push is just not going to be a fruitful engagement for them.
Yeah, this is not working out, man. The last guys of Burger Brigade are dying, and the White Park will be over in a matter of seconds. Yep, it's done. 2-0 for Fat and Thinner, man. They were just waiting patiently, like most of the teams do here. I can't say I like it, but it's a way to play it. And the patience brought them their fruits. Like Burger Brigade had to do something. They had no idea how to dig them out slowly, so they went for all YOLO swag and let's do it. Well, the corner fire didn't work out for them, and they fell. Like you could see by the defense of Fat and Thinner, they were just like having crossfires from everywhere.
Yeah,
like all the streets that are side streets, they're just shooting on the guys passing from everywhere.
We had the information, obviously, of what both teams were doing, and we could see that Burger Brigade were going to push in, but you could see that Fat and Thinner had like kind of a staggered defense. They had two guys close, they then had one guy on the crossfire, they had two guys on another corner. So even if you push past those first two guys, you could see that.
How did those Renaults do? Oh, let's see, 0 damage on one. What did the other guys do?
156 and 85. But I think the Otsu wasn't actually a bad pick. I can understand their logic. I mean, 22 degrees of gun oppression on the mid-ridge. They chose it for a specific role.
22?
Yeah, 22. That's what.
Oh.
That's why that's why I can see why they wanted to pick that, because they chose it for a specific role in the battle, and for that role, there's nothing really better. But I mean, if that's what they wanted to do and it worked out, I think they should have probably. I don't think their strategy was too bad. I said the Otsu is fine, but if they then want to push in, those Otsus can't really help in that engagement, because the Otsus are always going to stay in that one position, and they can't help if you're going to push, which is what they wanted to do. So it's a bit, it wasn't maybe a full.
Well, Japanese power didn't prove pretty much useful, because they didn't have any spotter on the other guys. And the last result push that they had pretty much didn't bring fruit, because they didn't have an idea exactly where the enemies were. They were just guessing. But watching from the previous stream, we knew that the crossfire will decimate them in pieces. Like, I was just wondering, maybe they're not paying attention, or maybe they will not see them on time, because they did sneak through most of the tanks that are unspotted. But since there was no enemy presence anywhere on the base, this was just like a lined up trap that worked fine for Fat and Thinner team. And now we have a lead of them by 2-0. They won entire White Park, and they just need to take care of one round on Cliff, which is more than doable. So it doesn't look that well for Milan's team.
No, I think that wasn't maybe a full strategy there. They kind of like, we'll put the Otsus in the middle and then go from there. Because I don't think they managed to really push it effectively. And I said, if you choose the Otsus, you're not going to be able to commit to that full push, because you're not going to have enough players to do it. You're always going to have three guys out of the fight. So, yeah, it wasn't maybe a cohesive strategy there. They kind of just like, few guys here, few guys there, and they tried to make that push, but it was never going to work, as we've seen. So yeah, we're heading to Cliff now in 2-0. So match point for Fat and Thinner. And
I just have a desire to do it every time I watch the man.
It's quite
like
cute.
Pony.
Actually.
It's a pony. There's one like all the time peeping in the back there.
And a chicken. I mean, yeah, we've got the full farm here.
Yeah, that one imagines that he's a unicorn.
I mean, I don't know what's behind me. Is it a bee?
I'm wondering, is it a bee or an ant? Like
something with antennae.
It's antenna.
Teletubby? I mean, do they live on farms? I'm not sure they do.
I don't know, man. I haven't watched them yet, so
I can't really remember myself.
I'm gonna have to take his word on that one. Anyways, our farm is doing well here in studio, but our guys are ready for the next game. We will watch Cliff, and we will see Fat and Thinner on attack side and Burger Brigade on defense.
Burger Brigade might have given up on this. They didn't. Two of their tanks decided not to ready up, it looks like. So this is
low morale again.
15 versus 13.
What are they gonna do? They didn't ready up their tanks on time. The
That is
countdown was
unfortunate.
merciless.
But they are defending, so maybe they can use that to their advantage. If they can set up a good defense, even with the less tanks, it looks
There
like
is
they
no
might
one
actually
moving.
go for
We
the
might
restart
go
here.
for a restart. I don't know, man, because there is not a single soul moving here.
That's what it would look like.
Restart, says the message. I guess that's gonna be it. Makes sense. Two
Yeah.
less is not a chivalry, you know?
No, I mean, one, we saw it earlier, I think it was Ming. They came in with one less, and I mean, that was understandable. You can still obviously win with 14. You can still win with 13, but
If they wanted, they could have asked for restart, to be honest, but I don't think
Yeah.
they wanted.
I mean, that's what we saw. They were losing, and I think it was kind of, as you said, a lack of morale. Maybe they thought they were going to lose anyway, so it didn't matter. But, you know, it's good to see that Bulgaria is still in it for the fight, and it's going to be a restart. And maybe with 15, maybe they can win it. It's obviously a different map now, and that could be the change that they need. We just have to see, and maybe they're going to keep bringing these Otsus, which I don't know if I'd be a fan of on this map. I think they did only pick it because it had that one role, that specific role, and I don't think we'd see it this game, but, you know, they might surprise me again.
Well, we are waiting for them to, you know, put themselves back in a training room so far. Match point for Tin and Tinner, 2-0. They won entire first map, White Park. And Burger Brigade will try to come back in a game here on the cliff. And let's not forget that no matter what happens in this match here, Burger Brigade will have to play a back-to-back match again then against Ginger Power. Will it be good or bad for them? I don't know, man. Will their focus go up because they just play this map? Or will it go down because they just had to play too much? It depends on people. I prefer to play back-to-back matches without big breaks. I don't know. How do you stand on that?
I think I've only done it a few times, but I personally prefer... I guess it depends on the type of tournament, actually, because I can think of... In some tournaments, I've liked it, and in some tournaments, I've found it's quite like a hindrance playing back-to-back matches, especially if they're long matches. Like, for example, on LAN tournaments. But unfortunately, I never got the chance to play back-to-back matches because never won the semi-final, so that's an issue. But I can remember thinking that if I did have to play those back-to-back matches, it would have been an issue. And I remember other people complain about it, but that wasn't me.
Yeah, it's a touch of honesty there.
Well, you know. Anyway, now 15-15, and Burger Brigade. Let's see if they can win this and keep their dreams alive in this group.
Vetentiner attacking red side on the top of the map, on bottom side Burger Brigade defending here. We've seen various approaches at the moment, like we will see what are these guys choosing to do. It looks like they're doing a split with a sniping force from the lower side of the map and pushing the majority of the guys to upper middle. Of Vetentiner team, similar approach, just a lower number of tanks on 1-2 line. I think we've seen them do this before. They're just recycling it and putting 3 tanks down and the rest on the upper side of the map. Such speed, such magnificent speed of tanks.
This is a bit strange,
and
though,
an elegance.
because as we just saw, there are now 4 tanks, is it? 5 tanks still in the base for Burger Brigade. So is this going to be a big camp? A lot of guys now heading towards the K5 area. It looks like Burger Brigade are really going to entrench themselves in their own base here. And I mean, can't really blame them because they haven't had a good run so far in this game. So maybe they're going to try a different tactic and see what happens.
I think this is a really bad camp if they're doing that, because essentially they're giving the hill for free to Vetentiner team, and then Vetentiner can use the houses to approach from the area of around the lighthouse, and they can also climb tanks on 3 line, so they can create all sorts of crossfire toward the Burger Brigade guys who will not even be able to see half of those. So if they don't manage to shoot out all the enemy spotters who are coming for them right there and then in a start, it's just not gonna end well for them. So far, only one guy from Burger Brigade is spotted. He's just as toxic. He's sitting on a front line position and on G5. And that's it. No one else is seen or heard of.
Yeah, and I don't think... I mean, Fat and Thin have probably figured out that they are camping, but I don't think they've figured out, you know, obviously where they are, because we haven't seen this today. And maybe they've played against similar things. I don't know if they have been playing similar tournaments or anything like that. They can kind of expect roughly what's going on, but they're not going to know what is exactly going on. But Burger Brigade is still making some negative trades here, so that is interesting. But yeah, Milos now might even get destroyed going up the hill here, but he didn't actually get spotted that second time.
There is no one to see him, man. Like there is no one, even in the passive bushes that they will be there. There is no one. So Milos can climb up there, and he can get different angles to shoot blindly on the top of the hill. You know, behind those rocks on K4 position and so on.
Yeah, initially Toxic was spotting there. He spotted Scorpion and Milos, but like because Milos and Scorpion both got up there, I think he was forced back and he couldn't spot them going to the hill then. So now, I mean, you'd have to say it looks like Fat and Thinner have a big advantage here because they've obviously got Milos on the hill, but they've also got Burger Brigade with 5 tanks, I think, maybe even 6 tanks on the 1-2 line. So if Fat and Thinner were to push along maybe the top side, along the eastern side, around the cliff, they would be able to. Well, they definitely have the tank advantage, and if they can use that well, then
there we go.
Blind
a first
kill
kill,
as well.
A second kill, a third kill.
Oh no, not a blind kill. I think Burger Brigade moved on the 1 line, and I'm not sure why. They didn't expect that Fat and Thin would be so far pushed up on towards the F2 position, and I think they got caught out by it. And
I don't think they actually pushed it, man. They're just cornered down there because now they're getting spotted one by one from different positions, as I told you already. And Milos also, by shooting blindly up there, you saw he's just watching are his shells ending somewhere or not, giving E4 to his teammates. They're rotating, they're shooting one by one. This is not a good way to die, man. Like, you do not want to die like this, sitting in a corner and getting shot off. Sad burgers.
Yeah, this isn't good for Burger Brigade. It looks like it's not going to be a win for them at this moment in time, but you know, anything can change. But it's what we saw earlier, that the Polish team seem to know their blind fires. They managed to pick up a lot of guys towards that K5 area as well. They've got a lot of damage up there. And
look at Milos trying to squeeze that shot for half an hour, man, already on that one guy.
A blow up there as well. We didn't manage to catch that, but I mean, Myland using a different position, which is actually quite good because we've seen that if you stay behind the rock where Karpfen is, that you're gonna get blind fired. But Myland's using a slightly newer position, just changing a bit, just so he doesn't get. He's not in the most obvious of positions, so he's not going to get blind fired too often.
New tier 1 meta.
I say that.
Done. But it's not enough, man, because as we said, everything on map is controlled by Fat and Thinner. They're just shooting from 2 to 3 angles on some positions, and as long as they know there are some people, they're just gonna keep firing. And when they run out of the shells, like they come close, they're just gonna push because they already killed half of the enemy team.
Yep, and it's just as we've seen a lot, Fat and Thinner now just slowly tightening the grip around the entire map. They probably control maybe 65% of the map now, but they know where Burger Brigade are hiding. They can only be hiding in a few positions, so if they just keep these blind fires coming in, it's only going to go in their way for trades. They're going to be making positive trades everywhere, and my line gets taken down as well now.
There is a final push coming in for Fat and Thinner now. They're gathering their forces on the back. The LOL tractors will be their next victims, and there is going to be a chopping board here. Couple of the guys that are sitting in back, maybe they will do some damage, man, but there is so many guys of Fat and Thinner there that it's not going to really matter. Yeah,
this is the push. You know, you can see it's happened on the 1 line, but you know, through the middle now, you've got 5-6 tanks pushing, and this fight on the east, it's going to be a 3 versus 1. Oh, it was a 3 versus 2, and he maybe had some hope for Burger Brigade, but they all just got taken down there, and there's four guys in the base for some reason. I still didn't figure out why they decided to put 2 guys behind the rock at K1, and there's another one behind another rock at K2. I'm not sure that was the most effective use of those tanks, but I think they expected this camp to work out a lot better for them, but as we've seen, didn't work that way.
Poor ending for Burger Brigade in this match at least, but they won their first game against Ming team, so we know we will see Myland and his crew tomorrow also. After this game, it's gonna be 3-0 for Fat and Thinner, unless a humongous amount of miracle comes out from these 2 last guys that are sitting in this corner.
I wouldn't expect that. You can see all these shells just firing, and they know where the remaining 2 guys are, and they're just going to keep firing, and they're not going to have any chance to peek Burger Brigade, and they're just going to be stuck behind here, and they're going to wait, I guess, for Fat and Thinner to push in.
Look at the amount of like those little laser guns. It's like bombing. I don't know, man. Like, did someone eat too much burgers or something and went to toilet and went AFK? Like, because this defense looks like that.
I find it funny that they're trying to blind fire. They don't want to just go and push in. So you can just see all these shells constantly raining down, and the two remaining Burger Brigade people are just gonna hide behind the rock. They're not gonna peek.
Papa is going in now because he spent all of his AP shells and there is only gold remaining. He's that cheap that he's just gonna go spot now. And he loaded HE, man.
The role that we see a lot.
Economic playing.
He actually managed to get spotted there, even with the injured commander, because now he's so close, and here they are. They're finally spotted, and they're even capping the pace here. They're all firing HE as well.
There we go. These guys are getting banged all over the place, man. There is very few guys that can actually damage them, but from so many
he pushed
shells.
his own teammate out as well. The betrayal.
Yeah, man, like what betrayal, you know? You don't have to outrun the bear, you just need to outrun the guy next to you. That's the philosophy.
And Papa's probably going to go and clean this up now. It looks like he's just moving in. Will he finally make the shot? Is he going to ram him? He's not even aiming at him, actually. Oh, he's finally gonna... Oh, Papa! He was trying to BM him hard. He didn't... he wanted to wait until he was a one-shot, but he actually got killed before he managed to turn his turret in time. That was questionable play from Papa. I think he was trying
Please,
to...
guys, it took you 3 minutes to kill these two guys. Thank you very much. So Pavel was here. He got his final kill, and they are finishing the match with Burger Brigade losing 3-0 to this Polish powerhouse. So we have one strong Polish team in both of the groups. In Group A, we have Janusz, and here we have Fat and Thinner. And maybe tomorrow they will clash, and they're going to have to prove to each other, you know, which Polish is the best.
Yeah, it could be, as you said, like a Polish Super Cup in the final. It could be two Polish clans fighting.
It could happen, actually.
But, you know, that's not... I mean, Burger Brigade lost 3-0 here, but, you know, they did win, as you said, 3-1 against Ming earlier, which is... I mean, it still puts them in at least third, and they've got another game coming up now against Ginger Power, which we'll get into after. But as you can just see, that overall the damage from Milan's team was fairly weak with 6. I think that's 6
fairly
people without 0 damage. Yeah,
fairly non-existent is the better way to put it. But what can you do, man? Like, they're just playing as Orzi's team. They're just like a fun team, you know, gathered from players, not so many pro guys or whatever. So casual players. This is pretty much how far you can get with that when you face with guys like this, even in a tier 1 game. That's it. I would want more.
Anyway, before we head into our last game, we're going to head over to our social medias. So take it away, guys.
Hello, guys. So welcome back to the social media break. I am Echidna, and I am with French Canu. No. Raspberry Red.
I see you've been reading the chat. Some people have been saying that. I take offense, by the way. I would never come close to Kenyo. Obviously, we all know that.
Come on, this is an internal joke as well.
Maybe a couple of times it has been brought up, but that's not why we are here. Of course, I guess if you have been following the last game, really we can see like Burger Brigade kind of losing the psychological battle at the end. I feel like they were in trouble, and I feel like that's why they dropped the ball. You know, it's all in the head in this tournament, and I think we kind of saw that here.
Yeah, as we see, the fat one, right?
Yeah, the burgers. All right. So we've been running a lot of contests as giveaways during this stream. If you have been here since the beginning, well, first of all, thank you for staying with us. We hope you had a good time. And but I'm sure you are anxious to know if you won something.
So do you want to announce the winners already of everything? Maybe we can explain the giveaways, and yeah, after that we can say who is the winner.
All right. So we had the campaign where you had to sign up. By the way, for this one, everyone is going to get personal reserves. Not today, not now, but if you signed up, you will get them later this week. If you haven't signed up already, you can still do it. So check your chat, and you will be able to get this. We also had a question. During the last time you saw us with someone who is going to win a Lance NC, which is a new Swedish medium premium tanks of tier 8. Echidna, do you want to announce the answer and the winner?
Yeah, of course. So, the answer, like, okay, I see something's going on here. This is like an ambush right now. Yeah. Nice.
Thank you, guys.
Wait for the fight. Wait for the fight.
You're going back on camera later, so
Yeah.
expect some retribution.
Expect that. Expect something later, everybody.
That's not the end of it.
Yeah. So the winner of the previous question is Red Insight from YouTube. So enjoy the licensee. We are going to credit it to your account during the next week.
Also, by the way, Red Inside, first, congratulations. Well deserved. I've seen you very active in the YouTube chat. I've seen what you've been saying. I know you made fun of me. Now you know we are good sports at Wargaming, and we reward even people who make fun of us. But know that I know what you said.
He's looking at you right now.
I'm looking at you.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess we can announce the winners of the campaign.
So,
right?
this campaign, exactly. We have 4 winners for this L60 Tier 2 Swedish premium tank and a garage slot. Maybe, especially if you already have it, you might be happy to get this garage slot. For this one, it was you had to answer the poll. Which one is your favorite Tier 1 tank? And first, of course, before I announce the winners, I will announce the results of the poll. So maybe you already know the number 1 favorite tank of you guys of Tier 1 is, of course, the Lake Tractor, the Roll Tractor. We have seen a lot of it today.
Yeah.
I know, Akina, you like this one also a lot.
Yeah, the most popular one between the players.
And of course, this tank is also the reason this tournament is called Cream of the Crop. And we are all here disguised as animals or farmers because it's a tractor. So it actually gave its name to the tournament. And it was selected by the players as their favorite one. Number 2, we have the T1 Cunningham, American Tier 1. And number 3, the Soviet MS1. So now I would like to talk about Renault FT.
I was waiting for that, yeah.
One tank dear to my heart. So if we look at the rankings, technically it's in the last. But
I'm sorry, but the 3 French tanks
bear with me here.
are at the bottom.
If we add, careful there, if we add the votes for the French, Chinese and Japanese Renaults, then Renault is actually number 4. So not so bad. So go Renault FT, you can get there. And hopefully tomorrow we get to see some in the games, actually, in the games.
I don't think so.
All right. Now for the winners, I know that's what a lot of people have been waiting for. So for this L60, congratulations to, that should be on screen very soon, is Rothgar, Zelta 99, Matrix, and The Big Bang. Yes, in random order.
Did you say Matrix?
Matrix? I guess it's on my mind for some reason. It's all I can think about these days. Even on stream, she makes fun of me. That's
No, it's
so
not
mean.
true. No,
And I have to work like that every day. You know, people make.
it's not true.
She's nice on camera, but you know, in the office, it's pretty rough. It's pretty tough.
It's not true.
I don't want to say I'm being bullied, but kind of.
It's not true.
All right, Kitna. Moving on. We have one last winner, one very last, who is going to win all this stuff, the drinkware bundle. What was it
The
called?
mug, drinkware bundle.
Drinkware bundle. All right, cheers. And the winner for this one is Black Regent. So congratulations, Black Regent. We will get in touch with you to get your address, and very soon we will send all this stuff to you. So congrats. And as you already know, the flask is empty. You have to fill it yourself later.
Yeah. So, well, this is actually our last social media break of the night. We will be back tomorrow. I mean, after the next game, of course. If you don't see us tomorrow, make sure to tune in during the Twitchcon streams. We will be there in Berlin, so it's going to be a lot of fun. So I guess that's it from us, and we can go back to the casters and take a look at the game.
Thank you guys for staying around. Come back tomorrow. Tomorrow, semifinals and finals. We will finally know who is best of the worst, best of the tier 1 players.
The cream of the crop.
The cream of the crop, exactly. Forgive me, I should have said that from the start. And if not, join us at TwitchCon. All right, thank you guys, and we will see you tomorrow.
Welcome back, guys. We are going to have our final game of cream of the crop, or April's Fool's Tournament, or Fun Cup, or whatever you want to name it. Doesn't matter. It's like a T1 fiesta, man.
Yeah, at least of the group stage. You said tomorrow we'll have the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and the final. But now I think the match that we have...
I think the games will not even be best of 5 like now. It's going to be like best of 7 and 9.
Yeah, the
final.
quarterfinals are best of 5, the semifinals best of 7, and the final will be a best of 9. But this match will decide. This match that's coming up now is Burger Brigade versus Ginger Power. So this will decide who will be playing in those quarterfinals tomorrow. Who will, I guess, I would say, be the lucky person.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no, they will both have to play in the quarterfinal one day.
Just deciding who are they playing against. Like one team will play against Daki's team, and other team will play who's also in there.
They'll get their seeding. It'll be JT came
City
first.
Fox team.
Yeah.
Salty Old Man.
So the winner will play Sir Fox's team, and the loser will play Daki's team.
Exactly.
Or Dib's team, or whoever's commanding those
Double D
forces
team.
tomorrow. Yeah.
The Double D team. So we will have... this is pretty much what they're deciding for. So both of them will be there tomorrow, as you said, but it's just like who are they playing against, and also even that decides like if they win that match, then who are they playing in semi-final also, like on that side. So these are the matches that you've seen on stream so far, -1 that we had non-expected as far as I remember. Ming versus Fat and Thinner, which ended 3-0, and we had only one match, actually no, 2 matches off the stream that you couldn't see. It was like first match Burger Brigade against Ming 3-1, and it was Fat and Thinner against Ginger Power, which ended in tiebreaker 3-2. So judging by that and watching Ginger Brigade earlier, Burger Ginger Brigade,
Yeah, I know.
it's so easy to go there, man. Ginger Power and Burger Brigade will have a big problems with this enemy.
Yeah, I mean, they're both... I also think that I mean, obviously you'd prefer to win every game, but I think out of what we saw earlier of Derp's Special Forces and Fosh's team, I think I'd rather win this game coming up now, because that'll seed you against Fosh's team, which I think they looked weaker in comparison. But, that was yesterday. I mean, who knows? Oh, that was today, sorry. Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? But, I mean, judging on what we saw today...
CSA.
Yeah, lots and lots of CSA. One seal off in the chat. But
wow.
Yeah, I gotta mention my boy Rudko. Mentioned him last stream. I'll just mention him again. He's my boy.
Seal baby boy. So we will see, will this be kind of a seal clubbing kind of game, or there will be some serious resistance? Burger Brigade on defense side of this, they had a chance to review their own thinking, how it's done, and maybe they will change a bit how they split all over the map. Ginger Power doing something similar they did before, 1-2 line pressure combined with the middle couple of tanks. This is more or less really effective way how to play this map. Offensive right from the start. Look at this, no hesitation whatsoever. They crossed immediately engagement, and they crossed the rail and took initiative from very start. It's not a suicidal kind of pushing, they're covering each other, but so far all they know that Burger Brigade is playing passive in the back.
I hope they learn from the past mistakes that we've seen there, that they first kill they're off on the other side of the map, it looks like, but I hope that they learn not to push any further, really, Ginger Power here, because it hasn't worked, and every team that's pushed past this G line on the G2 position has just got absolutely owned. I mean, they don't even they make about 50 meters of distance, and they all just die. And
Your bro Rutko.
Rip Rutko.
No.
I don't think that was expected. I think he got blown up there. You can actually see the next to Cosmo, the turret of his tank is well.
The tiny little
can't see it.
turret you need a pincer to pick up. Okay, the guys are actually trying to make some pressure, but it's not going so well so far. Burger Brigade is standing their ground, but they lost 2 tanks so far, and Ginger Power lost only 1. So, in kind of a way, when you're attacking, it's an acceptable trade, more than even. Oh, the most important part is they already have a guy on K0 in cooldown. We've already mentioned that position before. Is that the creepy? Yeah,
It's
a
creepy.
creepy king, man.
Oh, not again. I mean, that's the real position that matters at the moment. This 1-2 line now is pretty much a stalemate. No one's really going to be able to gain an advantage. It's all going to be even trades, or it should be. On this 0 line, this is the important position because you look at all the shots that you can get from up here.
It's
you can
ridiculous unless actually someone risks to proxy spot him, and then that guy can get shot from various positions. There is no way to dig him out except blind shooting.
And you can see this again. We saw this.
Yo, man, look at what he's trying. He's trying to knock out the tree with HE. And
Yep.
there we go. Finally,
Really nice
it
play as well,
broke.
because he managed to knock it in not the perfect direction. If somehow, I don't even know if he would have been able to, but if he could have somehow knocked it towards him, it would have provided him a free passage towards the red line.
Well, the physics usually doesn't work that way. When you shoot
Yeah,
something towards there, it's
exactly.
even miraculous that it fell this way like it did now. But the tiny trick for anyone who plays tanks, if you actually shoot HE to the obstacles like trees, you can knock them out without touching them. And then
Even if
use
at tier 1 you have to shoot them maybe 5, 6, 7 times because your gun caliber is so low, eventually it can work. And as you can see, he now picks up a kill from this new position because he's got the camo from that tree in front of him. So again, this is really good play that we've seen in this game and the last, of being able to just utilize those trees around you and use them as best as you can, just to give you that extra advantage. And he's now in the best position that he can possibly get in. And if anyone on this K line gets spotted, then they are just going to die to him. And if he can set up his binders there as well, which he has, but this is really good from Ginger Power. Just overall now, just slowly just taking away the positions from Burger Brigade, and Ondra, is in the fight in that medium 1. So again, if he loads HE and he has that larger gun, it's gonna be a one shot basically.
Will that medium actually connect someone in a game that we can see, man?
Well, if
that was not even his skill, I think.
He's one HP. He's still got his dream alive. If he repairs his gun, you never know. I want to see it happen. I want to see a medium 1 one shot someone, because again it has 95.
Well, he can't 95. Yeah,
if
the
he
guy
gets
has
the
to
high
be
roll.
a bit above half. But still, Ginger Power is on a roll here, man. There is only 5 guys standing from Burger Brigade, and it doesn't look well for them because Ginger Power took initiative from the start and they look so strong and much better. Of course, these guys from Burger Brigade, they hold a lot of HP between themselves, and we've seen these games can turn easily. But the problem for them is actually Ginger Power can start a cap, which they're doing exactly now, and there is nothing they can do about it. They need to actually come out of this hole and try to decap, and it's not gonna work out.
Yeah, exactly. There's 3 tanks just in the corner. The brothers of the Burger Brigade are just trying to look out for each other here. They're going to try and survive, but it's not going to be enough. I mean, there's a triple cap going on as well, but I think Ginger Power should just really push through here. It looks like they are. Yep, they're going to pick up the kills as well. They might even cap at the same time, but there's not enough time. They're just going to kill them instead.
I'm just thinking, like, did these guys pick up this medium British one actually in case they need to cap? You know, because it's like humongous and you can hide whatever you want behind.
I could see how that might be a strategy, but I think it's just because
it's not unheard of, or even in tier 10, like that you bring a tank just for sole purpose that someone can cap behind it.
But we haven't seen anyone cap, but maybe just so they have that possibility to cap behind it.
That's what I'm thinking. It's just like that or a meme, because the tank is useless, to be honest.
Again, I think it has that potential to do like large alpha damage, but you know we just haven't
It
seen
takes
it being
half an
used.
hour to aim, and you're as
Yeah.
big as a house, and everyone shoots him. Like I'm watching him last game. He's trying to aim for a turret of a guy who's wiggling, and he can't get a hold of it, and he's getting shot from everywhere, and everyone pens him.
And even if you do manage to fire, the shell velocity over any sort of range is so slow.
Yeah, the
like,
guy can
you can
dodge
just see you can just see the shell just arcing. It's like artillery almost.
Seriously, man, like I think the people can actually dodge it. Like it's that slow.
They probably could, especially at long range, maybe 400, 500 meters. Definitely, they could dodge it. But you know, we haven't really even seen it being used. It has been used mainly at close engagements, but it's just been so slow that it can't even get to the fight.
I know, it's just silly, man. But whatever. They won the round and they took the first round very offensive. I like how they played it. A kind of offensive play from the upper part where the road is, establish a couple of tanks there, controlling the middle while that's going on. And then on the other hand, just rotate all the possible tanks and take over this. And we saw on White Park that this position on K0 is so crucial. That in couple of the games we've seen so far, it's been a winning one, because if you neglect it and leave it to the enemy, you get farmed all the way along the K Street. So I guess all the teams who would like to play a passive defense would actually have to play something more proactive from that side. I don't know. Actually, defenders looked quite weak in many games we've seen so far here because of that passive approach. Maybe if they played more aggressive, they would do better, to be honest.
Yeah, and we actually saw that aggressive play on from the defender side by Ginger Power earlier. I can't remember. It was against Ming actually, yeah, where they just pushed over that rail, and I think that was the quickest game that we saw. Maybe was that the? It might have been
2 minutes,
2
10
minutes 10,
seconds.
yeah. So I think that could be definitely, as we've seen, a way to play. But I think also maybe teams could adapt a bit more. We've seen a lot of teams just playing on the K line. Maybe they could play more in that corner, as you've seen that southwest corner towards like the 1-2 line. That seems most teams aren't playing that way. They're playing kind of on the K line and a few towards the 0 line. But maybe if they just change how they were to play, because you can still reset the cap from the other side of the map, but teams doesn't seem to be their favorite option at the moment.
Yeah, the problem is it looks always that the map is a bit biased toward one side, and in this case it actually looks like the attacker side is a bit stronger. Like if you do your cards well, you are in better position to be offensive.
Yeah, I think as well, it's because the way that the rail naturally kind of bends, it bends so that if you take the rail from the attacking side, I think you actually have more. You have more of the map. So naturally, the map lends it so that the attacker will have more than 50% of the map control, because the rail doesn't go straight. It doesn't cut the map in half straight. It bends, and then towards the end, it
you know that
starts to bend quite.
defensive start on White Park was normally north first, not south.
Is it?
Yeah, I remember it, man, because in some of the matches, the White Park was actually played in ESL. And
what?
Yes, in the old 742 format, it was actually played there.
Unbelievable.
And it was a nightmare map.
Exactly. I can imagine.
Like defense was almost impossible to break. Like it was so hard, man, and it would resolve in 1 or 2 shots and things like that. You wouldn't even believe. It was super
I don't
hard.
want to believe. I can't imagine playing that.
I'm looking forward to next Tornado versus Faye matchup, White Park tier 1s, next VGL format, aggressive roll in the middle.
I
They're gonna
don't even
advertise.
want to think of that.
Oh come on, it would be so entertaining for everyone except you guys playing. But you would maybe show us new inputs how to play this now. Haha.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I can see my story leading the way there. But all in all, these guys now have to think what they're going to do next, because now they need to attack. Myland and the Burger Brigade need to attack on White Park, and I haven't seen them being able to muster up a really great attacking tactic so far. They tried to sneak in attack in the last game, and they pretty much suicided in that city part. If you remember, it was just a massacre. They lost like 1000 HP in 30-40 seconds.
That's what I mean. You can't push that southwest or the 1-2 line. Well, primarily the 2 line. You just can't.
Oh, there you go.
Do
Not
it
3 but
effectively.
2 Renwatsus now.
2 Renowatsus and 2 mediums. So
Yeah, but 2 mediums on the other side.
Yeah, 2 mediums on the
ginger
defense,
team,
isn't it? Yeah, 2 mediums on the defense. I mean, on the defense, I guess the medium isn't too bad. Like, it's just a big block. But yeah, again, these Otsus, sorry, we're gonna see them in the middle of the map, and I wonder if Ginger Power already know that, because I can already tell that they're gonna go towards the middle of the map simply because we've seen how they've been used in the past games. But you know, Ginger Power, it looks like they are gonna just push over here again, as they did before.
I saw some guys in the stream, right, like Ginger Brigade and the Power Burger team. You can mess up all you want here, man. It's all
We still
tangible.
know what you mean.
It's all tangible here.
So, I mean, hyper aggression from both teams, just pushing either side of the map. Wow.
Oh man, that was like...
It's like someone knocking on your door. You said just all these shells just coming in instantly.
Dude, it's like an Uzi, like just sprayed a full Rafale on that tank and he just disappeared, man. I don't know how many guys hit him in the same side, but
I think everybody hit him. That was the issue.
The problem with that tank is so humongous that butt cannot be missed. But there we go. There you go. First guy from Burger Brigade down, because, you know, there was a counterattack from the Ginger Power team here. But they're 1-on-1 at the moment. It's a good way to play a defense. They rotated the rounds.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they've just rotated around, so now it's kind of not a north-south engagement, but an east-west engagement, and I wonder how the teams are going to react to this, because Burger Brigade have less tanks now in the south, and Ginger Power could, they're already rotating back now. As I said, Ginger Power can re-push this southern part of the map, and it looks like that's what they're going to do.
It looks like Ginger Power is scared to split. I would have sent like a couple of guys on A-line to kill off those people, but they didn't wanna. They're just sticking together team. They already lost 2 guys, so they wanna return to the base. So they try to play something like a proactive defense, as we spoke already. They're losing the one more spotter, so 3 guys are down now.
Yeah, but they're coming here with their whole team, and Burger Brigade are very spread out across, well, the entire map at the moment, and Ginger Power, they aren't, because they've come back, they've regrouped, and now this compact force of just 12 tier 1s just moving together.
Remember what I told you, young Padawan, it's not about the numbers when it's tier 1s. If you have a couple of guys sniping, you can always
and look at this.
Really do humongous amount of damage, because they are hidden behind the corner. So this is going to be a really important push here. They're actually taking out one of the T1s from Burger Brigade. They're going to take out another. Radim might fall for it. Yeah, there we go. But there is so much difference in HP now. Burger Brigade is actually farming them really well.
Yeah, because as you said, this K0 position is really, really strong, but they are spotted up here and they're going to go down. But if they could have maybe gone towards more right on the red line and maybe used the trees a bit better, they might not have got spotted here, and that could have changed the game, because Burger Brigade have now thrown away that advantage that they had. At one point, they had 300, maybe even 400 HP advantage on Ginger Power as they pushed in, but Ginger Power kind of stopped, and they've realized what was going on, and they managed to spot those guys at the K0 position, and that's what was... Those tanks were creating the HP deficit that we were seeing, but you know, that's almost not available now, and the teams are very even here. So we're going to see Burger Brigade probably just flex around them here. They shouldn't really keep taking these frontal engagements.
This is the problem, man, because they're playing the trades now and they're not that good in trades. Like Burger Brigade actually has much better positions if they know what to do with them and gather up the forces, you know, and create a different crossfires so they can deal with these people. Why don't they still have anyone back on K0? That K0 position, although they lost a couple of guys there, they would need at least one guy more there so they can do some elevation shots. But actually now they're almost on same HP.
Yeah, but Burger Brigade suddenly, that's all changed in an instant, and Burger Brigade again, they have that advantage, and it looks like they're going to keep pushing it, but I mean, Ginger Power is trying to push out the north, and that is being cancelled out because now the Otsu is back in the fight, and it looks like Burger Brigade, have managed to win this southern engagement, which it didn't look like they were going to do that for the vast majority of that fight.
Yeah, there is only sporadic resistance remaining for Ginger Power here, and their aggression will not pay off because they actually didn't meet the enemy team where they wanted them. So this is a Burger's Brigade equal score here, 1-1 on White Park. Not something we were expecting like after watching the last game, but it worked out really well for them. The tactics of not giving the right side of the battlefield, it proved really useful for them, man.
Yeah, as you said, they played it. They were almost chasing each other around the map. One team pushed, Ginger Power pushed the left side, Brigade pushed the right side, and then they were just kind of rotating after each other. And I liked what Ginger Power did then. They decided to, come back towards their base, make sure that they looked after their base. But Burger Brigade, they were waiting for it, and they had guys up in the corner of the map. I think that was it might have been Cupfan, I'm not too sure, but they had just guys on that K0 position on top of that hill, and they could farm everybody on the K line, and it worked really well for them. But then they managed to throw that away, and then they managed to gain that back. It was
Ginger Burger
quite
Power Brigade. There you go. Next line of names.
I'm already getting confused between the names of the teams.
Oh man, they give a lot of options there, right?
One thing I do know is the LOL Tractor is definitely the most popular tank. That's what we can
It's
say.
German power, but then after you go to the higher tiers, you can barely see it. Like what you
Yeah.
call Leopard
Just
D50.
slowly disappears.
It's just vanishes into the thin air. Well, 1-1 here, man, and aggressive plays by both teams coming into now. That makes things like more heaty and fun. And White Park is done, so next will be Cliff as usual entire day. This is our 7th match we're casting today, so we're just a bit out of the steam. So we're hoping these teams will actually play aggressive, so we can actually keep it up.
I actually want to see Serene Coast. I want to see it, man.
Aha! There goes the twist. Now when he calls it, it's gonna happen actually.
Because I mean, we haven't seen it all day. Obviously, most games have ended 3-0 or 3-1, and none of them have been 3-2. So that means none of them have gone to that 5th and final tiebreaker, which would see us going through these next 2 cliff rounds and then
we've seen it
Coast.
was played once, but we actually haven't seen it because it was not on stream. So when it was not on stream, it's like no happened.
But I think we won't. I say the map pool changes tomorrow, so I think we won't see Serene Coast tomorrow. So I'd like to just at least get a glimpse of it at tier 1 today, because I believe that tomorrow it won't be in the available map pool.
Wait, I need to check with my brain, like what's tomorrow. Aha. Quarterfinals, Abby goes down Ensk.
Yeah, see?
Mm-hmm. But it doesn't say like what the tiebreaker is actually.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's because it's a best of 5.
But the quarterfinal is best of 5, so I guess Ensk would be then that. And then we have semifinals, Province. Wow.
Okay.
Mainz, Himmelsdorf, Ruinberg. Oh dear.
But as I said, we're going to see a much greater variety of maps tomorrow instead of the same maps today.
Yeah. And on finals, White Park again, Ensk, Prokhorovka, Himmels, and Mainz. And I'm not sure about White Park. Will it stay or not for that day? But we will see. Anyways, tomorrow Abbey, Ghost Town, and Ensk in first match. Abbey, man, Abbey. Humongous and new Ghost Town, which is
really big map.
Big map and a lot of crossfires. Like how will they even find each other? They might actually miss each other on the way,
Could just be hide and seek.
We will see what kind of game will they bring us. But there you go. We are well in a way on the cliff, and this is something like we were trying to say on the first time. You remember 1-2 line push, YOLO swag 1-2 another Burger Brigade against Ginger
Look
Power.
how many tanks are behind this one rock. This half the enemy team, half of Burger Brigade behind the rock, and they've lost almost half of their HP as well as the team, and they're all just getting slaughtered. I don't know what's really going on here.
It's unbelievable, but
Burger
Milan's team is getting decimated here. Ginger Power is just sniping them out. There is so many of them behind this rock that can usually barely keep one tank alive. God forbid, like 10 that they have at the moment.
I can only assume that Burger Brigade thought that there wouldn't be many tanks here from Ginger Power, but clearly that wasn't the case, as the whole team of Ginger Power is here, and Marty picks up his 3rd kill, and Ginger Power are just trying to take their advantage that they have here, and it looks like they're going to clean it up. And yeah, I said I can only just assume that Burger Brigade didn't know what was ahead of them, and this is going to be the quickest round we've seen all game. Maybe 1 minute and 40, maybe slightly longer.
Buying time, but 1 minute and 40 seconds exactly for this game. That was what she said here. Ginger Power winning the first round of Cliff and coming to the match point in a magnificent clash on 1-2 line together with the Burger Brigade, man. I actually like that spirit, man. Both teams went there and just kind of fought,
Yeah, I mean, Burger Brigade, I said they pushed in, and
we should see a lot of that tomorrow on Mines, to be honest.
Yeah, there's 8 tanks behind that one rock there, and I think, I mean, I said they just didn't know the people in front of them, because they had 8 tanks behind the rock, and then they had 7 tanks.
So many guys with 0, man.
Also pushing. Yeah, we saw 6. I can't remember who was playing, but we did see 6 people with 0 damage earlier. But
it was too many of them behind the
5
truck. There was just too many of them behind the truck.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they're small and they can fit, but too much. Too much boys.
But again, at Burger Brigade, they weren't just too aggressive. They pushed to the rock, but then on top of that, I was saying, they got to the corner of the actual cliff, and they pushed past the bush line there. So that's when it all kind of went wrong for them, because those guys that pushed first of all got slaughtered, and then you just had this kind of isolation of tanks behind the rock, and they couldn't really do anything. They were all just waiting there, and obviously then they just got flanked. They can't make any peeks.
Well, there you go, guys. Stick to the bush line.
Yep.
The purple player says it.
Stick to the bush line. Preferably on the red line as well.
Yeah, B1 with the bush. 2-1 for Ginger Power at the moment. Burger Brigade on their knees, man, because if they lose this one, that's it for them today, and they will be the third team in their lineup. That means that if they lose this, they will play against Ducky, so Myland against Ducky, who will have more followers in the match. I wonder if that happens. On the other hand, same goes for Ginger Power. If they lose this, they're going to face them. I think both of them are trying to avoid that, because it's the harder team between that Sirfosh and Ducky's team.
Yeah, I think, as I said, it would definitely make sense to win this if you were to choose who you wanted to play. But then they also might just want to win it for, individual pride. Just to win.
Man, it's still, you need to win to have that pride, and you need to win to avoid Ducky. It's mutually beneficial.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so,
what's up?
Yeah, 7 games.
Yeah, it's been a longer day. This is the second time that Barry is actually casting here with us. We did it on one tournament before,
Yeah,
right?
I did it for one game before, and now I just shoved in at the defense the whole 7 games in a row.
You had to leave a kid alone this time, so no social media for you, man. Tough.
Cry. Anyway, we get into what could potentially be the final match of today and the group stages. But that is if the German Burger Brigade do lose. It looks like, well, we can only see what will happen, but lots of T1s, which we haven't actually seen this many T1s today. I think 12 T1s on one team.
It sounds much better, to be honest, like Burger Power and Ginger Brigade. I swear to God, it sounds much better like that.
I guess, maybe.
There are no, come on, German Powerhouse, Burger Brigade. Nah. German
Ginger.
Burger Power.
But you're just mixing random words now. I mean,
Yeah, it works, right? It's the
kind of,
you can't even know what's their names anymore. Well, Burger Brigade, 15 people going straight to the middle. Ginger Powers, 15 people straight to the middle. Do I see some kind of unsigned pact done by these guys to make this cliff last game spicy? I don't know, but I can tell you one thing. Nalo is having a great time driving behind those guys.
Yep, exactly. That medium one is so slow. I'm not sure why they brought him if they wanted to go and take this mid-fight, or maybe they didn't know that the enemy team would be here, but this is going to be the big engagement that could settle it for Ginger Power. They pick up the first kill, and they now don't really know where to go. They're just making trades. I'm not sure why Burger Brigade are giving them free tanks here. They've now lost the upper side, the cliff there, Burger Brigade, and they're going to push around the lower side, Ginger Power here, and this is what I like to see. They're going to push around the lower side and just force Burger Brigade back in. You can see that the tanks from Burger Brigade are dropping. Chest GD is set on fire, and they should keep pushing here, Ginger Power. They should just keep pushing the advantages that they have, and actually it's now even.
Hey man, this is how you do a push on a cliff, but this is just a kiddie burger version, you know? You push around with the small kids and they're shooting all their small guns, and it is the Burger Brigade falling apart because they cannot hold their ground. They're just actually falling back slowly. There is so many guys in Ginger Power on one shot or less, but there is not simply enough guys to shoot, and there is only 4 of them standing, and they're not gonna last long because they're getting shot from now 3 sides.
Yeah, but I mean, this isn't over for Burger Brigade yet. They have 2 tanks left, but if they can create a good crossfire between them, there's lots of these Ginger Power people on low HP, but I don't think it's going to work out for them. I mean, they're not creating that effective crossfire
Ginger
now.
Power, Ginger Brigade, go.
Eliminated. And it looks like Ginger Power, they're starting to kill each other. There's 4 or 5 kills. They're actually giving Burger Brigade a chance, but he's not going to be able to take it. And that's going to be 3-1 for
Such
Ginger
a shaky aim,
Power.
man. Such a shaky aim here coming in by Ginger team. But they managed to see who is the real enemy at the end and take him out. So we have the final winner of the round, Ginger Power team, or Ginger, what? I can't even remember what I said myself, man.
Long day, hey? But anyway, yes, that's... well, they will take the 2nd place in Group B.
Mm-hmm.
And Burger Brigade will take 3rd place. So as we said, Burger Brigade will face Derps Special Forces tomorrow, and Ginger Power will face the
City Fox, salty
Yeah.
people, salty society.
yeah.
Ah,
Oh my
thank
God,
you very
really?
much. I was missing that entire day. That's what just when
Some of that went in my mouth as well. That was great.
Hello. Hello. So that's it from this tournament today. The pig is happy. I can see it in the back. Horsey, unicorn, whatever he tries to be, sorry, is also happy. Everyone is happy for doing this to us. And tomorrow we will have some continuous of this with different maps. I have no idea how will they find each other on Abbey or Ghost Town, but stay
Or
tuned
Province
to actually
or
see
any of these amazing maps.
Province, I can actually imagine, man. It's gonna have to be a YOLO swag, but there is gonna be so much bush camping as usual. So we're gonna see a variety of different things tomorrow. That's for sure. So what can we say? Thank you for watching today. It's been fun. On some moments it was a little bit slow, but when players decided to play with spirit like this, it was emotional.
Yeah, and hopefully you'll join us tomorrow for the semi-finals, quarterfinals actually, and the finals. So that'll be
That will be
it for the group stages of the Cream of the Crop tournament.